Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? Hashtag Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Musaywa Mesale. And today, after the party, we're back to reality. Jenny, baby, how you doing?
I'm fine.
Ha, Jennifer was whining and twisting. Oh my goodness. He says it's good to see all these ladies outside of the studio. We're busy showing our career outside. How are you, Jennifer?
I'm fine.
Oh my goodness.
I thank God for this holiday. It was very needed.
It was. Oh.
And I rested very well today. We thank God. So we're going to start the new week.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow.
Hi, Lami. How you doing? Lami's joined us via Zoom.
Very well, Uwa. Very well.
You look really tired, though. But Lami, I can't believe with all your O1 bear sharp mouth, you can't dance inside party.
I can't dance today. I don't know how to dance. I don't drink, I don't dance, and I party a lot. So people always wonder. But it's so satisfying for me to see people dance. So it's okay for me when I see people dance. That's it. So people always wonder, like, you don't know how to dance. I don't. Honestly, since when I was young, I never, for once in my life, I never knew how to dance.
And you didn't even bother to learn.
I never. I just thought I couldn't twist my body, and that was it.
I actually took, in fact, I think I need to resume that class. I took Afrobeat classes where you learn how to twist your waist.
Your waist.
Yeah, so...
well, Uwa, you can dance. Too.
Uwa, I was very shocked. I was so surprised.
I was very shocked when I saw Uwa twerking and
My plan to take on salsa. I've always loved salsa.
So, what's her name? Yeni Kuti used to teach us. We used to come to Freedom Park, so we do dance classes. I mean,
yes,
so
I get it.
It loosens your waistline, you know.
I would need that, you know. I really need it. I would need the lesson.
Maybe we should reach out to her and see if we can organize a special class for all of us ladies. But it's actually a good exercise, you know. It just helps to free up. Yeah. As a woman, I believe you should be able to walk around, you know, your waist area, you know.
I understand.
Okay, we're not talking twerking today. We're talking serious matter. We're talking security today, and here's what we found as today's quote. At the end of the day, the goals are simple: safety and security. It's as short and simple as that. I mean, that's all we're clamoring for. That's all we're asking for. We want to be safe and we want to be secure in our country. Now, the increasing spate of insecurity in the country has left so many questions unanswered, and with the recent prison break in the country, how far back will this set us in our fight against insecurity? Ambassador Roy is here to discuss this, but first, let's take a break for what's in the news. You're still watching Ways, so we'll just go straight into what we found in the news. I think I'm going to start with Jennifer, then I'll come to Lami. Jennifer, what did you find for us in the news?
Okay, so what's in the news today? First Bank, the bosses 58 billion naira to 81,000 female-owned businesses. So the CEO is saying he wants to support businesses owned by women just to keep them going, and they are going to see them through from the first stage of the business to when they can stand up on their own. And I think that's an amazing thing, like supporting small businesses, big businesses, just depending on what you have out there. And I think that a lot of people should key into this, especially when you don't have the capital to start the business that you want to do.
Okay, but did they mention, for out of curiosity, 81,058 billion naira? Did they mention like how much each business owner, female business owner, will be going home with?
No, I didn't see.
Because well, I'm just looking at the figures. 58
I
billion.
was going to ask the question.
What's the question?
Mentally, I was trying to calculate it 1,000 businesses. How much would you in 58 billion naira? Well, I'm not a mathematician. My math is very bad, so,
Okay, so
I
maybe I
would
should
want
just
to
quickly
comment
do
on
the
that.
math.
But nevertheless, that's a very good one, and they should be commended for doing that.
Yeah, they honestly, it's commendable, because the truth is, a lot of what's it called, funds available. I mean, I've said this countless times that my friends that are with Bank of Industry, a lot of funds are available actually for female-owned businesses, but not many women are able to harness the potential there, and they are not able to tap into
access the
loans because most of the times, because of also the criteria that is given for them to be able to access those loans. So when I did the rough math, let's say they're giving them equal amount of money, 81,000 women going home with 58 billion, it's about 716,000 naira. So that's less than 800K, you know. Well, so it's small businesses, really.
It's small businesses, yeah. And if it's just for you to just start
But
off,
that's very
I
commendable anyway.
I think it
You'll
is
be
fair.
amazed with what women can do with 800,000 naira in their business.
Yeah, especially with the current economy right now. I'm just hoping, what kind of fund is it? Is it something that is a patient capital? Because
And I'm also wondering the kind of how to access it. I hope it's not going to be tedious. The conditions to access it. I hope it is going to be softened.
Yeah, that's the same thing I'm saying, that, you know, the conditions most times to access this loan.
And I'm sure a lot of people have heard about it. They've always wanted something like that. It's just the protocols, the processes, and all of that. By the time you see how long it's going to take you to actually get that money, you won't even just stress yourself. You're like, no, I'm good. Yes.
Absolutely. All right, so Lami, what did you find for us in the news?
My story is a bit sad, and I particularly picked this topic because it concerns security, because we're doing security today, and particularly because Imo State has been in the news recently for all the bad reasons. And in as much as I'm not a security expert, I really do not know what is going on there. I would want the governor to a bit to sit up. It's been one too many. Today is the soldiers' invasion and all that. And this one, why it particularly a bit roughening for me is because it was aimed at 7 Suya sellers, and they are all, I think they were targeted in 2 days. I think 3 were killed in a particular night, and by the next day, 4 were also killed, and they were particularly Suya sellers. And of course, they were of the northern extraction. So this is a bit worrisome, so that it does not ignite tribal, war. Because if there's going to be a reprisal attack, it might escalate. So I think the federal government should also wade in and look at what is happening in Imo. It is one too many. Every time they're always in the news. So it's escalating. Before it turns into a regional problem, Boko Haram did not start in a day. It was happening in piecemeal, and this is also starting. So I think the federal government should look into the security architecture of Imo State, and the governor should also tighten up his belt.
Wow, That's really scary. In fact, I think we're going to, because the conversation we might be having tomorrow, you know, Nnamdi Kanu mentioning that this prison break, saying that, well, nobody deserves, if some people can get away with what they're doing in terms of banditry and all of that, then they go and they rehabilitate them and they give them, you know, almost making them like celebrities, then, okay, nobody deserves to be in jail and all of that. So my question was, I mean, should we, because somebody is doing wrong, we now also do our own wrong, you know, just to justify, you know, it doesn't make any sense.
Don't make it right.
Who are the truth is, when anarchy is sustained in a community, a country, what happens? There's no deterrence, so it will also spur other people to do it.
That's the truth.
So you can never take that from me. There's no deterrence. It's not consequential. Nothing is consequential. It's just like you commit crime and you get away with it. Where's the deterrence? An average person is criminal in nature.
Yeah.
You have, there has to be deterrent measures.
Funny thing, we all have criminality inside of us. It's just that
it's all embedded in our DNA.
It's just morals.
So is this form of deterrence that keeps us all in check. So when some people are getting patted on the back, and some other people, because they are from this part of the country or something, are also sent to the prison, what happens? It's going to spur up, it's going to escalate issues. Everything's going to go up in chaos and anarchy.
Absolutely.
So in as much as I do not back what that man has said, but there's an element of truth in it, and it shouldn't be, you can't wish it away.
All right, so Lami, my story is actually quite interesting. The Russian president, Vladimir Putin, on Monday gave final approval to legislation allowing him to hold office for 2 additional 6-year terms. Lami, this is scary. Opening the possibility for him to stay in power until 2023. When I saw this story, I say, is this is this even possible? But Lami, you are the lawyer. Tell me, is this even legal?
Well, number one, Uwa, I might not be able to comment on that because I am not privy to their constitution. It's a constitutional matter. So if their constitution allows for it,
because
their people allow for it, so be it. But what really baffles me is because Russia is a Jew. And I want to believe that they are, you know, most of the population is educated. So why they've allowed this to nurture for too long?
Let me read further. It says Putin proposed the change last year as part of the constitutional reform that Russians overwhelmingly backed in a vote in July. Lawmakers approved the bill last year. So the legislation will reset the presidential term limit, allowing Putin to run in elections again after his current second consecutive tenure expires in 2024. This is really scary. Is it the best person to be president? Can't they find somebody else? Why must they put one person, you know, for that long?
Even if they find someone else, if the citizens vote for him, he will still be there. He will still be there.
Are you telling me, sorry to button, sorry. Are you telling me that considering all the security challenges, the economic challenges and everything we are currently facing in Nigeria, God now in his mercy gives us a Messiah who comes in and turns the place around and has to go after 8 years? Do you think if there is a provision in the constitution that can extend the tenure for another 20 years, do you think we will not do it in Nigeria? Because of the fear of continuation. How are we sure that somebody else, I'm sorry, but the truth has to be said. President Muhammadu Buhari has taken us back by 30 years. Just because we voted him in 2015, look at where we are. So do you think we want to make such a mistake again? So if by a miracle we get somebody who comes to right all the wrongs in 2023, and at the expiration of his term he has to go, and there's nobody viable that can continue, don't you think we should extend the term by 20 years?
Okay, I will leave that for our ladies' night out for us to debate. We'll see you after the break to discuss security. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
It's always harder to justify a service than a good. If you walk into a store, a supermarket, you see something on the shelf is 2,100 naira. You're going to carry the thing to the counter and pay 2,100 naira. But I went to school. I studied law. My parents put me through school. I'm telling you, this is your amount. This is your fee. This is your professional fee. There's transport. There's logistics. There's so many things to consider. I've explained everything to you, but it's so difficult to justify a service.
Do you think it's something that has to do with this part of the world, or you think generally?
I think it's this part of the world. And it could also be, I've also learned that it could also be putting your foot down. I'm okay to say, okay, if you don't agree, that's fine. Because you have to know what you bring to the table. You know what the effort you're going to put in and the stress that it's going to take you. So if you've charged appropriately and a client says no, it's okay if the client has to go somewhere else.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
had that
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, you can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house. I said, well, it's my body and it's my front room.
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Seize it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thanks for staying with us now. Our correction center was attacked by suspected hoodlums and hundreds of inmates. I think precisely over 1,800 were freed. This attack happened in the early hours of today. And some eyewitness who spoke to the media said that the operation started at about 1 a.m. and lasted till 3 a.m. He said the operation started at about, as I mentioned, it to about 3 a.m. And these men were heavily armed with heavy sophisticated arms, and they came driving in their security vehicle. At first we thought they were army and police with the way they started, and before we knew it, they started shooting everywhere and went straight to the prison. So the hoodlums stormed a prison facility also, in Benin, sometimes last year, Benin along Sapele Road, and sent wardens scampering and setting captives free, And of course, the governor of Edo State last year gave an ultimatum for the prisoners to come back, return, and all of that, but I don't think anything has happened up until now. So what is the impact of these prison breaks on our security architecture in our country today? Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can always join this conversation. Tweet at us at WaysHowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. I'll bring in our guests in like 2-3 minutes, but I just wanted to hear what was your initial thought when you heard about the prison break? Jennifer, then I'll come to Lami.
When I first heard about it, I was actually very scared. I just kind of like pictured myself living in Owerri and how the citizens who live there would be feeling. You feel quite insecure. And then there are questions. It happened in Benin the last time, now it's happening in Owerri. The question is, how come the prisons are not very secure? Yes, Obaseki gave an ultimatum. You have to come back. We never heard anything about that. Did they come back? Did
I heard some return
themselves in, and then the question is, how did they get in? Well, according to the eyewitness, they said they were heavily armed, and they looked like army.
Yes.
So I can understand how they got in. But there are lots of questions. Were they helped from by someone that is already inside? Was there an inside information to let them know, okay, this is the best time for you to come and do your thing? I don't know. Too many questions. Too many questions.
Absolutely. We can't wait to talk to our security expert. All right, so Lami, what do you think? What's your own initial thought on this when you saw the story?
Okay. For me, what came to my mind was, what are the root causes of prison breaks in Nigeria? What is actually the root cause? If we look at it, the justice system, the criminal justice system comprises of 3 parts. That is the police, the judicial system, and the prison service. We as a nation and the government as an administration, have we given this the prison service the attention that it deserves? Because in this criminal justice system, they are often ignored because they are the last part of the criminal justice system. You need to check the welfare of the inmate, the facilities of the prison service, their human rights, the conditions, the physical architecture of the prison itself, the security apparatus, how obsolete or how modern are they? And even the officials themselves, are you sure they're not also compromising the system? So these are all the issues we have to look into. And I hope our guests will be able to, do justice on this matter.
All right, so let me just bring in our guest. Ambassador Dr. Oname Ohidevie is the group CEO of August Eye Limited and the chairman, Chris Ham Ventures Limited. He served in the Nigerian Army combat engineers for close to 15 years with Core Army Special Forces deployment / combat training and experience before he voluntarily retired. All right, and he's joined us via Zoom this evening. Thank you so much, Dr. Ohamie. I've been practicing the name. I'm supposed to be Edo, but I'm terrible with my townspeople's name. Thank you so much, Doctor. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, and you have tried. I saw that you escaped the last name.
Ohidevie. I am learning. All right, so
Thank
Doctor,
you very much.
Doctor, you heard our conversation, our banter on this conversation, and I liked what the first question Lami posed when she was talking, when she said that, what is even actually the root cause of even prison breaks in the first place? You know, why would people, I mean, why is it even happening? It's almost like very, very frequent now. Just last year, we had, you know, close to elections, we had the Edo State prison break. Now we're seeing this. I mean, is it looking like before 2023 there will be more prison breaks? You know, and there was an attempted, there was an attempt on the Ikoyi prison as well last year, as well. Protest, you know, so why are we having the what's causing the frequency of these prison breaks?
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. You see, it's, let me first apologize that we started this discussion laughing, you know, but it's not a laughing situation. Nigeria has found itself in a quagmire of insecurity, a quagmire of unfortunate triangles of vulnerability, a quagmire of unsatisfied communication from government to the people, not delivering democracy. Now, one of the intricacies of governance is to be able to be proactive, you know, because you had a lot of time to look at the situation, to campaign, to take over from the existing government, and that's the beauty of democracy. You are coming up with a template that is going to improve the lifestyle of people, that is going to increase opportunities to secure our vulnerable points. So having said that, let's look at prison break. Now, we need to look at three sets of people right now. The perpetrators, we need to look at the victims, and we need to look at the government. Now, if we look at the perpetrators, we have a lot of open source information now saying it is iPod, it is ESN. iPod is coming out with a statement saying it is not iPod that did it. Now, whether it is iPod or not, iPod and ESN supposed to be people-centered. They came to say we want to rescue the people. Then the community system itself, the local government, the councillors, the village chiefs, the DPOs, the spread of security within the area. You know, when you look at that also, you begin to think that were there no possibilities to curb this opportunity to maraud our correctional center, because they said they danced around the roundabout for about 30 minutes. Are we saying that the whole of the gamut of security, both local, both government, both agitators, nobody could rescue the situation? Then if you look at the victim, the people that are being released right now, they are coming out as murderers. They are coming out as rapists, armed robbers. These are the kind of people that are being released from the prisons, you know, and they are coming into a society where the security system is being attacked. Police stations are being bombed. The military roadblocks are being attacked. That means the fear of a reportage. Where will you go and report a crime? Where will you go and report a suspected person you saw? When the police is also immediately against the society following from the repeated attacks on its personnel. So we now look at the government. Are we saying that our government unfortunately keeps being reactive over the years, for the last 30 years? Are we saying that we have not seen prison breaks as you people have mentioned right now, and we have not looked at corrective measures? Are we saying after the EndSARS, with all that security practitioners and professionals have been postulating, are we saying the government has not put its acts together to see that it needs to populate the policing system with capable hands, fully trained, equipped, and motivated? Because we were reviewing a future of insecurity, and we are postulating that the military is going to try to hold ground against terrorists, against other vices, and then we come into the communities. And this is what we are seeing now. So why is the government not proactive in securing our spaces? I think I'll leave that as an opening.
Okay.
Okay, doctor, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's breaking, but I can.
Okay, what do you think is the best approach to prevent a situation like this going forward? I mean, citizens are getting very scared and we don't know where they will hit next. But what do you think is the best approach for the government to take to prevent any other prison break?
Thank you very much. You see, one challenge we have with Nigeria is that Nigeria always like to remove the dressing of a problem and cloak it with another dressing. You remember the SARS brouhaha. The next thing they came up, they said they are going to bring in another SWAT instead of SARS. You know, the prisons are being dilapidated. The structure of this prison is dilapidated. The prison system, which is supposed to be part of the criminal justice system, as a corrective measure or as a punitive measure, is dilapidated. What did the government do? They just came and say it is now correctional center. Hello, what are the structures put in place to address all the vices that caused the dilapidation? There was no effective action towards that. And we say that we want to keep this for the people. Now, my take is this. A prison is a place where you keep criminals, suspects against the judicial system coming out with a penalty, or those that have been penalized. Now, if you have a prison as a place where you keep criminals and suspects, is that not a priority? It's supposed to be a priority. One of the priority is the intelligence around the prison centers. The other priority is the perimeter defense system. You know, they were saying that people came with rocket-propelled grenades and all that. You can make that place a stronghold with appropriate technology, application, appropriate perimeter system. There's something we call physical security professionalism. You can create a deterrence measure. You can create layers of protection. Before you finish breaking the fence, you will see that you are meeting another layer of protection. You will meet another layer of protection. And in the course of those delays, backup is created immediately. Then when you provide a correctional center within a community, within a civilized space, don't you know that you will expect to create a barrack or a nearby holding of personnel that are supposed to react and bring backup to protect the people? Just even that situation that we have, a combat helicopter can fly up above and drop some salt grenades. Even a drone could have been able to take off and deter that situation. So I don't know why our government don't have this kind of system in place. The DSS, the NSA, I don't know why they don't have intelligence that could create a kind of communication situation where we know that such a plan is in the offing, and we begin to increase the protection system within the prison. But when I thought about it, I just realized that if we could not protect children in school, if we could not make our schools a haven of security for our children who are not criminals, our children in boarding schools who are not suspects, how could we keep the prisons? So the government is being embarrassed daily by these breaches, and the government needs to put authorities act together, and persons in authority should be called to answer for certain lackadaisical attitude to the demands of their office.
Okay, Lami, let me come to you.
My question is, you have highlighted the immediate cause. So I am going back to the root cause. Do you think that the police force, and the judicial system, that is the judiciary, do you think they are also complicit in this issue? And I'll tell you why I'm looking at it from that angle. You find out that the prison is infested with a lot of people awaiting trials. Detainees who probably they're just suspects, mere suspects who are detained for over 10 years. And they form the 70% of people in prison. The prison is already overcrowded, is overstretched. Their facilities are overstretched. Why is the police and the judicial system, the judiciary, complicating issues for the correctional service? So what is their role in all of it? Can you highlight it?
Now, I really appreciate that angle you are coming from. If we want to capture the relevance of that angle, I will like to portray my admiration when I travel to countries like Canada, America, and I see people that they are happy to go to jail. Certain persons that are tired of living, they want to commit any crime just to go to jail. Why? They know that they are going to be processed through a system of comfort, security, and there will be a demand on their traumatic situation. Psychologists and people of expertise will be having advantages to approach them and correct their abnormalities. In Nigeria, our prisons are increasing the frustration of the people. Why? Because you go to court. I just read a communique today that the court staff are going on strike again. So you can imagine people awaiting trial now hearing that courts are on strike again, that the judges are not going to sit, and it is an extended period of that condition, that dehumanizing condition, that animalistic state that they have found themselves. No wonder you see so many criminals that come out from detention, they go back into crime. They are vexed in their spirit. They want to give back annoyance and violence to the community, to the people. And because of that, the prison warders themselves, they have become corrupt. So many of them deal on drugs to give to the inmates. So many of them have opportunities to release inmates. There are cases where inmates are be able to escape from the prison even without a record. And this is because the government has removed its antenna from the effectiveness of the correctional center. Like you said earlier, the correctional center is part of our criminal justice system. But I saw that you mentioned the police, the judicial system, and the correctional center. But I wanted to add that the society is the last point for the correctional center, because when I come out from a correctional center, I'm supposed to be reintegrated back into the society. So what is the National Orientation Agency doing to be able to put the perspective of the society in place to receive people that are coming out from the correctional center? What is the judicial system doing to see that there's speedy trials and there's effective application of the law, that not so that you don't see the animal farm situation where some animals are treated better than others? You know, so if we have all of that in place, madam, you will see that if I am taken into custody, I will enjoy the process, and I will be happy that I will come back, reintegrate into a society that is educated enough to receive me. And that is our current dilemma.
All right, so let me just take a very, very short break. When we return, we have comments from our audience and we continue the conversation. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you? I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're discussing prison breaks in Nigeria and the impact on our security architecture. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. All right, so good evening, ladies. Waze is now on YouTube about 2 weeks. Oh, we are so sorry, Ade. To enjoy your program, we in the diaspora can only be connected via social media like YouTube. We're sorry for the break in transmission. Why is our government not engaging in a joint task force with other neighboring countries to deal with the insurgency? This was among the current administration political manifesto during the election campaign. What's Sheikh Gumi, I think maybe saying Sheikh Gumi rather, doing in Abeokuta with Obasanjo? We have to be wise and smart with the old men playing joker cards. I mean, well, I don't know if it's linked to what we're talking about, prison breaks, you know, but the truth is, I think I had mentioned earlier about, you know, Nnamdi Kanu saying something about, you know, it is, nobody deserves to be in prison if people are being reformed and all of that. So it's possible that, is it possible? So let me go to you, Dr. Ohamie. This prison breaks, can it be linked to politics? Can it be linked to the political, what's it called? You know, politics is brewing towards 2023 right now. A lot of, everybody's positioning themselves for 2023. And usually, you know the way Nigerian politics is. They always use thugs, they always use all of these things. So is it possible that all of these things that is happening, like a build-up towards 2023, can we link it to that?
Okay, thank you very much. You see, like I told you earlier, these are our challenges. I can really trace it back to 30 years before now. And if we look at our political terrain, I will like to liken it to the European Premier League. I would like to liken it to our financial industry, our banking industry. Because sometimes I see my account officer is working in First Bank, the next day he tells me it's in UBA, it's in Zenith Bank. I see our politicians too. The first thing you will see is for a politician to change membership, and all his supporters follows him to the other party. The next day you hear that he's buying tickets for another party again. And it happens most times among the two biggest parties, the PDP and the APC. So before you know what's happening, the guy that committed crime, criminal activities, fraudulent activities in party A pops up in party B, who is in power. And the power and the immunity protects him. And before you know what's happening, he's popping up again to another party. So if we want to liken this thing to politics, I think we'll be distracted. We'll be distracted because the insecurity that we have currently in Nigeria affects the totality of the citizenry, both the poor and the rich. You know, so many of the senators, legislators, they can't go to their houses anymore. They are holed up in Abuja. So many of them cannot try the Abuja-Kaduna road to their villages. So if we want to look at it from a political angle, I will advise us to resist that temptation, because politics in itself right now has become an embarrassment to those people that call themselves godfathers, to those people that call themselves the agitators in Nadeco and those times that they were fighting against the military. They came out from that fight and they remain violent, as if there is another party to fight against. And right now, as I speak to you, it is their stooges that are springing up surprises. So remove politics from it kindly and assure yourself that we are not proactive and we have failed to provide the dividends of democracy.
Okay, go ahead, your comments, Jennifer.
Okay, so I have a comment from Benson. Benson says, good evening, Ways. Without food, life is not secure. Without security, food production is threatened. Quality and sustenance of life is directly dependent on security and safety of any nation. Safety and security is the protector that assures all forms of prosperity. Sadly, in Nigeria, the consequence of this weakness is already apparent in the pains and woes experienced by her citizens. This is from Benson.
Okay, so Lami, you have a comment with you, then you can ask your question.
Sorry, I can't see it at the moment, but can I just go on to my question?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, is it possible that, when you were talking about politicians and all that, another thought came to my mind, is that, is it possible that because these attacks are highly coordinated, so is it possible that very high profile inmates are also, compromising the system? Did you get my question?
Okay, I think...
Are you there?
They have to mute him because of the... while he's trying to come back, I'll get to him to answer that question. So there's a question or a comment. Prison breaks, these prison breaks are one too many. Government must be proactive. You cannot always be reactive. That's from Haruna. Jennifer, I think you have some more comments with you.
Yeah, there's a comment on our YouTube page, Mark Osse. He said, why so much checkpoints in South and West and East, and in the Northern, where Boko Haram and terrorist headsmen are ravaging, there are no checkpoints? Why?
Really? I think there are checkpoints there as well. But let me hear you. You were going to answer Lami's question.
Yes, but I didn't get the question very well.
Oh,
I don't know.
Let me come again.
Can I take it again?
Yes.
Okay, I said, is it possible that high-profile inmates are coordinating these attacks?
High-profile inmates?
Yes. Because if you look at the attacks, they are very, very sophisticated.
Okay.
Amount of funds.
Yeah, let me tell you one of the challenge that we have that created this kind of trained and coordinated military tactics. We have abused our security agencies. We have abused them to the point that they carry bags for our wives when they go to the market. We have abused our agencies to the point that their work is to carry our children to school. We have abused them even when we are in a hotel. You will see some mobile policemen outside because one big man is in the hotel. So we got to the point where their motivation, their encouragement, their job structure, there was destabilized countenance. So many agency personnel started to resign from the job. Do you know how many soldiers, can you remember the story as a journalist, where soldiers decamped from active service in the Nigerian army?
Yeah.
Do you know how many policemen dropped their uniform after the EndSARS? After that EndSARS, I've been saying that we have not helped the situation to heal the wounds for the agency. For the armed forces alone, do you know how many veterans that are suffering, that there is something they call debarment allowance? It's supposed to be paid to you as a military veteran. It will stop you from using your skill against the country that trains you. Now, the army has not given that priority. As I speak to you, young soldiers that left the army, they were not paid the debarment allowance. So you can't hold them responsible from using their skills, which is the only thing they have. So right now, my dear, we have a lot of fully trained and skillful criminal elements in the society. People that were once in one agency or the other. And you know, because after service is not comfortable, so many people, military generals, they come back to do politics. They come back to ask for positions in the government. What about those that can't get position in the government? What about those that can't have legitimate things to do like I am doing right now? Do you think if I am frustrated as a special forces personnel, what do you think I'll be doing in my village right now?
Doctor, the question Lami really asked was around inmates, not so much of, you know, security personnel, like inmates, like high network inmates that are inside the prison orchestrating some of these things. But you know what, because we're running out of time, Jennifer has one last question to ask.
Okay, so doctor, I'm going to come from the angle of documentation. Is that proper documentation for the inmates? I mean, they've all escaped as we speak, but do they have like an account stating the number of inmates who were properly sentenced and those who are still awaiting trial? If we go to the prison now and then we're asking for somebody, say, okay, we need Chiamaka something, is there a document stating that this person was detained here, this person was sentenced, and for this particular crime? Can they be accounted for?
I believe that they have those records. Let's look at the Benin prison break. You know that a lot of them has been recovered from the society. Okay? So I believe that the correctional centers, they have those records, and if they make them available, a lot of system is in place to recover those people from the society.
Okay.
But to chip in the correction on the other question is that in Nigeria, if you have drug cartels, their barons in detention, if you have political agitators in detention, if you have certain persons that are heading ethnic position and they are agitating against a sitting government in detention, such persons, like in America, we have what they call the Guantanamo Bay. You know, such persons should be put in a place where the security apparatus is at the highest level. So if we have certain persons like that in a prison, a correctional center, that will be walked over easily, then it's an oversight from the correctional center officers. So I agree with her, and I agree that there are some persons that are in detention. Let me also add that there are some criminals that were being taken to court, and the Black Maria was attacked on the road, and they were set free. So you can see that certain criminals that are high profile could also attract an attack on the prison, the correctional center.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Ohidevie, for your time with us this evening. We've really had an amazing time. Thank you so much, Doctor. All right, so Lami.
Thank you.
Lami, did you get your final question, the one from the WhatsApp, or I should just help you take it? Then I hear your final thoughts. Okay, so we need to be really worried about security issues. I'm just sad that the basic duty of government is security, and here we are. That's Udwak from Abia State. Then I think you have one last one.
Yeah, there is a comment from Wurola from Festac. She said, I fear there is more to these prison breaks. We really have to wake up and start looking at the political class doing their jobs.
Absolutely. Then Benson has sent in another comment. He says, the welfare of the agency is central to all issues we face today as a country, not House of Assembly welfare, which is political. Thank you so much, Benson, and thank you to everyone that contributed. So, Lami, let me just hear your final thoughts on this, because tomorrow we're actually going to continue security, but we're talking about it from the angle of what Ade sent, the Sheikh Abubakar Gumi's visit to Obasanjo, and what Nnamdi Kanu, the IPOB leader, is saying about, you know, that nobody deserves to be in jail if all these people are being rehabilitated and reintegrated back in the society. So everybody should be free. So can we say because of that, you now use one crime to cure another crime? But let me hear your final thoughts, Lami, on this. then we can now wrap up.
Okay, my final take is the judiciary has to sit up, because they're also complicit in this matter, where you find, that many people, 70% of, I don't have the data, but quite a number of people who are currently in prisons at this moment, and they are mere suspects. You have them there 10 years, 20 years. What do you think, if you think that their parents or their family members will have access to such, coordinated attack? Don't you think they would do it? So I think that the judiciary should also help in this matter. They need to decongest the prison.
Absolutely.
Set people free, especially if they're just misdemeanor, if they're just misdemeanor. Or
there are some people that don't even need to go into those places.
True.
Yeah.
True.
How about you, Jennifer?
I actually agree with...
Yeah.
I agree with Lami 100%, because every time I think of the prison, I think of the number of people who are actually innocent and have been there for a very long time and they've not been tried. I think I keep referring back to NSAS because it brought a lot of things to limelight, and where people said, that they now realized that when they found out that one of their brothers or sisters have been missing for a very long time, they were probably in the prison. All
right, so Mark O'Shea is still saying on YouTube, he says, why is Nigeria finding it hard to create a state policing? I mean, this is the question we've been asking, we keep asking, but we're going to continue conversation on security tomorrow. We'll still keep this, because this is actually a hot topic. All right, so Ways was birthed from the need to inform, inspire, and influence lives towards action. And this year, we started our CSR focus on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you're a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. And if you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways and follow us on all our social media handles, as this will be an all-year-round engagement. So tell your friends to keep all eyes on Ways. Thank you again, ladies. Thank you to our guests. All right, so in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. At the end of the day, the goals are simple. Safety and security, that's all we're asking for. So we'll see you live tomorrow. As I said, we're going to be discussing security again as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
This is the lounge, people, where some amazing ladies hold conversations about topics you would like to hear about. Today, we're talking about leadership. In this stage of my own life, my favorite pastime is to help the youth understand what leadership is all about and how leading in front is very important, whatever you're doing. So we'll be back with the conversation.
We are all here. This is the lounge. Fumi opened today. I caught her on the spot. Anything can happen here. And today we have somebody in the house who we are going to put on the spot, because I personally believe that is someone that has taken leadership in one sector of this industry, the sector I operate in, the media sector. His name is, who's going to introduce him now? Which of you? Fumi.
Femi Ayeni.
No, we like it when we have a guest on set, especially when he's a man. Because then we can, we can deal with him.
We can ask him questions that we really wonder about, but we don't have answers for, because we're female. So it's a left brain, right brain question.
No, and tell me, why are you standing there?
Well, because I want everybody to see the glory of this beautiful dress.
By the way, she's the youngest, so that's why she would say that.
No, but again, I mean, for the fact that Chisom is, young, but she's also taking some very important leadership roles. Tell me how, for you, for example, how leadership became a way of life, considering the fact that you took leadership through the things that you do.
Well, I had to learn on the spot, and I'm still learning on the spot. I mean...
You're even learning in this lounge.
I'm even learning in this lounge, So I've had to learn on the spot, having to take responsibilities as soon as they come your way, and you have absolutely no idea what you have to do.
That's leadership.
Yes. So I had people that would also want to know the outcome and the result of whatever it is that I've been asked to do. Like I handle model UN conferences. No. So like I handle model UN conferences, and I take top positions like being the Secretary General, faculty advisor, where I have to handle administrative issues and all of that. I have to report back to my directors. I have to report back to my chief of staff and all of that.
And this is not acting.
No, this is not acting. This is real. This is real.
Okay.
So this is real life. So having to do all of that requires that I have to learn on the spot. I have to read. I have to research. I mean, I don't think you can be a leader and not research. You have to do tons of research to get things done, because you hear different points of views about how things should be. And yeah.
Well, I think we should go the route. Should we go the route? Everybody just tell us what they think leadership means to them, Ifoma.
For me, leadership is about influencing behavior and attitude. And there's a proverb or adage that for me depicts the gamut of leadership. You can take a horse to the stream, but you can't force it to drink. And the job of the leader is to get the horse to drink.
Whether by force or by fire.
So you see, this is the thing. I figured out there are 4 things that will make the horse drink. One is that the horse is thirsty, which means that the person you're leading actually wants that thing. And so it's easier to lead that person. It's just to set the goals for them. The second is that the horse loves you, so loves the leader, and therefore wants to please the leader and will do what it is that they perceive the leader requires. So that will make a horse drink if it loves the owner. The third is that the horse is afraid of the owner, that it will beat it. It has experience of beating. It's fear. So that's leading with fear. And the fourth is that there's a reward. So the person is doing that thing. So you're leading the person by using a reward as the carrot. Maybe there's a salary. For example, there's a salary, and there's a really good salary. There are bonuses. There are bonuses,
children,
and so the person will do those things. And so it helps me center on the facts that you have to lead based on the motivations of the people you're leading and the kind of people you're leading. So there's not one simple style, but the important thing is that you influence behavior and attitude, however it is that you lead.
Did you do literally a debating society when you
I didn't.
What is down? She just did it.
I wish I had a note and a pen to jot down.
No, what do you think? I mean,
leadership is, for me, is a very wide, it covers like a very wide spectrum, because there are different areas in which people can take this opportunity, but I think it's taking responsibility to like she said, maybe influence people to do things, or even in your own life, to lead, to do things.
You can even lead yourself.
I'm telling you, there's so many times that you have to tell yourself, man, this is the right thing, you really should do this.
Okay.
So yes, that's
okay, I'm going to go to, I want to go to Fumi. But Fumi said something about, this is what I live for, because I know that sometimes people say, as you grow older, you're thinking about what you're... Sorry, Femi, you're here. I want you to feel comfortable. You didn't even offer Femi, do you want a drink or something?
No,
we could
fine,
give you
I'm
water.
fine,
Okay. Okay, so he says it's fine. Please
Okay,
open my
just
wine.
put this.
You
can have this after.
Okay, Fumi, tell me what in thinking of putting back into the youth, what is driving you to make leaders or to be a leader?
I definitely have to be a leader to make leaders. So I know that my own behavior is going to brush off on them. But generally, leadership is about you looking for certain outcomes in people. And how you get those outcomes by your own behavior. Because leadership is about you before the people you're leading. It is your own behavior. You need to get the respect of the people that you are leading. So respect is important. The outcomes are important. If you don't get those outcomes, you're just there making all... However, you could actually get your outcomes without leadership. And that is the fear.
What do you mean without leadership?
You
can influence people without being or...
Informers talked about fear, talked about sticking it. You could get outcomes, but you would not have impacted leadership on the people you are leading.
And I think that's a very good point, because that seems to be the challenge we have nationally.
Yes.
A lot of people, because there are two things that a true leader must have, and the first thing is character. Before competence. So a lot of people will look at the competence, you look at the list of skills and abilities, and take that and forget the character of the person. So I could be a thief and lead a whole group of people because I know what they need to do, but my character is nothing to go by. So I would fail. The full test, I will fail it.
No, but you're being a leader as well. You're still being a leader. You're leading people
but if you lead with fear, you don't grow the next, like she said, you don't grow the next generation properly. You don't influence.
Let's bring in Femi at this point in time. I said at the intro that I brought him in because of the leadership. By the time Femi began what is called today Ultima Studios, there was nothing like that. Were you worried when you took the franchise for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire all those years ago?
I was worried, but also I guess sometimes ignorance is bliss. I didn't realize that nobody could do such a thing in Nigeria. If I had known that my role as an executive producer was not just to say, okay, produce this program for me, I probably would have hesitated. But I didn't, because I thought, Nigeria, we should be able to produce millionaire. When I got here, I realized that you have to basically do everything and lead, to ensure that it could happen.
But beyond that also, one of the things you've been able to do is to think of other programs that can help. How difficult is it to be in an industry where you're trying to be a leader, but, it's tough? Do you not pull back and...
Well, sometimes it's difficult because you can't do everything that you want to do. Yeah, there's so many programs you want to do, but because you have to be involved and you have to lead, by example, you can't do everything. So you have to take one at a time.
Which is the point. Leadership can be difficult.
Very difficult in this environment.
It's actually difficult.
Yeah, but isn't it what she says, paying forward, as in making sure that you raise leaders, so it makes it easier for you to be you?
Oh, which is why we keep trying to, groom others. We keep trying to train people. We train for the industry, we train for ourselves, because we know that if there are enough people to play other roles, then I don't have to do so much.
How easy has that been?
It's not been easy.
I was going to say
it's not been easy at all.
One of the issues that we have concerning leadership, I think...
When you say we, you're talking about
the youth?
Youth and basically the society. I'm saying this because of what I've experienced so far. I think one of the issues we have is separation of power in leadership. Like, there's just one person doing literally everything. You're directing, you're coordinating, you're supervising, you're doing literally everything because you feel like the next person can't get it as much as you.
So is that more like the, what you call absolute power being in just the leader?
Because again, you've tested people and realized that they are just not living up to expectation.
That's shocking.
So you have to...
So is that bad?
Because the educational system has really failed. Let's go back to this country, because again, that's part of my passion, is that, look, I keep thinking, what are we leaving behind? As some of us are now turning 60. We want to leave this place worse than we met it. If you look at the secondary schools you went to, you then realize that the educational system is really bad. So if you don't have those basics, it's difficult to then groom other leaders properly.
It's a perfect time for me to go a break, because I want people to understand that they have to advertise on this show. I must shop, go to the market, I'll be right back. What kind of leaders are we going to get from the kind of system that we have? Don't go away.
We're back in the lounge and we're talking about leadership. And there was a point that Dion made that I'd like to start from. The idea that a leader must always have positive values. That is not always the case, because armed robbers, they have a leader. And I think there's also integrity among thieves. Yes, because if they say that if we get 1 million, I get 50% of it, and he divides it that way, he has integrity as a leader. It may not be the value system we're looking at, but if we're talking about leadership generally, then I think it's important that we recognize that there are some people who are leading with the wrong value system.
So those are bad leaders.
So they're bad. No, they're leaders nevertheless. I'm not even qualifying right now. They're leaders nevertheless, but they're not leading in the way that we want. They must have qualities that make people follow them and behave as they say. So it's a matter of translating that into doing good things, because it means that they're leaders,
that's when we're going
but leading in the wrong way.
Shift it to development. Yeah. But the point is,
yes.
you know,
I feel like a lot of people stumble into leadership, so therefore they're actually not prepared for... So, for instance, someone demands from me stuff that they cannot or are incapable of doing themselves. So it's hard for me to follow somebody that I see that... For instance, you're asking me for integrity, and you're the most
on integrity,
and I'm thinking and you're demanding it with such audacity. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I see what you do, I see you.
I don't quite get it though. I think there's some examples to make me understand what you're saying. I don't understand it.
Okay, for instance, I worked with somebody where he would say, cut corners, help me do this or help me do that. But when he's talking to me directly and he's talking about, no, we need to do this, and I'm thinking, did you forget that we had a conversation prior to this? And
she's talking about formal leadership as opposed to informal leadership. Exactly. You know that so there's a person who...
Do you teach leadership classes?
No, I don't, but I've lived long enough to see different kinds of leadership and to know that every single person is a leader in some way or the other. But you see, what it is you can have a person who has the authority to lead, but they're not leading because they're not good leaders, so people won't do what they say. But if they have the power to punish you, then you're using fear to make them do what it is you want. So you're talking about the formal leader.
Leadership.
But in many places, there are informal leaders who actually influence the outcomes. They don't have the authority, but they're the ones who tell people what to do.
I think that's probably why you're doing what you're doing, trying to train leaders, you know.
Yes,
so people don't become accidental leaders.
I since found out that a lot of young people are doing things. They are starting up things, and they are believing in themselves to want to achieve things.
We can see an example in the house.
Yes. However, how prepared are they? You see, teaching leadership is actually hard work. Like Femi said, teaching leadership is actually difficult because it's very easy for you to think, okay, I want my outcomes. As long as I get my outcomes, like in his job, I don't need to develop these people if they won't come along willingly. However, I am believing that because young people are doing so many things, we need to let them understand the integrity that comes with leadership, how they are going to affect. That should come with leadership, and the end kind of outcomes they're looking for. In the break, I was talking to Femi and I was saying, I've just been invited onto something to speak, and then all of a sudden they're talking about money. And last night, I found it difficult to write the email I needed to write to them. Not because I couldn't help them with the kind of amount of money they were.
Oh, okay, they asked you to speak and they were asking for money.
Money.
They invited you as a leader.
Yes.
And they thought you should pay to come and speak as a leader.
So last night, I actually spent time.
They didn't tell her before?
Yes. So I spent time to write. I had to come to the position of an elder to say, what I'm saying to you is not about me giving you money. It is what is wrong in what you're doing. And I am very pleased. That's why more people should make the effort. Because I'm pleased they've come back to me, and I can see that they took my point.
I would like Chisom and maybe you, to explain why the young seem to assume that leadership means money, or leadership means
having money,
access to money. Or access to money.
Did you find it strange, for example, young people invited her to speak and they're asking her to pay to be there?
No, I don't.
After going to university, you know.
Because there's a misconception. Yes, we young people, we have a misconception. We think money is the value. When we have money, then that's we just use it to do whatever it is. But then I always say to my team, to myself, that, hey, you Chisom, the bigger the value, the bigger whatever it is you're asking for. It could be financial resources, it could be money, it could be whatever it is. And I think one of the reasons why we do this is because everybody,
the young.
Yes. We literally have turned ourselves to civil societies on our own, where we could just ask for things without having to go the longer route. Other people say that, if they had to do something, they probably went to the bank to ask for a loan
So you're
or
saying that
something
you don't
of
do
that
the
sort.
process.
So yeah, so
Yes.
so
The young
these
don't
are
think
like the
about
new
process
frontiers of getting funds or getting things. If I get across to Mrs. Fumi, I could ask her for funds, and I'm sure she'll definitely give it to me because she's going to be one of the speakers of my event or something of that sort. So I don't think we're at that phase where we want to pass the rights or the former routes because we think we found a new route to...
A faster route.
But
a faster route.
Of leadership,
Absolutely.
It's a failure of generation. It's a failure of leadership.
Yeah, because I was going to say, when I was young, I worked. I worked from the age of 13.
They work now?
Yeah, no. I worked early. Every summer, we didn't just sit down. We were made to work. My mother had several businesses. My father was an accountant. So he made me do the books. I love figures now. And I didn't go to any school of accounting. I could figure out very easily what's wrong. So I'm an administrator. I use that skill. So I done the process. So being able to lead is easier. But I insist that they do the process.
Yes.
I do not like leaders who just
to be
appear
honest,
because they have charisma.
I think that it also has to do, maybe with my age, I also see that maybe growing up, the people that we look at as leaders are people that have done well. So sometimes
define well.
Okay, so let me give you an instance. In families, we all have families, and there's this uncle or there's this person that is successful, quote and unquote. Is rich.
Thank you.
Who's rich? Quote and unquote. And somehow,
You'll be my mentor.
and somehow that person assumes the position. So you see people saying, "Oh, I want to be like this person or this person," but the person doesn't necessarily instill values in you. But because this person has been successful in their field, we sort of mistake it for a leadership position, and we're trying to get something from the person.
So it
yes,
goes back to
money
saying that it's a failure of the old people. Yeah. So Femi,
failure of leadership. The young people have seen politicians make money overnight. It starts from there. Those in government who, frankly, have no business being there are the ones that they first see on TV. And this is somebody that a year ago wasn't doing anything. Suddenly, he has several cars and he has even a convoy. So they see the wrong people making money so easily, so quickly, and they then decide that, look, that's the best way, that's the right thing to do. So those values, that's the easiest. So values are completely upside down.
So it goes
those
back
of
to
us in our generation have
and
the way I put it is that we've abandoned governance to the worst of us. I don't want to get too controversial on your show, but that's the truth. And so when the young people see those people, and they see that there are no consequences to the fact that they've just quickly made so much money and not the bad behavior.
Well, it's okay. This is leadership in public spaces. What about leadership at homes?
That's why
you're raising little kids now. I don't know what kind of little kids you're raising.
That's why
how difficult or easy it is.
Parenting is obviously very key in this whole scheme. Fathers, people will come out and criticize how children turn out, or we see adults now, and we know that it's a failure from when they were born. It's not something that they started to do.
Absolutely. If people are fighting in the...
I can give you a very good example.
She was just going to land.
Yeah, so if as a father or as a mother, you have seen, all the loopholes, and you have to make it deliberate, I feel like you have... Because think about it, as parents, the people that we see that are... Anybody that has been successful is someone that we make our children. Sometimes I have uncles that are not recognized, not because they don't... When I speak to them, now that I'm older and I speak to them, I'm like, wow, this man is actually deeper than I ever thought he was. But then because he doesn't have money or he's not that person, I've never ever thought of having to sit down. Exactly, he's not recognized.
Doctor, just doing his job.
I mean, in those days, just being a professor was enough. Things change. Now, even if you're a professor, there's no kudi in your pocket. Forget it. You can't tell me what to do.
So you're saying that, so you have to, quote unquote, make a mark with some kind of wealth to be considered a leader now.
To be noticed as a public leader.
Most of the young people are concerned. It has to money decides almost everything.
So it's down to, I think it's down to the media at the end of the day. Because these people are public because they are promoted. Exactly. They probably can afford to be promoted. Those that can't be promoted, you don't know what they've done, who's giving awards. All kinds of awards exist.
And we know that,
they people pay. And people pay for those awards.
Like they were trying to make you pay now.
Yes, and the statement I use, I have never paid to be shown. I do not need to be shown. So I am happy not to. But they've come back, I must say, for them.
No, but if they had told you from the beginning that they want to do this and you should give them money, it's a different case.
It's a different case. It's like taking you on the bridge
to give them money.
midway through if you want to end in the other. Oh, but they got it with the wrong person. Another thing I want to say about what you said about, is it just the public space or home? I am saying that a lot of young people are coming up with an entitlement
mentality. So
how
did it happen?
Who gives it to them?
Who gives it to
which
them?
Makes you correct.
Yes.
That's from home. Yes. That's not from the public space. You know, when a young person thinks I can graduate, not work, arrange summits, and Adeswa is coming to speak, and I can ask her for money, and I'm entitled to getting that money. It's
Chisom, you have to chip in here because Chisom is 20. I know, for example, your father couldn't have taught you entitlement because he didn't get entitlement. Her father started business as a bus driver. True or false?
True.
I mean, and he's raised kids that are... So do you buy into this entitlement thing and parents being responsible for the kind of children that they raise?
Yes, I feel like parents are responsible for the kind of children they raise, but I would slightly disagree with the entitlement coming from the family per se. I still think it comes from the public because, yes, to a certain extent, because let's not forget that there's something called peer pressure, regardless of whichever age or which family you're from or something of that. So when you come outside and then you hear people say that, oh, XYZ person is achieving this or that in this manner, you just feel like, you know what, I can do it. Like, we hear it in the media. We hear it.
Do you know what I told my children about peer pressure?
Absolutely.
I heard about peer
It's
pressure.
back to the family.
Do you know what I used to say to my children? Yes. I used to say to them, can you be the peer that pressures the other one?
Yes, you be the pressure.
It's true. So why must you be pressured from outside?
The issue about pressure and other influences is because in this internet age, there's so much influence from everywhere else. Yes, that parents and parenting has to even do a lot more to ensure that pressure, doesn't get
as a man, because there's an unspoken thing that men are not that involved in parenting. So we're all ladies here. So how do you involve yourself on that level? How did you do that with your children?
Before we take that, though, I think we should establish basic facts here. We have already said that leadership is about taking somebody to
influencing
horse,
behavior.
taking the horse to the river, and making the horse to certain things. And leadership can be public or private, right?
Yes.
Formal, informal.
Formal or informal. But there's a dearth of leadership, especially among the younger ones, and we are all worried about it.
Yes.
The storm is over. Is it? Is it ever over? Storms are part of life. They come and go. The plan is to build your wealth to withstand stormy days. And to do that, you need partners. Partners that understand what it means to build wealth that lasts.
Meristam. Let's grow wealth for you.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in a Tiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Forcemen named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
A Plus News Now tonight. Gunmen attack correctional facility, police headquarters in Imo free more than 1,800 inmates. As Mozambique's military retakes Palmer town from Islamic militants. President Vladimir Putin signs law that could keep him in Kremlin until 2036. Many thanks for joining us on Plus News Now. I am Justin Akadole. Imo State Governor Senator Hope Uzodinma has condemned in strong terms the attack by gunmen at the police command headquarters at the Correctional Service Center in Owerri, describing it as barbaric. Uzodinma expressed his displeasure after the State Security Council meeting at the Government House, Owerri, where he assessed the level of damages. The governor, who had earlier visited the two facilities in the company of heads of security agencies in the state, said the attack was to instill fear and make the people more vulnerable.
This level of gangsterism that often takes life is not acceptable by any government. After all, what is government? Government, the primary purpose of government is the protection of lives and property. And I don't think that there will be any reasonable government that will sit back, watch this type of thing happen without taking drastic measures to address them. So we already know the activities of these hoodlums is coming on the increase. And the government will rise to the occasion. Security agencies will provide the appropriate synergy and will also rise to the occasion and ensure that this thing is brought to an end. Last count, what I know is a total 1,800 and something inmates in the facility. Some of them were released. Most of them are coming back. I'm sure the authorities are still working to take a complete enumeration of those people that came back, those people that were arrested, and then those people that escaped. Once the records and everything is proper and available, I'll make it known to you.
Also, President Muhammad Buhari has described the attacks on the Owerri Custodial Center and Police Command headquarters in Imo State as an act of terrorism. He condemned the incident, which he said were insurgent attacks on the facilities in the Imo State capital. The president praised the initial response by the security guards and security forces for preventing greater loss of life and the destruction of public property. Meanwhile, the Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, says operatives of the Eastern Security Network were behind the attacks. Adamu condemned the alleged act by the security arm of the proscribed IPOB. The group has, however, denied carrying the onslaught. The IGP has ordered the immediate deployment of additional units of police mobile force and other police tactical squads to the state to strengthen security and prevent further attacks on formations. Now, Biafran Nations League says that gunmen attacking police stations, offices and prisons may be an expression of anger over the killing, harassment and extortion by security personnel across the country. The group said this while flaying the Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, for concluding that members of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB and the Eastern Security Network ESN carried out the attack in Owerri. The Deputy National Leader of the BNL, Ebuta Akko Takon, made this known in Igam, Cross River State on Monday, other than that the IGP concluded without an investigation. Now, security agencies have launched a massive hunt for 1,884 inmates of Owerri Custodial Center, who escaped after the facility was attacked by gunmen this morning. 6 escaped inmates have returned to the facility, while 35 others did not escape during the attack. The attackers, who stormed the facility at about 2:15 a.m., gained entrance into the yard by using explosives on the administrative block. They were said to have arrived at the center in their large numbers in several Hilux pickup vans and Sienna buses armed with sophisticated weapons, and immediately engaged the security personnel on duty in a fierce gun battle. They eventually detonated the explosives to gain entrance. The spokesman, NCOS Francis Enobere, says the Acting Controller General of the Correction Center, John Mrabure, has ordered a comprehensive investigation into the incident and, in collaboration with other security organizations, commenced the search and recovery operations to recapture the fleeing in it. The proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has denied responsibility for Monday's attacks on the Imo Police Headquarters and Correctional Center. Its Media and Publicity Secretary, Emma Powerful, said the attacks were not carried out by operatives of the Eastern Security Network, ESN, after reports surfaced that named IPOB and ESN as organizers of the attacks. Powerful said, quote, "It is not our mandate to attack security personnel or prison facilities. IPOB was formed on principles of peace and we are still on it." End of quote. Meanwhile, soldiers have taken over the Okigwe roundabout and roads leading to the correctional center, diverting traffic flow. Now, joining us to talk more on the attack is the CEO of August Eye Security Limited, Ambassador Roy Ohideve, who joins us via Zoom. Good evening to you, Ambassador Ohideve. Many thanks for joining us on Plus News Now.
Good evening, Justin. It's always a pleasure. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Loud and clear. Now, the police has come out to say that from preliminary reports, a group, the Eastern Security Network, is to be blamed for this attack. What is the implication of this direct attack on a security formation?
Okay, thank you very much. You see, what we are playing with here is it's a double situation of vulnerability, because we can see how the Boko Haram grew into the terror group that they are now, you know, and this set of people that are saying they are IPOB and they are not connected to the attacks are also not the same set of people that are under the ESN that have been parading videos of armed men in training in forest areas, and that preceded this series of attacks. So we have now seen that there is a kind of command and control dilapidation in the IPOB and the ESN network. We can now see that there is a terror angle that is growing up from the agitation, the general agitation of Biafra. So we have advised that the government should be careful in the way they handle these situations and should make sure that the paraphernalia of government is strengthened. The police should be strengthened. The military should be strengthened. That is the only way the government can take control of governance.
All right, now, from a security consultant point of view, tell us what you make of this situation. We have seen similar incidents, that's jailbreaks in Imo, Abia, Ebonyi, and Anambra in recent past, including Edo State during EndSARS. What does all of this imply?
Well, it's unfortunate that the government does not put into perspective possible breaches on certain facilities that have security cognizance. Now, if you look at the EndSARS situation, we spoke about how to strengthen a correctional center, the lines of protection. It's not only the perimeter fencing that should be the line of protection. Even our correctional center should have an underground base where they can put in the prisoners against such attacks, and they cannot be accessible to the violators. You know, so we don't take proactive decisions, and we don't exigent on such decisions to see that they have quick closures to protect such facilities. We fail to understand that when such things happen, armed robbers, criminals, rapists, murderers, they are released into the society. And one area that I like to point out is that certain persons that stood as witnesses in court before these people were locked up, they are now very, very at risk. And these are the same criminals that will go and attack such people, just like we saw in the Edo State prison break, where some of the prisoners went to attack people that stood as witnesses that gave information and evidence against them. So we are trying to scare the public against helping the police.
All right, let's say this is a follow-up to what you just mentioned in passing. 1,844 inmates are on the loose. Several of them serving different jail terms, some of them even hardened criminals. So what is the implication of this, especially on the innocent and law-abiding residents, and just how should the security agencies handle the situation?
Yeah, in the first place, I would like to mention that I'm very, very disappointed on iPod and ESN if they have anything to do with this after full investigations, because they purport to protect and advance the Biafra dream. They purport to advance peaceful cohabitation of Easterners, Igbos. So if you do this, you have unleashed mayhem into the society. As I speak to you, the police and the armed forces, they are more concentrated on protecting themselves, because you can see policemen and soldiers being killed like just cultist fights on the street. So definitely their protection now, their number one protection will be for themselves. And so many of their logistics have been dilapidated. So how do you come to report now that there are criminals in your estates, in your communities, in your society? How do you come to say there's increased criminality after the jailbreak? Because the policing system was also attacked. So it's unfortunate, and we advise people to continue to enhance community policing, community security, community resilience should be given a major factor. Everywhere that we have people cohabiting, they should build a security system that will be very, very independent of government control and must have correlation with government agencies. They can use private security agencies also, but definitely community resilience must come into play at this exposure.
All right, good thing you've mentioned community resilience. Now, from what we hear, there is a growing tension seen around the southeast region. Specifically, we hear from Abia State that Okigwe roundabout and the road leading to the correctional center in Abia State, have been cordoned off. Do you really think there should be a regional security outfit like Amoteco, like we have here in the southwest?
Well, you brought it up. I've been escaping from mentioning that Amoteco and any regional security system or network or structure, whatever you want to call it, its first point of call is to have a very strong cohesion with government security agency, because it's only through the government security agency that such security structure can penalize criminals. It's only through handing over criminals and evidence to the police that you can prosecute someone through the judicial system. So if we have Amoteco and all of them, and they don't have cohesion with the current security structure that we have, it will be difficult for them to apprehend and take people, criminals, suspects, through the criminal justice system. Now, another thing that you need to know is that such bodies should not come and begin to present a combative posture. They must go strongly into intelligence gathering, into deterrence, into increasing community policing strategy, into data gathering, into communicating with the people, the understanding that there must be synergy. And it's only in that situation that they can deliver the security system that they promise.
All right, finally, before we let you go, Ambassador Hideve, we hear that the Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, says operatives of the Eastern Security Network, are behind it. He said it emphatically, even though we hear that there are just preliminary investigations done. So far, now, we also heard that he has ordered immediate deployment of additional units of police mobile force. What else should they be doing in the interim to make sure that residents of Imo State, sleep with both eyes closed?
Yeah, I will agree and disagree with the IG. Now, the first thing I will agree with is the statement of the IG that these attacks are coming from the ESN and the iPod. You remember that certain persons have been arrested, and you remember that confessional statements were made, even on TV. Certain persons confessed that they were members of ESN and they were sent to destabilize security network. So the IG making that kind of statement is based on evidence that are before him. So if IPOD thinks otherwise, if IPOD thinks that it's a campaign of calumny against the fight for Biafra, then I expect that they should join forces with the government to reveal the identities of these violent extremists that are taking this kind of attacks to the agencies. Then I want to disagree with the IG for sending additional mobile force to the east. You know, every time we do reactive measures, we have said that the police should concentrate on recruitment. The police should recruit diligent and patriotic citizens. They are available. You know, so many graduates that read criminology for about 4 years in the university, they are walking the street jobless. So many of them are into criminal profiling. So many of them are in physical security. All universities have them. Take their database, give them a short orientation because they have done 4 years in the university, and let them become part of our fighting force. Educated graduates, hungry for loyalty, hungry to serve the people, hungry to express the security they have learned in the university, a Nigerian university, for 4 years. This will reduce the economic impact on the government for the recruitment. And those are the kind of people you should be sending right now to populate such areas and begin to deliver on securing the people.
Thank you so
I
much.
disagree on that.
Thank you so much. Indeed, your comments have been noted. We have been speaking with the Chief Executive Officer of August Eye Security Limited, Ambassador Roy Ohidebe, who joined us via Zoom. Many thanks once again.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on now. Following the attacks by gunmen on the Imo State Police Command headquarters and the Owerri Correctional Prison, the governor of Abia State, Okezie Ikpeazu, has imposed a curfew on Aba and Umuahia communities. Now, the curfew becomes effective immediately between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. daily till further notice, according to the State Commissioner for Information, John Kalu. Abia is bordered by Imo to the west. Scores of vehicles were raised around 1 a.m. on Monday when gunmen attacked Owerri and freed at least 1,500 inmates. The hoodlums also freed the suspect in almost all the cells at the State Criminal Investigation Department of the command. Now, in other news, the Nigerian Air Force has dismissed report from one of the national dailies that the wreckage of the missing NAF Alpha jet has been found in Bama in Borno State. The Director of Public Relations and Information, Nigerian Air Force, Air Commodore Edward Gapquet, in a statement described the publication as unfortunate and misleading. The report, which quoted an authoritative military source, was not only misleading, but also or absolutely at variance with known efforts of the journalism profession, as the medium never made efforts to contact the NAF to verify the story before the said publication. Well, staying with security matters, the latest is that 5 of the 39 students abducted have regained freedom. That's in Kaduna State. Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs in the state, Samuel Aruwan, said the 5 students returned on Monday afternoon and were taken to a military medical facility for examination. The assailants stormed the school very early in the morning with the intention to abduct many students in what can be described as a silent attack. The operation was, however, thwarted by soldiers who promptly responded to a distress call and engaged the bandits in a fierce gunfight. Now, contrary to Kaduna State government's stand not to negotiate with bandits, parents of the 39 abducted students from Federal College of Forestry Mechanization have vowed to go ahead with negotiations with the bandits to secure the release of their children. The Kaduna State government earlier on Sunday vowed to prosecute anyone caught negotiating with bandits on its behalf, maintaining the earlier position that it will not pay any ransom or negotiate with bandits but wipe them out. In reaction to this warning by the state government, Chairman of Afaka Parents Association, Samuel Kambai, on Monday said the parents would do anything possible to get the children out of captivity, including negotiating with the bandits, no matter the consequences. And now to Adamawa State, where a community has accused the state government of negligence and called for more youth inclusiveness. The leader of the delegation announced this in Yola during a press briefing where he drew the attention of the state government to caution some PDP stakeholders that always work against the interests of the party. He, however, said major steps need to be taken as a matter of urgency before it will be too late.
To set up a committee that will go around and collect some of the underlying problems caused by some few individuals in Lamudi. We require for more government presence in Lamudi as in the area of infrastructural development and provision of basic amenities. We are requesting for youth inclusivity in governance, as the old order have observed almost all appointments falling and discarded from the youth.
According to the leader of the group, they need serious orientation in the community that will be of paramount importance to the people at the grassroots. He, however, called for party officials to sit up and for the betterment of the party come 2023 election.
And don't fact that the people for whom the governor entrusted with positions of power from our area have totally disconnected with us. We, the youth of Lamudi, have been relegated to the background, and as such, the people we look up to in government have decided not to carry us along. It came to a point where we lost touch with the government activities due to the negligence from the top functionaries from Lamudi. In fact, even the monthly stakeholders meeting directed by the governor to always fall in each local government area has not been shifted to Yola.
Now, 2 persons have been caught while carrying out smear campaign against President Muhammad Buhari in Lokoja, the Kogi state capital. It was further alleged that they were painting buildings and carrying posters with inscription that Buhari must go. Confirming the incident, the Kogi State Commissioner of Police, Ayuba Ede, said people have the right to protest. It must be done lawfully without inciting the public. Meanwhile, the Kogi State government has condemned campaigns by some individuals against the president. The Commissioner for Information and Communication, Kingsley Fanwo, in a statement on Monday, alleged that the youth who were sponsored congregated at Benue State from where they moved to Kogi State and began to paint walls as well as display anti-Buhari posters that were printed in a South-South state. And now to education. The federal government has invited the Academic Staff Union of Universities to an urgent meeting. Director, Press and Public Relations, the Federal Ministry of Education, Bem Gung, announced the parley. Gung said the Education Minister, Adamu, will chair the meeting on the union's threat to embark on another round of strike. The emergency meeting is to hold tomorrow, the 6th of April, at 11 a.m. in the ministry's headquarters in Abuja. ASU had called off a 9-month-old strike in January last year. In March, the body accused the government of refusal to implement some agreement reached with it. Now, for Christians in Lagos, Easter this year is a different one, with worshippers battling the after effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. The senior pastor of House on the Rock, Paul Adefarasin, says Christians do not have to fight for victory, but from a position of victory, because of the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Vivian Oguche has more.
From tracing the steps of Jesus along the Via Dolorosa, which is the path of suffering, to processions and plays showing the death of Jesus, Christians have been counting down to Easter, the most important festival in the Christian calendar.
is alive again.
In Lagos, worshippers expressed joy despite the after effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Pastor Paul Adefarasi of House on the Rock says because Jesus Christ rose again, Christians can count on being triumphant no matter the challenge.
His suffering was his secret weapon. The root of the resurrection is the crucifixion. The fruit of the crucifixion is the resurrection. We're talking about being rooted in Christ. Do you know that all the mess in your life has been subjected to a program called the DNA seed of God? That once you are planted or buried in your mess, it will turn your mess into your message. It will turn your pain into your power. It will turn your misery into your ministry. It will turn your mourning into dances. Your ashes will become your place of beauty.
Easter means different things to different Christians, but it all points to victory.
A lot of people were doubting that I wasn't Jesus.
If Jesus Christ had not risen up from the dead, we would not be here today. The rising of Jesus Christ is what bettered Christianity.
You know, he brought joy to the world.
We are celebrating that victory that God gave us over the power of death.
Courtesy the Resurrection Day initiative, people are given gifts to celebrate Easter as they leave the church premises, with an admonition to keep the faith alive. Vivian Oguche for Plus TV, Africa.
Now, days after his death, wife of Yinka Odumake Jill has continued to receive friends and allies of her late husband. Plus TV Africa correspondent Kayode Ladende spoke with the human rights activist, and she shared his last moments and the effort battling COVID-19 complications.
For those close to the couple, Yinka and Joe Odumake, it has been many years of social and political activism and limelight. Little is known about their romance. This death has rather brought to the open the deep bond they shared for about 24 years.
A Herculean task, sharing my last moments with my comrade, my better half. The whole, thing started around March 8th. One of the reasons why I kept it, to my chest is that I had wanted Nika himself to tell the story, because that would be better and that would be sweeter. He's always asking for his iPad. He wants to write. And I know it will be soothing for him, and I was looking forward to that. So a day before this tragic incident, honestly, I never believed that Yinka would meet him at Alagbon and being there together and knowing how Yinka is. Because it's so difficult for me to start using past tense for him. I mean, after being together for 24 years.
She narrates her husband's continued battle with COVID-19 complications and his resilience to see a new Nigeria in spite of his deteriorating health conditions.
And he has a series of appointments that he wanted to make. But unfortunately, he went to his, he went to his physiotherapist, and then found out that his oxygen level had dropped to 70-something, but he still left and went for those meetings. I was called. I followed him up. After following up, the doctor had, after attending to him, found that he had COVID, and then he was transferred to Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Isolation Center. The next day, his oxygen dropped a bit, so we had to move to mainland hospital. That's yes, Ayaba. But all the medication were given to him, and after a few days, he was tested. It was positive. Then thereafter, after a few days again, it was tested. It became negative.
Some friends and allies recount Yinka's principled stand on the state of the nation and the need to uphold the legacy.
We lost a pillar in the struggle that I don't think we can get it back in a very short time, and make sure that we that still remain on heart continue where it stopped the struggle.
It was a great shock because we never heard of him being sick, and there was no inkling that he's even, bedridden under whatever condition. I decided to come on behalf of the Corps Marshal and the entire family of Federal Safety Corps to come and, console her as one of us, and to also pray that God will take care of those that are left behind.
Until his death, it was very vociferous against the headsman menace and the quest to have a restructured Nigeria, giving more power to federating units to develop at their own pace. Kayode Ladende, Plus TV Africa.
Now, the ESA of Warri Kingdom Johnson Aseronlege has announced the death of the 20th Olu of Warri, Ogame Ikenwole. The announcement was followed by 20 cannon shots, signifying that 20 Olus had reigned so far. Thereafter, the ESA pronounced the mourning period of 3 lunar months throughout the Ishekiri nation, during which there shall be no drumming, dancing, or merrymaking of any kind anywhere, while all Ishekiri sons and daughters must tie their wrapper upside down for the duration of the mourning period. And Olu designate Prince Shola Emiko was announced and introduced to the people. Still ahead on Plus News Now. United Nations says tribal clashes in Darfur kill 40 people in 3 days. The details when we return.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It's always harder to justify a service than a good. If you walk into a store, a supermarket, you see something on the shelf is 2,100 naira. You're going to carry the thing to the counter and pay 2,100 naira. But I went to school. I studied law. My parents put me through school. I'm telling you, this is your amount. This is your fee. This is your professional fee. There's transport. There's logistics. There's so many things to consider. I've explained everything to you, but it's so difficult to justify a service.
Do you think it's something that has to do with this part of the world, or you think generally?
I think it's this part of the world. And it could also be, I've also learned that it could also be putting your foot down. I'm okay to say, okay, if you don't agree, that's fine. Because you have to know what you bring to the table. You know what the effort you're going to put in and the stress that it's going to take you. So if you've charged it appropriately and a client says no, it's okay if the client has to go somewhere else.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely.
Welcome back. You're still watching Plus News now to other parts of Africa. Kenya has hit out the United Kingdom after London ordered the East African country to its coronavirus travel red list. In a strongly worded statement, Kenya's Foreign Affairs Ministry said the decision was discriminatory and lacked logic and scientific knowledge of the disease or the spread of the pandemic. On Friday, the UK announced new travel restrictions against travelers from Kenya, saying it had established the South African coronavirus variant was fast spreading locally in the country. The decision means that Kenyans or anybody transiting through Kenyan airport is banned from certain food in the UK starting on April the 9th. On Sunday, Nairobi responded with its own measures banning passenger flights originating or transiting through UK airports for a month. A former Tunisian President Monsef Marzouki has called for early elections to help solve the political and economic crisis wrecking the North African country. He said the current situation could further erode the state's role and worsen the healthcare crisis and poverty. Tunisia has been gripped by a deep crisis since January the 16th, when Prime Minister Hichem Mechichi announced a cabinet reshuffle, but President Kais Saied refused to swear in the new ministers. The country, amid a major economic downturn exhibited by the coronavirus pandemic, has also seen protests in many regions. The United Nations says renewed tribal violence between Arabs and non-Arabs in Sudan's western Darfur region has killed at least 40 people in 3 days. The clashes erupted between the Arab Riziget and Masalit tribes in Jenin, the provincial capital of West Darfur province. It followed the deaths of 2 people from the Masalit. The clashes pose a challenge to efforts by Sudan's transitional government to end decades-long rebellions in areas like Darfur. Sudan is on a fragile path to democracy after an uprising led the military to overthrow long-time autocratic President Omar al-Bashir in April 2019. In outside Africa, now Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a law that could keep him in office in the Kremlin until 2036. The legislation allows him to run for 2 more 6-year terms once his current stint ends in 2024. It follows changes to the constitution last year. Those changes were backed in a public vote last summer and could allow Putin to potentially remain in power until the age of 83. He is currently serving his 2nd consecutive term as president and his 4th in total. A jail Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny says he has a temperature of 38.1 degrees Celsius and a bad cough, and that 3 out of 15 inmates in his prison unit have been hospitalized with suspected tuberculosis. Navalny, one of President Vladimir Putin's most prominent critics, has separately complained of acute back and leg pain and accused authorities of refusing him access to his chosen doctor and of declining to supply him with the right medicine. Now, Jordan's estranged prince Hamza said in a voice-recorded release on Monday that he would disobey orders by the army not to communicate with the outside world after he was put under house arrest and accused of trying to destabilize the country. The half-brother of King Abdullah and former heir to the throne said in a recording released by Jordan's opposition that he would not comply after being barred from any activity and told to keep quiet. While Prince Hamza is not seen as a direct threat to the king, his actions suggest he wants to shore up his position with the Jordanian public after being removed from the royal succession. Now, the U.S. Supreme Court has sidestepped a chance to further expand religious rights, turning away 2 cases in which employers accused companies of violating federal anti-discrimination law by insufficiently accommodating requests for time off to meet religious obligations. The justices declined to hear appeals by two men of different Christian denominations, a Jehovah's Witness from Tennessee and a Seventh-day Adventist from Florida, of lower court rulings that rejected their claims of illegal religious bias. Lower court found that the accommodations the men sought would have placed too much hardship on the employers. In a dissent, conservative justices Neil Gorsuch and Samuel Alito said the court should have taken up the case from Tennessee. Now, Turkey has detained 10 retired admirals for signing a statement supporting an 85-year-old maritime accord, and President Tayyip Erdogan said the document went beyond freedom of expression and implied a coup. The statement, signed by more than 100 former high-ranking Navy personnel, voiced concern that the Montreal Convention could be debated or abandoned after having played an important role in Turkey's security and past neutrality. Now, government officials responded by accusing them of conspiring against the constitutional order, and Erdogan said the statement was unacceptable given Turkey's history of military coup. Up next on Plus News Now. Pantami Emefiele settled banks MTN's dispute over USSD. And that's on business news after the short break. Stay with us.
Welcome to the business side of the news. I am Annetta Felix. The worth of the building materials exported from Nigeria dropped by 222.26 million naira, falling to 459.31 million naira in the fourth quarter of 2020, from 681.57 million naira recorded in the fourth quarter of 2019. The export data rose from 702.5 million naira in the fourth quarter of 2017 to 1.09 billion naira in the fourth quarter of 2018. In the quarter under review, the total merchandise trade in Nigeria stood at 9.12 trillion naira, representing 8.9% over the level recorded in the third quarter of 2020. But 9.9% lower when compared to the fourth quarter of 2019. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, announced this in its fourth quarter 2020 trade report. It added that the value of cement, asbestos, articles of stone, mica, and ceramic imported in the fourth quarter of 2020 stood at 31.07 billion naira. The value of trade in the fourth quarter of the year was the highest recorded over the past year, according to the NBS. 4 days after commercial banks disconnected customers from MTN Nigeria from the use of the unstructured supplementary service data, USSD code for airtime vending, the banks have reconnected them following the intervention of the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Issa Pantami, and the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele. On Thursday night, the banks had disconnected only MTN customers from accessing the USSD code on airtime vending from all channels linked to USSD code. According to the banks, they took the decision because MTN reduced the discount offered to banks on airtime sales from 4% to 2.5%. MTN's action did not go down well with the banks, who cited the cuts making the cost of managing the infrastructure and other operational costs they incurred as being unprofitable. Majority of MTN customers who accessed the code yesterday bought MTN airtime from their bank accounts. The equities market ended the first quarter of 2021 on a bearish note, with investors losing 628 billion naira following inflationary concerns and uptake in fixed income yields, among other market factors. After starting the year on a positive note, the equities market made a total reverse in February and sustained the mood to the end of March. Though the level of losses was much lower in March, the 2 months of consecutive losses resulted in a negative return at the end of the quarter. Consequently, the benchmark all-share index ASI fell by 3.04% to settle at 39,045.13 basis points from 40,270.72 points at the beginning of the year. The market capitalization of all listed equities closed lower at 20.428 trillion naira from 21.056 trillion naira at the beginning of the year. This represents a decline of 2.98%. The volume of dollars traded in the investors and exporters window of the foreign exchange markets, Forex, fell year-on-year to $3.7 billion in the first quarter of 2021, from $20.49 billion in the first quarter of the year 2020. However, while the year-on-year trend shows a huge decline, the month-on-month trend in the first quarter of this year is showing a steady rise. An analysis of transactions in the window showed that on a monthly basis, the turnover stood at $906.44 million in January 2021, from where it stood by 43% to $1.3 billion in February. The upward trend continued in March, rising by 15% to $1.55 billion. On weekly details, the transaction volume shows a consistent fluctuation over the quarter. In March, the window traded $267.62 million in the first week, and the turnover rose by 63% to $435 million in the second week, but down by 24% to $329.74 million in the third week. XRP, the seventh most valuable crypto asset by market value, is currently enjoying high pressure amid recent pullbacks seen in the price of the flagship crypto asset. XRP at the time of writing was trading at $0.71, up 20.25% for the day. It was the biggest one-day percentage gain since about 9 weeks ago. The move upwards pushed the crypto market value to about $32 billion, or 1.67% of the total crypto market value. At its highest, XRP's market value was pegged at $31.5 billion. XRP had traded in the range of $0.61 to $0.71 in the previous 24 hours. That's business news for you on Plus News Now. I am Anetta Felix. Thanks for watching.
And in entertainment, U.S. rapper and actor DMX is in serious conditions in hospital following a heart attack, says his lawyer Murray Richmond. Mr. Richmond told U.S. media he didn't know whether the heart attack was brought on by a drug overdose, as reported by reports. DMX has publicly battled substance abuse for years and spent several periods in rehab. He is seen as a hip-hop icon and has collaborated with artists including Jay-Z, Ja Rule, Eve, and LL Cool J, as well as appearing in films. The 50-year-old, whose real name is Earl Simmons, was taken to hospital in White Plains, New York, late on Friday evening. Mr. Richmond said, where he is surrounded by his family, that the father of 15, who is DMX, has served jail sentence in the past on charges including animal cruelty, reckless driving, drug possessions, and weapon possessions. Otherwise, we reach him a steady response. Moving on, 3 famous classical musicians, the Gonditchers, have been accused of sexual harassment. Jane Doe has come out to share her story. She alleged that she was raped by the late Ramakant Gonditcher, a famous classic Indian musician, while she was a student at his school in the central Indian state of Madhya Pradesh. Gonditcher died in November of 2019, but he and his brothers, Umakant and Akhilesh, have since been accused of sexual harassment and assault by female students of the music school. Over the course of a 3-month investigation, there has been multiple allegations against all 3 Gonditcher's brothers Umkant and Kalichich have denied these allegations. Canadian singer The Weeknd has donated the sum of $1 million, which is an equivalent of 450 million naira, to the relief efforts in Ethiopia. The music star made these donations known via his Instagram page on Sunday, April 4th of 2021, as part of a relief effort in Ethiopia, where an ongoing conflict between the government and the Tigray region has resulted in thousands of deaths and over 1 million displaced people. The UN World Food Programme said the crisis in Ethiopia coincided with the peak harvest period, leading to loss of employment and incomes, disrupted markets, a rise in food prices, and limited access to cash and fuel. This is just one of the numerous donations the singer has made in the last year. Recall in 2020, during the coronavirus pandemic, The Weeknd donated $1 million in COVID-19 relief, with $500,000 going to the Music Cares and $500,000 going to Ontario, Canada Hospital. Moving on, it was a big night for diversity at the Screen Actor Guild Awards, with actors from ethnic minorities winning all 4 individual film categories for the first time. The 27th SAG Award was held on Sunday as a virtual event. Viola Davis, Yo Young, Daniel Kaluuya, and the late Chadwick Boseman all triumphed in their categories. Aaron Sorkin's The Trial of the Seven Chicago won Best Ensemble Cast in a Motion Pictures, making history for Netflix. The Ensemble Prize is seen as the top of the honor at the SAG Awards in the absence of a Best Picture category. The Trial of the Chicago 7 retells the story of the notorious courtroom drama involving a largely unrelated assortment of political activists who were accused of inciting a riot at the 1968 Democratic National Convention in Chicago. And finally, in entertainment, Justin Bieber has never shied away from his Christian faith nor his love of God, and now he has made his most public declaration yet. Justin Bieber is giving his fans a very special Easter treat. The singer dropped Freedom, a surprise 6-track EP, on Sunday in honor of the holiday. Bieber announced the news via a minimalist post on social media Sunday afternoon, featuring just the word freedom against a black background. The unannounced arrival of the project is unique on a number of fronts, one of the most notable being that it landed with the launch frame of his chart-topping 7th secular offering, Justice. And that is how we wrap up entertainment news. The best in sports is coming after this. My name remains Ife Omai.
And now for sports. There was commotion at the Ogbemudia Indoor Sports Hall, the venue of kickboxing, at the 20th National Sports Festival, after officials asked athletes and fans to leave the venue in order to observe the COVID-19 protocols. The hall was filled to capacity after the gate was opened, as fans eager to watch the athletes fight rushed in, thus violating the rules and guidelines of the Nigerian Center for Disease Control. Officials were overpowered by the fans and had to call on the armed men of the Nigerian Police Force and the Security Task Force members who walked the crowd out of the gym. Meanwhile, the hall of residence provided by the organizers of the ongoing National Sports Festival was rejected by athletes and officials of Team Lagos. It was gathered that the team was initially offered Hall 4, but rejected it over the room's poor standard. One of the athletes stated that it took the intervention of their team management for the local organizing committee to replace their accommodation. A student at the University of Benin confirmed that Hall 4, nicknamed the headquarters of Beans, had aged toilets, bathrooms, and other facilities. Ahead of the 20th National Sports Festival, the Senate of the University of Benin had ordered students to vacate its halls of residence from April 1st. The university halls of residence were earmarked for the use of contingents coming for the festival holding in Benin between April 2nd and April 14th. Ekerekeme Agiomo will be the only Nigerian male wrestler at the delayed Tokyo 2020 Olympics after securing qualification to the global multi-sport showpiece on the final day of the Africa-Oceania Olympic qualifiers in Hammamet, Tunisia. Wrestling in the 86-kilogram freestyle event, the 2018 African champion produced 3 big wins to seal a first-ever Olympic berth. In his opening quarterfinal bout, Agiomo swept aside home favorite Maharagami 12-7 before slumming to a convincing 12-win against Australia's Jaden Lawrence in the last 4 and confirmed his place at the Tokyo Olympic Games. The multiple national champions made it an unforgettable experience by clinching gold in the final against Algeria's Fateh Befejala, courtesy of a hard-fought 7-6 victory. However, his compatriots, Ebikorenimo Wilson, 57 kilograms, Amos Daniel, 65 kilograms, Ogbonna John, 74 kilograms, and Susu Tamarao, 97 kilograms, all failed in their quest to secure Olympic spots in Tokyo. Liverpool made final preparations on Monday ahead of their UEFA Champions League quarter-final first leg against tournament's most decorated side, Real Madrid. The Reds are the reigning Premier League champions but have had a disastrous domestic season in the defense of the title as they currently languish in 6th position after the European places. Now, things could get worse in the league for Liverpool if the 2 teams below them, West Ham and Everton, win their games in hand, potentially leaving their best path to Champions League soccer next season through winning the tournament itself. Real Madrid is second in La Liga with qualification for next year's Champions League all but wrapped up, alongside league leaders Atletico Madrid, rivals Barcelona, and 4th-placed Sevilla, currently 12 points ahead of 5th-placed Real Betis. Real Madrid coach Zinedine Zidane ruled out on Monday playing Eden Hazard in Tuesday's home Champions League quarter-final first leg against Liverpool, saying he will not risk another injury setback for his club's record signing. Belgian Hazard, ravaged by injuries since joining Real from Chelsea in 2019, returned to training on Friday ahead of a schedule from his latest muscle problem, but played no part in Saturday's 2-0 win over Eibar. Hazard sustained 2 serious ankle injuries in his first season, with Real making only 20 starts in all competitions. He has had equally bad luck with injuries this campaign, facing 5 separate setbacks and making only 11 starts in all competitions, scoring 3 goals. Asked about Liverpool, Zidane said he expects a difficult match against the Reds and said their strength rely on the whole squad and not only the attacking trio of Mohamed Salah, Roberto Firmino, and Sadio Mane. He also praised their coach Jurgen Klopp. And that's all from the world of sports. My name is Wally Scott. Do have yourself a wonderful night rest.
And sports wraps it for us in Plus News. Now, just before we go, here is a recap of our major stories. We told you that gunmen have attacked correctional facility and police headquarters in Imo State, freeing more than 1,800 inmates. We also told you that Mozambique's military has retaken Palmer town from Islamic militants. And we brought you a report that President Putin has signed law that could keep him in Kremlin until 2036. And that's Plus News now. For more, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and on Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
For the most part, is a performing art form consisting of purposefully selected sequences of human movement, This movement has aesthetic and symbolic value in most cases, but here is someone to whom dancing is a form of self-expression. Today on Not Your 9 to 5, we meet Sarah Bolas, a biologist turned professional dancer.
My name is Sarah Bolas, and I run the Society for the Performing Arts in Nigeria, of which I am the person, the chairperson and the overseer. So actually, I graduated in 1994 with a biology major and also went on to study public health as a master in the University of Texas School of Public Health. So Houston Baptist University as a biologist major, and then after that it was public health, epidemiology, and I did an epidemiology study on lead poisoning. My work experience has always been surrounded between a lot of sciences and biology major and everything. I worked for the Red Cross in Burkina Faso. I also traveled in Lebanon where I did an epidemiologic study on lead poisoning, which I formed a thesis out of it. And when I came here to Lagos, when my father bought SCOA Nigeria PLC, I worked at Kirikiri in the logistic department, doing all the clearing of the containers. And then I opened La Pointe Supermarket in 1997 and ran the supermarket also for many years. So I'm still the owner of La Pointe Supermarket, it's still there. Other people are running it, but I'm still behind the scene. I believe that when you have a spiritual experience, like I did in 2000, you search for something more than just what is available to you, what is under the norm, accepted as is. And so I was praying, and I had a very strong spiritual experience with Christ in the year 2000. I was a Jubilee child, and then I went and started with my Bible study. And in 2003, I was looking for more. So I was asking God, show me more. I am not happy. And then at that point in time, there was a lady who came from South Africa, and she was with us in the Bible study, and she told us, you can hear the voice of God. So we were looking at her like, the woman is crazy. But we still had like this kind of skepticism. Then she divided us into 3 groups. Then she came to my group and she sat with me. I was petrified. I said, oh my God, I asked for something. I hope it's not going to happen today. I was like kind of like rebellious about it. And so, boom, she looks at me and said, Sarah. So she was asking me, this was an exercise. Be calm, be settled, close your eyes and hear what thoughts are coming to you about this person and ask God to tell you something about this person. So we did the whole round. Everybody was saying something. Actually, thoughts were coming. And suddenly she comes to me and she says, Sarah, and I said, yes. Out of the blues, she doesn't know me. She doesn't know me. She just came from South Africa. Her name is Una. Do you dance? And I looked at her and I said, yes, I dance in parties. No, actually, do you dance? I said, when I was a child, I used to do ballet. I used to be a ballerina from the age of like 3.5 to 16, but I was kind of overweight, so I stopped dancing ballet. And she said, no, there's something here. You've got to dance for the Lord. That's what God is telling me. My friend, her name is Tanya Word, she says, you know what, Sarah, your world has become crazy suddenly. Let me give you a book. Maybe it will settle your heart. It's called The Purposeful Driven Life by Rick Warren. So she gave me the book, and I'm reading the book, and I'm swallowing the book. On the 5th chapter, it says, life is a test and life is a judge. So I said, okay, Lord, you are going to give me something that has to do with dance, that has to do with life, and it's going to be judged. So I fell asleep. It was a very early morning in May 2003. I'm about to wake up, and I don't want to wake up because something is going into my mind. So I have my eyes closed, and suddenly, boom, I see a building. I see dancers, musicians, I see painters, I see actors, they're all on scene, and then I hear dance, then I see music, teach dance, teach music, teach acting, and 15,000, I hear 15,000. Is it 15,000 Naira money? If it's, I don't know, everything was coming. Teach, give, build, a theater, everything was coming up, and then I say, I'm closing my eyes, and then suddenly everything disappeared, and then I'm like, okay, why does this happen to me? Then I look at my husband and said, I think I had a vision. He looks at me and said, uh-huh. So like we were like living in a very weird atmosphere. This week was very intense for me. It was May 2003, I will never forget, May 8 to May 15, 2003 was like unbelievable. So, boom, I go to my Bible study and I said, ladies, what is music, dance, and drama? And I have to dance for the Lord. I said, it's performing arts. So I have to do a school for performing arts, and I have to do a build. I didn't even know. I had to ask people, what is it that I just seen? So to tell you the truth, that I didn't premeditate it. It was something that came to me, and I had to ask questions. Because in France, you either have a music, a dance, or acting. You don't have the three together. Now in France, you have what we call conservatory. I was raised in France, so I came to the States, I was 18, but I never attended a performing arts center. I was in biology, for God's sake. How am I supposed to do dance and all these things, you know? It's like totally opposite field. So I found out that they are performing arts center. And one thing that was very significant to me at that point, I saw a pentagon. The Lord showed me a pentagon like the Pentagon of the United States, which is huge. And so now I found out that my land, where I want to build SPAN, it's at Atlantic, it's a pentagon shape. So there were so many things and signs, so many things. And if you want to build a theater into a 3-double, it's 15,000 square meters. That's 15,000. So it's so precise that there's no way that somebody can create an event, something like that. So I had to leave everything. But what pushed me to leave was not that dream. What pushed me to leave was the tragedy. Because September 2003, so God tells me, do this. Fine, I go on holiday, I'm having fun. I go back, we study the story of David. Then I found out that King David danced before the Lord. I said, okay, there's people that dance for God. Good. Lord, bring me those people. 8th of December 2003, I'm asking for singers, Christmas singers. And my friend Abby Ayoku, who is into entertainment, she tells me, you know, Sarah, you've been talking about David all the time. There's this group called Spirit of It. Maybe they sing too. I said, okay. She didn't tell me that they were dancing. She just said maybe they sing too. So one of the boys shows up, okay, the young man of Spirit of David, and says, so what do you do? He says, we actually dance for the Lord. And I was like, I was looking for singers. I pray for people, and you bring dancers. This is unbelievable. I've never seen something like this. So it was for me a big shock. And so I go on holiday. I come to to Lebanon, and then on the 24th of December, and that's where everything started. On the 24th of December, you won't believe what happens to me. We get a phone call that my aunt and my uncle had left candle on the Christmas tree. The Christmas tree caught fire and they died asphyxiated. And they were the one who raised me. One is 24, the other one one was 24, one was 38, the other one was 52. So when they came in, I was under shock. We went to the village, we saw our family house, burned only with the trees. And so we are all like that, and we're saying, this is what's going on here? We're all devastated. They had to give me a pill. I was crying so much. I wake up in the morning. I call my mom. My mom said she's on her way to the airport. She's in Cotonou. And what she wants to do is go to the airport and take the flight to go to the funeral in Lebanon where the funeral happened. You know what happens? You won't believe it. 25th of December, my mother, my brother, the wife of my brother, my cousin, and the father of the wife of my brother rushed to the airport and changed 5 Air France tickets for another plane, and the plane crashed. So on Christmas Day, I buried my mother, my brother, his wife, the father of his wife, my cousin, my uncle, and my aunt. I went through 7 funerals. I actually buried 7 people. So you are going to ask me why I've left biology? That's it. Now, studying has given me an opportunity to raise myself as a human being, as a mature human being, to be able to lead people to grow. Today SPAN has affected over 15,000 people, between kids, between children, between teachers. We have graduated over like 200-300 students. We have had too many people who came through my house to learn. I closed down my garage into a dance studio. For like 5 years, they used to come to my house to learn how to dance. And then after they went to Lagos Island, when we moved with Lagos Island, went from one garage in Gerard Road to one small house in Bananas to now a 3-story building in Lagos Island. And it was amazing. So I see the power of purpose. And when I buried my parents, I buried my mother, not my father is alive, but I buried my mother and my brother and his wife. It's still fresh, like it's every day. So there's no way I can survive in this world of ours that is for me filled with darkness without giving light. And light is for me to dance. Light is for me to teach dance. Light is for me to bring joy and happiness and lead people to understand that the fruit of the Spirit are so important for you to survive every day. That you use your purpose and you do mighty things to make a difference. You pass it on. You don't just stay there. You just become just a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer for just the purpose of making money. You wake up and that gift that you have, you use it for a greater purpose. That is to serve others, to give back to others. So when I started dancing, even on the street, doing like ministrations and everything, they were telling me, Sarah needs to go and see a psychiatrist. She has issues. They didn't take it lightly. But my husband, some of my close friends helped me to launch the first thing. So they were supporting me because of the accident also and because they love me. But deep down, they were thinking, this is madness, you know. So I had like conflicting opinions, you know. And I'm so happy that I did not stop from wanting to continue what and until today I'm doing it. Until today. Like today at SPAN we're going to do a celebration for my birthday. It's on the 23rd. And what's going to happen is that we're going to be all together having Thanksgiving and thanking God and have 50 people out of 150 that are coming. So that's a lot of people. So it means that life where you're all together, community work, community exchange, making a difference, you know, that's what I look forward to every day.
My mom dancing is a great thing. She's done it her whole life. It's something that runs in the family. She is passionate about dance, so it's a great thing. To do what you love in this life is not for everybody. So I'm very happy that she gets to do what she loves.
My challenges are being respected in the field of having people to support. I'm Oyibo, so they think I have already the money to build the center, and I don't. So having the Nigerian conglomerate and the Nigerian corporate agencies coming to tell me, okay, you know, Sarah, we love this idea. Echo Atlantic should have a performing arts center, and we're going to invest with you. That's what my challenge is today, is to get that. But I have other companies who help me. I mean, Tolaram Group, 7 Up Bottling Company, they're all people that are supporting me in my thing. But You know, I believe that the ITB construction was supposed to help us construct everything in the Eco-Atlantic. We have a purpose. The vision is to build something for a city that will be the next thing for people to come and develop themselves. We have to believe in the communities and the land that we have. My arrows, my unknown is about dance. It's about music. It's about drama. It's about giving a person the lift to get to the next level and giving people hope in their gift. I cannot stop. There's something about, when I dance, I heal. When I dance, I am totally relieved. There's a freedom in me. There's something that comes out of my body, and I call it darkness, and only light sets in. For me, dance is closer to heaven. Life is part of an adventure. We have to enter the unknown. We have to be part of the unknown so that we can know what is out there for us. If we only settle for what is known, then what you've got to gain? Nothing. Our parents today should challenge us to enter the unknown. Don't settle for less. I will dance until the day I die.
Indeed, the place of passion over the years has led to a series of the adoption of life-altering decisions for many individuals. So, still on the show, we meet Wasem Anosike, a computer scientist who became a poultry and fish farmer.
This is my poultry farm. My name is Wasem Anosike. My background is computer science. My last job actually was an NGO, non-profit making organization. And I was in charge of the IT, the website management, the content, the social media, and all of that. And I worked there for actually 3 years before I decided to resign. I'm not the kind of person that just wants to sit down doing nothing too. There was just a whole lot of thinking going on in my head. Like, so what am I going to do next? What business am I going to venture into? So that was when this came up, because I'd been to this place like a couple of times. I looked at some of the things that people are doing. And when my husband just, asked, is this something you can do? I said, yeah, sure. Poultry. I can't really give a direct answer to that. Why? Because it was not something I thought about like in a long time before venturing into it. It was just as a result of I had to resign my job because it wasn't paying anymore, or it was kind of shutting down. So I had to think fast, okay, so what do I do next? And my husband has always had a love for agriculture and stuff like that. And he had been mentioning it, he had mentioned it a couple of times that he wants to do something like that. So when he brought it up to me at a point in time where I was trying to resign my job, he asked if I could do it. And I said, yeah, why not? If I'm not doing anything, like, you know, and with the way the country is moving, you know, you need to get something for yourself. You need to do a business for yourself. And so we decided to do this. And while starting, it's not like we started with this. We didn't start with layers initially. What we started with was the broilers. We had a lot of information about, you know, birds, like the profit that it brings and all of that. So we decided to start with broilers. We actually got someone to raise them for us for a couple of weeks, like 4 weeks. But in the process of waiting for the person to bring those birds, it took so long a time, and we're thinking, okay, why don't I get it myself and start from there? I learn, and you know, I know what it's all about, how to raise them and all of that. So we got some for ourselves. We started raising them, and at the end of the 4 weeks, the person was supposed to deliver the ones we gave him to raise. We could see that the one we had raised ourselves, from learning, like, you know, trying to do some research, reading on internet and all of that, did better than what we paid the guy to actually give us for 4 weeks. So I thought to myself, okay, I think I can actually do this. But at the end of the day, what we got from the broilers was not really what we expected. Maybe in book it looked good, but in reality it wasn't that good. So we said, okay, let's look into layers. Maybe layers will pay off better, and it might be less stressful, because that one is really stressful. And then we started this. These birds, they are just about a year. So they started laying in February, and now we're in December. So that's about like 10 weeks. So, and so far so good. It's been good because chickens, they lay every day. So every day you know that you have this number of eggs that you're picking from them. I have about 1,000 birds here. But the truth is that not all of them will lay. There's no way all of them are going to lay. Some actually lay, some don't lay. Some start and some don't. And at this point in time where we are, there are some of them that you see, they'll lay today, by tomorrow they don't lay. They're actually supposed to lay in every 26 hours. Yeah, so that's why some of them, you notice that some don't lay a particular day, but the following day you notice that they'll lay, because they've already clocked that cycle, that 26 hours. So you see that they'll drop. It's a good business. It's been keeping me really busy. The truth is that when I look at it and what I was doing, my 9 to 5, it takes a lot of my time, but at least it allows me to have time for my kids. Like, you know, I know that I'm coming to the farm at this time, and I have a worker. It's not like I do the work all by myself. So I know that I'm coming to the farm at this time to check on things, to see how things are going, and to make sure that the recordings are correct, because after each day, you record the number of eggs that you pick in a day. So you know exactly at the point where the production drops, so you know what to do. And again, you know, when you have a worker, the person might not actually pay attention as much as you will, because it's your own business. So sometimes I have to come in here and look, because there are sometimes when, if a bird is sick or has caught up infection, you see that it will be closing its eye, or, you know, one thing or the other. So you need to like notice some of those things and start to treat almost immediately, so they don't start to die. When I actually resigned and you know, started doing farming, people's reaction to it was quite interesting, or should I say, they were not taken aback by it. It was really encouraging, because you expect that, you don't expect people of my age, or, you know, young people, my friends, because I know what they are doing, you know, like to go into such kind of job, because I know a few of them have told me before that they can't do this, like it's dirty and all of that. But it's quite encouraging when you hear them say, like, I'm so proud of you, like, you know, this is really good. And because I post these things on my WhatsApp, on my Instagram, I'm not, you know, I'm not afraid to say this is what I'm doing, and what I'm doing is dirty. I'm not afraid to look dirty sometimes, because it's bringing me money. Come on. So the feedback is quite good. It's encouraging. A day in the farmer's life is quite interesting. Like, okay, my day, I wake up in the morning as usual, take care of things at home, you know, and then I come down here. So what I do mostly is just to manage activities. So she already knows what she's supposed to do, which is come in the morning, you make sure you feed them on time, you give them water, and you sweep up the place, you make sure everywhere is clean and neat. You just check to make sure that, because what I use is nipples for their water, to make sure that there's water going around all the cages. So once I'm done with the poultry, I come down to the fish where I have to feed them. I have about 5 ponds. These are 3. Then I have those 2 at the end there. These are all my ponds. So when I stock this one, I stock about 3,000. You feed them in the morning. You make sure you change the water. When they are still small, you change water like every 2 days. But when they become big, you need to like change like every day, almost every day. The challenges for the fish farming is basically just maybe breakouts of infection or anything like that, because when it comes, they don't die just in once. They die in like 10s, 20, you know, like hundreds and all of that. So quite recently, like maybe a month or 2 months ago, I had crisis with one of the ponds. The last pond over there, I had crisis with them. I had some sort of infection, and I moved out. In a day, I took out about 20 fishes, big ones. So those are some of the crises that I experienced here. And I've even had worse, because when they were small, but it's even better when they are still small, because then you know that what you're losing is just minute. But when they become that big, it becomes more terrible, because if they die, you can't sell it. You can't sell the fish that is already dead. So it's just a loss on your part. Do I go back? I really like this because it also gives me time for my kids.
It's always harder to justify a service than a good. If you walk into a store, a supermarket, you see something on the shelf is 2,100 naira. You're going to carry the thing to the counter and pay 2,100 naira. But I went to school. I studied law. My parents put me through school. I'm telling you, this is your amount. This is your fee. This is your professional fee. There's transport. There's logistics. There's so many things to consider. I've explained everything to you, but it's so difficult to justify a service.
Do you think it's something that has to do with this part of the world, or you think generally?
I think it's this part of the world. And it could also be, I've also learned that it could also be putting your foot down. I'm okay to say, okay, if you don't agree, that's fine. Because you have to know what you bring to the table. You know what the effort you're going to put in and the stress that it's going to take you. So if you've charged it appropriately and a client says no, it's okay if the client has to go somewhere else.
Sites like these have become commonplace around Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub. Street beggars looking pitiful, others stretching their hands, calling for alms or scuttling for limited meals or gifts handed them by gracious passers-by. However, Lagos does not seem alone in this. Ibadan, an ancient city in Oyo, southwest Nigeria, isn't left out. The pace-setter state also has a teeming number of beggars, many of them immigrants from Niger and Chad. Halima is a 37-year-old mother of this kid. Daily, she heads for the streets to make a living off street begging.
People
Some people they give me 10 and some people they give me 20 now, 15 now. So the bar is for Yoruba where they sell rice.
She tells us that her street begging business pays off a lot in Nigeria.
Nigeria good. Nigeria they give us food, they give us clothes, they give us everything. Nigeria is fine, nothing in me. Nigeria is good. I don't stay in Nigeria 3 years.
Now back to Lagos at Jagunle precisely. A suburb dominated by low-income earning Nigerians is where we find Fatima, a 15-year-old who migrated from Bauchi and was introduced to a life of street begging by her auntie.
My mommy don't have money. The money where she don't have, where she give us to eat. She don't have money but put us for school. Why she come dey begging?
She is not alone. Her 54-year-old mom had also taken to street begging for survival. She recounts how tales of green pastures had made her migrate from her home state of Bauchi. She tells us her experience.
Da yara bakwai kuma ba da kuɗi shine masababin na taho Lagos. An ne wannan shekaru ina nan Lagos.
Well, for this mother and daughter, an intervention made all the difference.
Ba ni da jari ne. Ba jari. Shi ne yasa nake yi kuma wannan oga shi ne ya zo shi ya ce in daina yin bara in kama sana'a in bayar yara na biyu makaranta na bashi yara na wa'annan guda biyu makaranta. Yawa.
Currently, the begging system in Nigeria is structured, in a way that these beggars are most times being imported from the north, to beg, and there are those who they remit to.
A 2013 survey posted by Science Direct indicated that the total population of beggars in Nigeria stood at 12.4 million persons as of 2013. The Northwest hosted 41.1%, the Northeast hosted 28.2%, the North Central hosted 12.9%, leaving Southern Nigeria, including the Southwest, the South-South, and the Southeast, with 17.8%. Today, Fatima is enrolled in a school, while her mum runs a petty trade.
Shekara ta 25 a nan Lagos. Ina zanne wannan ya ce shi wannan oga ya ce bara ba kyau. Na ce bara ba kyau oga ya ce yi. Sai na ce ni na barbara na kama sana'a. Sai ya ce ki ban yaranki makaranta. Shine yara na guda biyu na bashi makaranta suke zuwa makaranta. Yawwa. To kin ji mu garinmu muna Bauchi a ƙasar Bauchi muke kuma garinmu jama'are local. Jama'are local garinmu shekara ta 55. Yawwa. To yanzu dai muna nan muna maleji a nan. Kuma a cikin hakan nan ba mu samu jari ba jari. Ba mu da jari amma muna nan muna maleji.
They are thankful, but together they feel that street begging is wrong.
Bara ba kyau.
Make them find another work. That beg is no good.
Well, unfortunately, their gospel doesn't seem popular for these crop of beggars found on the other end of Lagos Island, Ajah precisely. For these ones, life seems to be about waking up each morning, hoping to get alms from sympathetic passers-by.
Gwamnati ta ce za ta iya mana, kuma gwamnati ba ta iya mana ba. Mun zo muna fama ga wahala, ga rana, ga yunwa ta ishi.
A cikin yaranmu da babanmu ya yi fani ne babba. Duk wanda suke bayana duk ƙanana ne ba su san komai ba. No, I know the bed. I know go bed. I know go bed. I will give my daddy. May put me for school.
Jigawa, wahala ce ta kawo mu mijina ne ya mutu. Mijina ne ya mutu. Shi ne ya sa na zo ni. Ba kwan ne ya sa na zo ni ba. Nema na zo ni ci da bakina.
Diba fa kaina.
Bata iya Ingilishi ba.
Wai diba kaina. Ba moni yunwa. Shekara ta guda.
Some of these passers-by think that street begging constitutes a nuisance.
we Nigerians are the ones that are still making these guys be on the road.
Okay.
Normally, we should not give them money. We should stop giving them money. You understand? When we are giving them money, then we are supporting it. Okay. So when we stop giving them money, they will move.
Since they beg for, let's say, quite some time, and I think they should try and raise up something and delve into one business or the other rather than begging it.
Why do people take to street begging? We spoke to a psychologist.
Begging starts from environment where there's deprivation from basic amenities and where there's poverty. However, once the habit starts, it becomes a disease of the neural system where it becomes self-replicating. Once a person goes on the roadside and asks for alms, and that person's behavior finds expression, the normal way the brain works is that that habit or that behavior now becomes habitual. It's a self-replicating habit, you know. And so several people who tried the first time and they were able to get a few naira from that begging habit, they will be chasing that feeling. There's a feeling that comes from begging and getting someone to give you alms.
In Lagos, the number of child beggars and adult beggars, experts say, runs into over 1,000, as it would be recalled that earlier in 2020, some beggars numbering over 1,000 blocked the entrance to the Lagos State House of Assembly and the governor's office to protest against what they termed undue harassment and arrest by officials of the state government. With three northern states of Kano, Niger and Nasarawa recently banning street begging, the Lagos state government may not have officially banned street begging, but has constantly wasted no time to reiterate its position on the zero tolerance for street begging.
It's illegal. In Lagos, the law does not tolerate it. There is a law that is against street begging, and we are trying to enforce the law. We are actually enforcing the law because anybody who is caught doing street begging in Lagos is going to face prosecution. And if they are kids, they can be taken up the streets and taken to centers. If you are brought before a magistrate for begging, you can be fined up to 30,000 naira, or you can be sent to 1 year imprisonment.
Some schools of thought believe that if people were not given to street begging, there wouldn't be beggars on the streets.
We should give to beggars, but not those who have the capacity to work. If you want to look at it, you need to find what is the definition of a beggar. Is it somebody who is incapacitated, or is it somebody who has just chosen begging as a lifestyle? If it's somebody who has chosen begging as a lifestyle, no. Or if it's someone who is incapacitated, you know, if you go to other climes, they have people who are incapacitated, but there's a way they are taken care of. If Nick was in Nigeria, he would have been a street beggar. But today, Nick is far richer than some industrialists in this nation. Why? Because there are nations that have provided some sort of support.
So what does religion say about street begging?
According to the Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, you know, we are told that we should earn a living in the most legitimate way. So Islam does not encourage street begging, doesn't encourage begging at all. You know, yes, Islam encourages zakah and sadaqah, which is given to those people in need, but not to people that are able-bodied, that can actually work and earn a living. You know, so we don't just, Islam does not encourage begging. Like training is a good place to start. Education, educating them to make them understand that even the Islamic religion, because you see that a lot of these people, they've been brainwashed thinking that it's okay. And even in Nigeria, because even now, we look at the people that are begging on the streets. People literally beg everywhere now, even on social media. We see people going on social media to beg in a way that maybe you call it a sophisticated kind of begging. So I think the first thing is education, to educate those people that it is not acceptable. Even the religion that they practice does not accept it. It's totally unacceptable.
Some people have made a life out of begging. No, that is not scriptural. The Bible said, he that does not work should not eat.
but let him, then secondly, let him that steals steal no more, so that he can walk, so he can have to give. So we are permitted to give to beggars, provided that, or let me put it this way, we should give to beggars who are incapacitated, not those who have the capacity to walk. If you've got the capacity to walk, go and walk.
The state government considers street begging as unlawful, but what is being done to contain it?
There are centers that they are being taken to any time they are caught doing that, and they are taken to those centers, and they are being fed there, they are being clothed there, and the government is totally responsible for their upkeep, so that nobody is encouraging a street begging. But anybody who is found taking off the streets 1 or 2, 3 times and is still doing it, the person may go to jail.
Can street beggars be rehabilitated?
I've worked with a particular person who had access to get a job years after begging, but because that has become habitual and that feeling is always, drives home that fulfillment, the person declined the job at the expense of a paying job, because the brain had been wired to get a reward for not doing anything. Yes, they can be rehabilitated into the society by therapy and coaching. Therapy to help them alter that way of thinking, coaching to help them so that they can charge after the goals in an unstoppable manner. They certainly can be rehabilitated, but it takes work, and it takes the desire of that person to want to stop that habit. No matter how professional the therapist or the coach they're working with is, if they're not determined to leave, it will be difficult for us to ride on that energy and make them break free from that particular habit.
With governments at all levels working towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 1, which is ending poverty, we do hope that the number of street beggars in Lagos reduces remarkably.
I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Oroshoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission, and from that movie I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there I started, it was like they were doing some kind of move, and at that moment while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before, and at that very moment as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance. From there, till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till From what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there has been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, it's me, number one. Like I'm the best. So from there, I've made income from it, then I build up a group whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job. If the pay is not okay to me, then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job, I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, hit up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer. I don't entertain. I perform. I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain. They just want to make sure you say wow to what they are doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't want to. I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space. I do my thing. Then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just not even. Normally, I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the nail, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up. I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just black. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people, like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own tunes for myself. More like the racket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own racket and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I will still teach them. So there will still be a time whereby if I see that they have gotten it up to that level, I know I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't go again, I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, the fourth one. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle in my neck for 1 week stretch. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out. The goal for me is to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that in Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. When it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, "What do you do?" I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, "Oh, dancer." I will say, "No, I'm a contortionist." And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. No, it's not dance, it's contortion. So I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists, which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met a few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, "Oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing?" But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, Strength. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He had a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. Will I say it's profitable? Okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it's painful, and whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy. You're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that, so I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can further more there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. I'm your host, Morimi Akon. On today's episode, our guest is the co-founder and managing director of Crowdivest, a platform focused on raising funds for businesses in various sectors through crowdfunding. Interestingly, she founded her first startup when she was just 16, called Gifted Hands, a makeup business that ran for 10 years, and at age 19, she founded a cleaning services business known as Fini Fini Enterprises. She is also one of the co-founders of Farm Crowdy. Our guest is Temitope Omotolani. Thank you for joining us on the show today, Temitope.
Thank you for having me.
So let's just go straight into it. Okay. What is Crowdivest about?
Okay, so Crowdivest is a digital platform that allows people to fund projects through crowdfunding. So we identify businesses that are impact driven and focused around the 17 SDG goals, because we are very heavy on social impact. So we fund those projects through the monies that is being raised on the platform from everyday Nigerians, and they're able to earn good returns on their monies. And we also run a savings platform that allows people to create different savings plan from short-term, long-term to short-term, medium-term, or long-term savings plan, depending on what they want to do. And they are able to earn good returns on their savings daily.
Okay, so when you say good returns, really, like, what do you mean?
So for the savings, we have returns from between 12 to 15%, and for our crowdfunding platforms, we have returns from 11% to 24%, depending on the project that we are raising funds for. And we have over 80,000 users already on the platform.
Wow,
yes, and we've been able to do over $20 million since we started, from everyday Nigerians, putting in their bits here and there to support these businesses.
So what's the least that can be put in?
So we do as minimum as 20,000. So if you have 20,000, you can fund a project on the platform. And for the savings, we do as low as 1,000
a month or
yes,
a day,
depending on what
how
you
you
set.
want.
So you can save daily, you can save weekly, monthly, quarterly, depending on what you set for yourself.
Amazing. So what was the defining moment for you? What made you think, you know what, I have to do something like this to help businesses?
So coming from Farm Quality was crowdfunding for agriculture, and then we discovered that beyond agriculture, other sectors need to also raise money. Access to finance was a major problem for a lot of businesses. So we thought, okay, why not separate the crowdfunding bit of the business from the agriculture bit? So that was how we created Crowdivest, to focus on raising funds through the crowdfunding for other businesses and in different sectors beyond agriculture. And then when we did that too, there are people that are just still scared of the word investment or crowdfunding, so they would rather save. So we are trying to create an environment or a community for people to be financially independent and stop depending on what we are still waiting for, the hand-me-downs, and somebody will give me stuff. You can save towards your own independence and plan your life accordingly. So we are just a community of people that are deliberate about our life and making sure that we are financially independent and capable to live life to the fullest, really.
Interesting. So I was going to ask about the concept of crowdfunding. It's still very new in Nigeria. That's why the fact that you guys have been working for, you've been running the business for a while, but a lot of people still don't understand or still don't regard the concept of crowdfunding. So what's your company doing to put it out there?
Okay, so it's interesting that a lot of people still don't get the concept, but let me just explain. So if I'm trying to raise 100 million, rather than go to one person and raise the 100 million and go through all the processes and all the rigor, I can get 100 people, 100,000 people to just give me maybe 1,000 naira, and I raise my money. And the beautiful thing about it is everybody that came together to raise that fund, you have contributed heavily to the success of the business, and you have also contributed to the economic growth. So at the end of the day, beyond the contribution you made, you are also going to be earning profit. So it's an alternative investment as against just putting monies in shares, bonds, and all of that. So so what we've done so far is to, there's one major thing about this business, is your integrity. So when you collect money from people, you must be sure that I am able to pay back this money as at when due. So one of the things that we have done differently is to ensure that we have never had any default. We pay back our sponsors as when due, and also we give updates, because people also need to see what they are funding beyond your money is somewhere, but you don't know what your money is doing. So you're able to see that, I funded this agri project, or my money is in this real estate business and stuff. So the regular updates.
How often do they get updates?
So we do a monthly update. So we just run down everything we do during the month and send videos, pictures of what was done, during the month. So that also gives a lot of people courage to be able to do it, because it's not like, there is a strange business, or let me say spiritual business somewhere that I don't know where my money is going to. And then when you also see those businesses, you can, excitedly say, I'm one of the people that funded this project on Farm Crowdy or Plenty Waka or any of the companies. So there's also that sense of accomplishment that comes with it.
Interesting. So, what impact has CrowdyVest had on businesses in Nigeria so far?
So one would be the fact that we are solving a problem around access to finance.
Which is major for SMEs.
Which is very major for SMEs. So I've heard people say, I remember where we met, if you remember, where the interview, we had some guys from the bank that says, okay, for you to be able to access loan, you have to have an audited financials, maybe 3 years or so.
All of those long
yeah,
things,
and you see all the long list. And I'm like, okay, if I'm starting up a business and I have a very good idea, I've done my pilot phase, I've tested it, and I can see how to start. But then the requirement to access loans from most of the financial houses, a lot of SMEs cannot. Meet it. So creating access to finance for those that would not be able to, have access to that finance is important. And also another thing is that we are very particular about the 17 SDG goals. It's not something that we are waiting that, okay, after 2025, and all of that, it will change again. We are very particular about solving it. And one of the ones that is really key to my heart is zero hunger. Imagine children still going to bed without food for many days. And what we've been able to do, funding our partner Farm Crowdy, is to create that, that space where farmers are able to get access to quick finance to run their business. So knowing that we are solving those problems, how be it small that we are contributing, but then also getting the community to join and be part of it's a major thing for us.
Amazing. I'm sure it feels fulfilling, right?
Yeah, very fulfilling.
Great. So we'll just go on a short break now.
Okay.
We will take a short break now and be back for more CrowdyVest talk with our guest after the break.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely bad.
This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A multiple core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Monday to Friday.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby is presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6. So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Thanks for staying with us. We have been speaking with Temitope, the MD and co-founder of CrowdyVest. So Temitope, tell us, what criteria do you look out for before funding a business?
So first, the business model must be something that meets up with the 17 SDG goals. We look at it and we see the problems that this business is solving and the value that the business is creating first.
Okay.
And then, of course, all the technical parts, we are checking your books to be sure that you are able to pay and where necessary collaterals that needs to be in place, proper due diligence that needs to be in place. So once you clear out all of those criteria, then and also importantly, it also has to be, because we put this project on our platform, but it's left to our sponsors to really key into it and be willing to, fund the project. Yeah.
Earlier you said that you normally give your sponsors monthly updates and regular updates. How do you even what steps have you put in place to actually monitor the funds you're giving to businesses to ensure that they're being used for the right purpose?
Okay, so one of the major things we do is we require that update from them. So the businesses are expected to send us update of what they are doing.
Okay.
And also we conduct visits to the project to see what they are doing, to monitor and to ensure that, okay, when you say to us, we are going to be building one block in Ikoyi and stuff, we go there to see the progress report. And also one of the things they do when they are requesting for those funds is they tell us stage by stage, this is what we are going to do by this time.
Okay, so you don't give funds in one go, do you?
No, we give in tranches where necessary, but there are some projects where you just have to give it one time for all. But then they give us a roadmap to what they are doing, to say, okay, this month we'll do this, next month this is what we're doing. So we use that to monitor what they are doing and then just pay them regular visits.
Okay. I'm sure that everyone right now has been affected by the outbreak of COVID. And very recently, the hike in Forex.
Sure.
So tell me, how has that impacted Crowdivest?
Okay. So one of the things we did was identifying the businesses that are not using USDs, for example, to fund their business, because it doesn't make sense if you're giving that money and then by the time you are going to change back to Naira, it does not make sense. You're already in trouble. So, so for the Crowdivest does not really directly focus on businesses that raise funds in USD right now. So there is really no direct impact with what we do. Although we intended to start looking at those businesses, but we had to take a step back to survey and properly pay attention to what is happening. And if you are going to go in that direction, the plan is, if you are collecting money in USD, you don't change it. You have to also fund the project in USD and make sure that when you are collecting the money back, you are collecting the money back in USD. The problem mainly is when you change back to Naira and then you want to change back.
Yeah, you'll be losing money.
Yeah, you'll be losing money. So we try not to do that process.
Okay. So what advice would you have for entrepreneurs out there that are struggling because of Forex right now?
So I think that what I would say to them is it's a critical time to look at your business, because nobody knows when this is going to stop and what price this is going to stop at. So you can't really plan properly. So if it's a business that may have to pivot into other things and say, okay, or let's take things down a bit and, review our businesses, I think it's a good time to do that instead of, keep funding the business and then you get yourself into serious trouble. Also, I would advise, just like I said, if you are collecting money in USD, do not change it to Naira. That's the best thing to do. Just make sure that you are either working with your bank to see how whatever funds you are collecting in USD, they are giving you maybe the Naira value of it, and then you are working with your bank to keep that money with them so that you don't have to change. So you are taking a loan against the USD you have in the bank. So that serves as your bank guarantee or some collaterals for you to be able to access funds. But really, just maybe take a step back and see how you can maybe diversify your business where necessary, and then sit with your bankers and see what you can do.
A lot of businesses are sinking this year.
Yes, a lot of businesses are sinking, and unfortunately, we don't know when it will stop or how they intend to solve this problem. So,
yeah. Okay, so I know you're also the co-founder of Farm Crowdy.
Yes.
We have in Nigeria, we believe oil and petroleum is our only saving grace, and a lot of people have tried to ring it into the ears of people that, guys, we can do better and more if we diversify. So in terms of agriculture, how do you think we can scale up agriculture to be the national treasure now instead of oil?
Okay, so I think a lot would happen when there is a mindset shift. If that doesn't happen, then it won't happen. If we don't understand that we need to focus on agriculture and we keep focusing on oil, nothing is going to change. because it's what you pay attention to that will grow. If you don't pay attention to things, they will remain stagnant. And I'm surprised that we still pay attention to oil when food is something that nobody can do without food. I ask questions. Is there anyone that can, even if you are fasting, I'm not sure you can do dry fasting for 50 days or 100 days. So food is an essential commodity. It's like number one. So mindset shift has to happen first. And then when that happens, then conversation needs to also happen. Because it's not just about pumping money into the agricultural sector. It's about to sit down and also plan it properly. I've heard friends or family members that say, oh, I think maybe if I put my money into this, grow this farm for 1 month, I'll have this yield and I'll sell. It's not like that. We've had our fingers burnt in that space. So it's also a space that would require proper planning, proper infrastructure being put in place. It will also involve a proper structure because beyond just farming, there has to be like a backward integration. As you are farming, you know that you have somebody that is buying and the person that is buying knows that, okay, this is maybe the processing they are putting it in, and then they are bagging it and selling. And so the circle goes on and on and on. But sometimes people want to go into agriculture and they start from, let me just farm first. No, don't just farm. Farm, before you even start, know who is buying it off you. And again, we don't have proper storage system in the country. So people, the food wastage in this country is alarming. So people farm, but there are no proper storage. And then there's no proper even market strategy to say, this is how I'm going to sell. So you farm, and at the end of the farming cycle, maybe 70% of your harvest has gone to waste because you have not properly planned. So it's a lot. Just the way we planned your oil, you have to also sit down and plan it properly so you don't get into trouble. But I'll say to everyone, agriculture is the #1 business because people will always eat. But as long as you know how to properly structure it, you'll be fine.
Great. So as someone who has worked with entrepreneurs for a very, very long time, what common mistakes have you noticed that entrepreneurs make, especially small businesses, while running their business? What common mistakes have you figured?
One that really comes to mind now is that a lot of people build structures around themselves and they forget to put structures in place. So what I mean is, it means if Tokpa is not at work, nothing happens. Now, if Tokpa decides to leave and somebody else comes up, so you have to start all over again because you have not built structure. So they build structure around people, but they don't put structure in place that can, survive regardless of whoever is handling what position. So that is a major mistake I've noticed. And in our culture, we always feel that you have to be that, let me use the word kabiosi, like I'm the CEO of my, so nothing happens. When I come into the room, everybody should run. No, that's not the proper way to build business. Your people should be comfortable around you regardless. So that's another mistake I noticed that people make, where they are afraid of their boss. No, your staff should be your friend because you are building something together. And your ability to create a sense of ownership is very important because it means that when you are not there, they will stick their neck out for you to make sure that the business does not suffer. And the truth is, they are the ones doing the work. So they know where the loopholes are. So if you are not sitting down to ask them questions or bring them into that space where they know that we are all in this together, your business will suffer. And at most, they will take your idea and go and start it somewhere else. And the third thing I'm going to say is that plan properly. Again, because sometimes you start this business and then you get stuck, especially when it comes to funding. You need to plan very well, but don't plan with other people's money. Start with your money first and start small. It's very important. People want to start with 100 million for a business that you've not tested it, you've not tried it out. You want to start with 100 million naira. No, start with 5 million. See how that goes. Learn from it, then scale up bit by bit. Don't do it overnight, and don't do it with other people's money when you are starting as much as possible, because if you do that and you get into trouble, that's it. So I think those are the three things.
They are key things, really. Yeah. Thank you, Temitope, for being with us on the show today on Ladies Talking Business. We really appreciate everything you said to us today.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So that's how far we can go on this episode of Ladies Talking Business. Be sure to join us next week for another wonderful episode. Thanks for watching and goodbye.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say.
The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Imagine that you're going to live for 100 years. The way you treat your body right now, will your liver and your kidney take you that far? Now, you must understand that the body is a biologic organism or a biologic machine, just like your generator and your machines, your car. How do you treat them? You can replace the parts, you take them for regular servicing. There is an input talking about your fuel, and there is an output talking about your combustion, your gas. That same way, the body thrives on an input, maintenance, and output system. The body, like every other biological machine, takes in organic matter because that's its source, comes from the earth, and then uses it for the production of many chemicals, hormones, and synthesis of cells and tissues, and then excretes it organic manure, and it gets back to the soil. How does this happen to maintain your health? You must take in organic-based meal. And that's why the closer your meal is to the earth, the better for you. The closer it is from the earth to you, the better such meals. When many foods stay a long distance before getting to you, it's not as good as when it just gets from ground to you. All right? Very importantly, that you reduce the intake of chemicals. You can't keep taking chemicals. The body doesn't understand it. It's not able to process it. And then for every time the body tries to process these chemicals, it experiences what we call breakdown, especially your excretory organs like your kidney and liver. This has been the cause of many liver damage and kidney damages. So when you take a lot of chemicals, one of them is pure chemicals, such as alcohol, such as spirits, such as tobacco, many of them cigarettes. When you take in these things, the body tries its best to absorb the exogenous substance and excrete them. And of course, you have free radicals running through your system. If you're not able to break them down, your tissues die slowly. All right. Other things are things like even poorly processed meals. For an example, roasted meat, what you call suya. That suya is not very fantastic for your health, especially for your liver. It's not so good. When you take in a lot of carbonated drinks, you further cause damage to your system. And more importantly is that you may not notice them between the ages of 0 to 35, 40. The moment you begin to get off that peak period where your energy, where your body is supposed to start going uphill, you will notice that you cannot go longer than normal, and then you begin to break down. All right. Very important that you take fruits, lots of fruits. And it's important that you're particular about your source of fruits. Many of the fruits nowadays are being synthesized. Many of them are done in the laboratories. Many of them have been changed, mutated. And so when I was little, I know that pineapples that I take used to be very bitter when it's green. Nowadays, the greener it is, the sweeter it is. So these cannot be very useful for the body. So the body cannot use it. The long and short of what I'm trying to say is that your body must use what it needs, not what it doesn't need. When you're taking drugs, if you can prevent the recurrent intakes of drugs, you need to do. Many of you who think that antibiotics is vitamin C, it's not. They're not the same. Take drugs when necessary. And in fact, it must be prescribed. You just go off the counter and take what you like and how you like it, what quantity. You need to take prescribed drugs. Many of us who do herbal drinks and concussions and all kinds of things, you further disintegrate your body system. You make your body confused because the dosages are not clear. One very important source that's given to us by nature is water. A high level of alkalized water is very good for you. A high level of sunlight. Don't be afraid of sunlight. For many of you who go from air conditioners to air conditioners to air conditioners, you need the sunlight to help you provide vitamin D, which carries calcium, makes it absorbed in the bones, and prevents things like osteoporosis, low back pain, arthritis. These are natural ways of preventing illnesses. So you're managing your health that way. You're taking a lot of water, you prevent urinary tract infection, you prevent dehydration, you prevent constipation, you take a lot of fibers from fruits, you prevent constipation, you improve your microorganisms in your system, then you will not fall sick easily. And of course, you do a lot of fruits, including vegetables that contains a lot of carotenes, vitamins B, B12, B6, A vitamins. Your eyes are very, very protected. And of course, you want to care for your prostate. Lastly, there are age-related diseases. For every age, you want to find out what are the diseases in that age, and you begin to treat them. For an example, a man who is clocking 45 years and above needs to check his prostate. Don't be surprised. Oh, he died of prostate cancer, and you're like, no. Check your prostates once you hit 45. For a lady, you cross reproductive age, you want to start checking for cervical cancer. Pap smear recurrently, yearly, will not do you bad. Of course, your BP should not be, you should know your BP of your last 1 week. Your blood sugar, you should know the last 1 month blood sugar. Don't be in a new, especially when you clock the age of 40. By then, your health is beginning to take an uphill task. Manage your health so that you can live as much as 100.
Good morning and thank you for joining us here on Plus TV Africa. It is The Breakfast and another very interesting Monday morning, the 5th of April. Good morning. How are you, Aneta?
Good morning to you, Osaoge, and good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Really, we hope you had a restful weekend, a restful night.
Yes, to both of them. It was a very interesting weekend. And of course, I'm glad to be here again to start up the week with everyone. How was yours?
It was pretty chill, just relaxing at home.
Doesn't sound like a lot happened.
Nah.
But anyway, we have a lot to talk about aside the things that happen in our lives. There's things that happen across Nigeria that we'll be sharing with you this morning. Coming up on The Breakfast, resident doctors allege receiving threat messages to end their 5-day-old strike. The president of the National Association of Resident Doctors will be joining us this morning to talk about this.
Former President Olusegun Obasanjo receives Sheikh Ahmed Gumi in Abeokuta, with the two of them signing a communique recommending special courts to try banditry cases.
And also this morning, Pastor Tunde Bakare says Nigeria is in a state of emergency as he, of course, lists the country's many challenges and makes recommendations to get things right. We probably would start up with that one this morning. I read through that thread. There's about 100 plus tweets in that thread. At some point I got tired of reading. I first of all was just really, really confused because I really didn't know what direction, all of it was headed. It was just a lot of talk. Started with, back then, before the elections, 2011, when, President Muhammadu Buhari had called him up, to be his running mate. Talked about the elections, talked about post-elections when the president then said, he wasn't going to run again. And then, later they now had to, plead with him to change his mind and run again. Spoke about, where we were in 2014, 2015. And, described, the situation then as the country was about to collapse, which, is a narrative that I personally don't agree with, but I feel like that narrative is something that, people have used over and over and over to try and, justify their actions. And the decisions that they made, So he spoke about that and then talked about 2015 after the elections, spoke about his disappointments with the current, the way the government has run so far, this, that. But for me, it didn't really head in any particular direction. It was just a lot of, explaining and, trying to pull yourself out of, situation. But there was something also that he said. One of the tweets, mentioned that, God, told him that the current administration, President Muhammadu Buhari, was, still sent, to stabilize Nigeria and say had some work to do with, with regards to stabilizing the country, which a lot of people didn't agree with, and, people started to bring up the statements like, you guys need to stop bringing God into your mistakes, stop, bringing God into some of all these conversations. I remember a lot of times God, had told certain pastors that they will be president. Pastor Taribo West, if you remember also, had his own prophecy, that God ministered to him that Donald Trump was going to win the elections. There's so much of these things that happen that just makes more and more people say, things like, man, maybe this, God, you guys are talking about, it's not, relax. So basically, for me, reading through the, Tunde Bakari's thread, for me, it just looked like a whole lot that didn't really go in any way, in particular. There was no actual direction through to what he, tweeted. There was no solid statements. There was no, specific message that he was putting out. Just a long thread of, this is where we're coming from, and this is why I did this. And
Indeed.
Yeah.
I think he just wanted to get a few issues off his mind, and he did. Moving on now to the coronavirus vaccines. The world got coronavirus vaccines on time and could well be on the way to getting a vaccine for HIV. An overall vaccine approach for the prevention of HIV has shown promise in its first trials. Two organizations say the vaccine successfully stimulated the production of the rare immune cells needed to generate antibodies against HIV, and that happened in 97% of participants. Well, I think this is a fantastic medical breakthrough. HIV stats across the world isn't looking interesting. I know people personally who died of HIV, and for us to know here that there's been, success in this regard, I think it's just great. Can't wait for people to start getting vaccinated. That doesn't mean, guys, that you can, throw caution to the wind. Let's still be very careful. But
so,
great work for science.
I would first of all say that, we've definitely moved, a couple of steps, from where we were in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s to where we are today with regards managing HIV. We've definitely done a lot better, with the kind of information and with the, the knowledge, of HIV prevention and managing. There's more people who look at it now as less of, such a death sentence than they did in the 90s or in the 80s. There's more people who have been able to live with it and live their full lives, just by taking the antiretroviral drugs and all of that. But it still is a great, story with regards, where we are today. There, of course, the armchair analysts, the conspiracy theorists would say, oh, now we found a vaccine for this one, because, well, there's you know, a new sheriff in town, which is COVID. You know, so maybe after COVID, you know, there might be a new, you know, thing that, you know, kills a lot of people, and then, you know, have to look for a new vaccine, and, you know, the healthy, you know, corporations across the world continue to make billions of dollars from, you know, off people. But, you know, I don't want to necessarily buy into that narrative or that theory. I think it's great that we celebrate the fact that there is now a possible vaccine for HIV, and, you know, it will save millions and millions and millions of lives. You know, but another thing, you know, like you mentioned, protective sex is not only because of HIV. And that's what a lot of people need to remember, that when they say practice safe sex, abstinence, use protection or use a condom, it's not only because of HIV. There's a lot more that, you know, can be contracted, you know, with, you know, unsafe sex. And so it shouldn't make people throw caution out of the wind. You know, there's still hepatitis, there's, you know, different things that you can also get, you know, infected with. And of course, unwanted pregnancy on that, you know, on different levels. So, you know, there's, once again, it's a reminder, don't throw caution out of, you know, to the wind simply because there's now, or a likelihood of a vaccine for HIV. Yes, we should celebrate it. Yes, we should. And one thing, you know, also is, you know, you might also say that the emergence and the emergence basically of COVID-19 came with its own blessing at the end. If this is proven to be true, that yes, this you know, vaccine for HIV, then maybe we wouldn't have discovered it without, you know, the research into a COVID-19 vaccine. So yes, you know, it has taken, you know, more than 2 million lives across the world. And, you know, of course, our, you know, condolences to those families and those people, you know, but, you know, you can also just say it came with its own blessing, which is a cure for HIV or vaccine for HIV. So let's see how this goes. I'm sure there's going to be more research. There's going to be more conversations. The WHO will definitely put out a statement. You know, I also need to read a little bit more and be clear of what exactly this is. If it is a straight-up vaccine or, you know, just a speculation that it might be, you know, in existence. We'll see. A lot of these things, of course, you know, would come up in conversations, hopefully throughout this week, and we'll get to share it. Where, you know, just quickly share with you a clip from Pastor Tunde Bakari, you know, from our earlier conversation, and then we, you know, just might share a little bit more of it before we go on a break.
The conspicuous handwriting on the wall. The state of the nation has spurred outcries from stakeholders across the country. We have heard from the Emir of Daura, Alhaji Farouk Umar Farouk, who lamented that what Nigeria is experiencing now is worse than civil war. We have heard from the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Hussain Abubakar III, CFR, who declared that the North is, in his words, the worst place to be in this country because bandits go around in the villages, households, and markets with their AK-47 and nobody's challenging them. We have also heard from the Oni of Ife, Obadeye Eni Togunwusi, who is speaking on behalf of other Yoruba traditional rulers, including the Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, and the Awujale, Oba Sikiru Kade Adetono, cried out to the president over the state of insecurity in the southwest. The lamentations of the royal fathers have been echoed by socio-cultural groups across the country, including Ohaneze Indigo, the Arewa Consultative Forum, and Afenifere. The Northern Elders Forum has gone as far as calling for the resignation of the president. Even governors and lawmakers have joined the lamentations. From one declaration to another, and from one resolution to another, the consensus among the stakeholders is that Nigeria is in a state of emergency. Consequently, if urgent, decisive action is not taken, insecurity may be the second-time curse of the current administration. This is a conspicuous handwriting on the wall.
And welcome back. Once again, Pastor Tunde Bakari in his message yesterday. It has created conversations across the country, and of course there's people who have analyzed it, and, you know, some have asked for the relevance, you know, and, you know, looked also a lot deeper into some of the things that he mentioned. And, you know, he is, you know, criticism of the current administration. He mentioned that this wasn't, you know, what he expected, you know, but still is positive that things will turn around and the current administration will be able to effect some change and stabilize Nigeria as it stands. It's been, about 6 years since the administration started, from 2015 to date, and there's many conversations with regards, how divided Nigeria currently is. Tunde Bakare, in his tweets, had said that, in 2015, it seemed like Nigeria was completely divided and, the country was, going to, fall into chaos. Before the current administration stepped in, but there's people who would argue that it seems to be worse now, and the level of division across Nigeria today seems to be worse than it was in 2015. But that's the different narratives that come up here and there when people read through that thread.
Exactly. So let's take a break here and return with Of the Press. Do stay with us.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
You're welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and kickstarting Off the Press, we've invited Mr. Tunde Kolawole. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, my sister. How are you doing today?
Well, great. Happy holidays.
Same to you. Hope you are enjoying your Easter.
Yes, we are. Thank you. All right.
The sacrifices of our Lord Jesus Christ enrich all of us and cleanse our nation.
Thank you. All right, let's begin with the Nation newspaper this morning. It reads, Presidency, Kuka, clash over Nigeria, a killing field claim. Obasanjo, Gumi, let special courts try bandits. Buhari's legacy in grave danger, Bakare warns. Ex-governors, senators own 130 Dubai assets. EFCC gets reports. Asman's early flight resumption plan shaky. Telecom sector takes hits from new SIM ban. Naira stable despite dollar demand pressure. Pope slams arms spending in time of pandemic. 20 policemen killed in March, says IG. And Buhari mourns activist Chukuma. New law of worry likely today. And April 10, a PDP Congress date erudes. Still the same story. Gunmen kill policemen, others in Delta and Kaduna State. Those are the stories on The Nation this morning.
Right, now moving on to the Punch newspapers. This one here says, Nigeria's health in danger. Buhari pampers terrorists, and that's from Tunde Bakare and Bishop Kuka. Also, Buhari continuing with Jonathan's opaque subsidy regime he promised to change, says Bakari. It's strange rehabilitating terrorists and bandits and neglecting abducted school children, Bishop Kuka is saying. And of course, in response, Kuka did not speak like a man of God. Cleric's message lacks fairness, says the presidency. Also on the Punch this morning, pension scheme records 62,596 deaths. Relatives paid 205.12 billion naira. Easter, Osinbajo governors and others preach unity and love. Obasanjo, Gumi recommend special courts for bandits after closed-door meeting. And federal government will reopen talks with striking resident doctors, and that's from Ngige. I wish my husband could read tributes of those he criticized, and that's from Joe Dumakin. Wanted cultists nabbed for killing policemen and others in Lagos. And we can also see on the Punch this morning, NDLA arrests traffickers with 564 million naira heroin at Abuja Airport. Amotekun rescues 3 Ondo travelers as kidnappers flee. And the last one I'll share this morning, Bios sets up emergency centers as cholera kills 24.
And on the Guardian newspaper, the Bakari, Kuka, and story here says, hit FG with damning reports on the nation. Fears over surge in casualties as doctor strike enters 5th day. Patients lament epileptic healthcare services. NARD won't call off strike until demands are met. An NMA can only intercede when government pays arrears. Fragile peace as banks unblock MTN's USSD platform. Sheikh Sani advises Tinubu to learn from Abiola's travails. Terrorists kill 5, injure 1 in Kaduna. And all Kogi athletes, officials test 100% negative to COVID-19. Those are the stories here on the Guardian newspaper.
On the Nigerian Tribune, Nigeria has become a massive killing field. Bishop Kuka is quoted as saying, also Nigeria in a state of emergency, its survival hanging, Bakari says. And also OBJ Gumi meet list over 20 solutions to insecurity. 1 special court to deal promptly with cases of banditry, kidnapping, unlawful carrying of weapons. And it also says here, federal government must be proactive, secure necessary and updated intelligence to deal with organized crimes. A few others. Judicial workers begin nationwide strike tomorrow to shut down courts. Snakes and alligators taking over a Ikorodu government warehouse, terminal and freight forwarders raise alarm. And we can also see here, Serap sues Buhari over 3.8 billion naira NAFDAC and Health Ministry hospitals funds. We can also just quickly share the escalating deaths may worsen social unrest and political tension. And that is from the United Nations. And once again, the activists we lost in Odumaki, and that's from Femi Falana, Akintoye, and others. Those are the big ones on the Tribune. Mr. Kolawole, over to you now.
Thank you, my brother. Honestly speaking, most of the stories that you have on the front page of all the newspapers today are stories that ordinarily one would have loved to comment on all of them because of the significance, the importance all those stories have to the well-being of the Nigerian nation. But because of lack of time, that is practically impossible. Let me quickly address the issues that have been raised by Bakari and Reverend Father Kuka and also General Olusegun Obasanjo. The truth of the matter is that just like Kuka has said, and then like Bakari, the fate of the Nigerian nation is hanging on the cliff, and we really require divine intervention for the situation not to explode before our eyes. Now, to General Obasanjo's recommendations, is it a specialized court that is likely to give us security, stability, peace, and order in Nigeria? The answer is no. Why do I say this? It's like when a man has a cancer and he begins to treat a ringworm, the reality will be that he will be scratching something in the face when he really should be addressing the issue, the fundamental issues of the cancer that he has. We are in this problem, insecurity, and the precipice in which the Nigerian nation is hanging for 2 or 3 reasons. One, the economy is in bad shape simply because this democracy is a money guzzler. It is a democracy that this country does not have the resources to sustain. If we were a planning nation, we would have sat down, I think like they did in Ivory Coast, and review not just the cost of this democracy, but the cost of governance, so as to bring it within the context of the resources that is available to us. But very strangely too, we have continued to carry it on as if the resources will always be there to continue this unsustainable political system. If you have a specialized court in virtually all the local governments, if you have a specialized court in virtually all the wards in Nigeria to address the issue of insecurity, the issue of banditry, and capital rustling, armed robbery, urban banditry, and what have you, that is never likely to give us a solution. The solution would be to cut down the cost of governance on the cost of this democracy so that we can free some resources into developmental structures of the Nigerian nation. And the industries can begin to work. The infrastructures can be rebuilt. Our schools can be put back in the shape they ordinarily should be. So that is one. Secondly, you will see, especially if you are one of those who interact with our security system, that there is absolutely no security in Nigeria today, whether it be the police, whether it be the customs, whether it be the immigration, whether it be the Nigerian army. Most of our police stations, or with due respect, most of our policemen work in tandem with hardened criminals. Most of them are informants to hardened criminals. Some of them, like the defunct SAR, were directly engaged in all sorts of heinous criminality. And the police stations have become, and also the market, where justice is traded on the platter of dirty wares. So you will have to reorganize the Nigerian police. You will have to reorganize the Nigerian army. You will have to reorganize the Nigerian customs. For example, we close the borders to achieve certain results. Ensure that the proliferation of arms is stopped, that arms and ammunition don't get into the country again, and the smuggling of goods and services is curtailed. But did we achieve that result? We didn't achieve the result because the customs and exercise that is charged with that responsibilities has woefully failed the Nigerian nation. You also have an army that has not been able to defeat a ragtag religious fundamentalist guerrilla army over a period of 10 years. And lo and behold, the fundamentalists are getting more and more emboldened. They are mastering the terrain. They also have now a structured means of access to arms and ammunition. So if you have that kind of a challenge in your hand, how do you defeat that kind of a guerrilla army without a fundamental restructuring of the Nigerian nation? But lo and behold, that is a thing we are not prepared to do. Furthermore, more importantly, you and I will remember that before the advent of this civil war, we never had these serious challenges of insecurity in our country. The insecurity began when the different political parties, when the different individuals began to form their private armies, their military groups to compel and force the electorate to vote in certain directions, and where they refuse not to even vote at all. All those private armies, all those different military groups are well armed, they are well financed, they are well funded. They are also people that the conventional security, like the police and the army and the civil defense, are too afraid to deal with because of their relationship with the politicians. So if you want security in the country, you will also have to disband the different military groups that have been established by the politicians.
All right, let's turn from security matters now to another big story in Nigeria, and it's about this doctor strike. It's been on since Thursday, April 1st, and the federal government here, we see Ngige saying they will reopen talks with striking doctors and striking resident doctors. But NAD, on their part, have said that they are not, entirely keen on negotiations because they've had lots of these before, but, the government failed to basically fulfill their parts of the agreement. I don't know what you think, this would probably lead to, because there have been talks on social media, people sharing experiences about how they have, loved ones with serious health conditions that can't get care at the moment.
Well, let's kind of marry the strike that the judicial staff have said they will be embarking upon from tomorrow with that of the medical doctors. Truth of the matter is, when you go to the Nigerian hospitals today, especially the public hospitals, they are worse than glorified clinics that we used to describe them in the past. Hardly can you get any services done in those hospitals efficiently, smoothly, and timely. You also have to pay heavily for the inefficiencies that you find in some of these hospitals. Furthermore, the basic tools that the medical doctors, that the nurses, that the laboratory scientists, and the other allied workers have to work with are not there. The little emoluments and salaries that the ordinarily should be paid don't come timely because the country has gone bankrupt and the Central Bank of Nigeria is merely printing money to pay people's salaries and buy services. Well, I would say, just like I've always emphasized, as it is good for us to agitate for our rights, to insist that government should do the right thing to all manners of its workers at the right time, we must also remember, like I've always been emphasizing, that our cause will always be wishful thinking until we have had good governance in this country.
All right.
Every facet of our life are in rot. They are in decay. There is nothing that is functioning. For example,
still talking, Mr. Tunde Kolawole, we're still talking healthcare here. There's a story on the Nigerian Tribune that says Serap is suing the president over his failure to respond to the 3.8 billion naira NAFDAC, Health Ministry and Hospitals funds that are allegedly missing. Can you also share your thoughts on that one?
Well, the Serap people are doing a very good job. In all civilized societies, people are encouraged to use dialogue, conciliation, and concessions, and what have you, to resolve issues. And when that doesn't work, you go to ventilate your anger, and then the court or the judiciary will come up with a decision as regards the disputes between the parties. That is how civilized people should behave. But from what we have seen in the past activities of Serap, and then government response to the decision or some of the decisions that Serap had gotten in court, I am not too sure that the approach of SERAP has been effective. It's like a man knocking his head against a wall because the government has remained impervious to most of the decisions that have come from our courts and the yearnings and aspirations of our people. What this tells us is that we might need to combine civil action with litigation if we are going to be achieving success, if we are going to be able to move the government of the day to really do the right thing, not just in relation to the NAFDAC funds, but as it regards education, health, infrastructure, good governance, cutting down of the cost of democracy, and also moving the nation forward in the areas of security, stability, peace, and inclusive governance.
Okay, Mr. Tunde Kolawole,
Yes,
we know
please.
that over the weekend we heard the very sad news about the demise of Yinka Odumaki, spokesperson of Afenifere. And we've seen how national leaders, the president, ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, poured tribute, to him. And Joe Odumaki, his wife, is now saying she wished her husband could read tributes of those who he criticized. And she was talking about how it was important for us to celebrate people while they're alive, and not keep that off till, they pass on. Let's get your comments on this, shocking news about, the demise of Yinka Odumaki.
Honestly speaking, the death of Mr. Yinka Odumaki came to me as a very, very rude shock. One not have fathomed. Now, such a young man, such a vibrant mind will pass away this suddenly and very cheaply to an opportunistic disease or virus. His death has reminded me of that of Bamidele Aturu, fire-eating Nigerian lawyer who was in the forefront of the fight for the rule of law, good governance, and peace and stability for the Nigerian nation for so many days. What this tells us is that this COVID thing is a reality. It's a reality that we all must pay attention to. The Nigerian people should begin to take precautions and turn away from this nonchalant attitude to the COVID pandemic, that it doesn't exist, that it is a disease for the big people, that it's not a disease a black man ordinarily should be afflicted with. We have seen it happen to Yinka Odumaki. We have seen it happen to Bolu Akeolugbade. We have also seen it happen to the Tanzania president. For Yinka, he is a man who was with us in those days in the Marxist-Leninist movement. He was a radical activist before he later in life became a religious irredentist. And he wouldn't be the first radical thinker to become a religious irredentist. If you take a look at the history of the Nigerian socialist movement, of the progressive movement, of the radical movement, you would have seen that so many people, just like Yinka, people like Gigi Dara, people like Omredola Oni, people like Baba Omojola, who once espoused very radical thoughts, will later in life become religious irredentists. This tells us, or this is kind of making me ask the question, is there something about tribe? Is there something about nationhood that people like Yinka Odumaki have seen? To such an extent that they became spokesperson for Afenifere rather than campaigning on the level of a nationalist that they used to be. Could it be that the they tried. It's not a thing that you can wish away. If we take the example of what has happened in Britain, or what is happening in Catalonia, and what has happened with the Irish people, and what happened in the defunct Soviet Union.
All right, Mr. Kolawole, just to chip in there, the wife of Yinka Odumaki had said that he had recovered from coronavirus 1 week ago before he passed on.
And also, to also mention, we also lost a social activist, Innocent Chukuma, the founder of Clean Foundation, also passed on over the weekend. So, it's two very strong voices that the country lost over the weekend. We hope that, of course, the persons who continue to speak truth to power would continue, with the work that they do. I want you to quickly also address, the idea of Sheikh Gumi meeting with President former President Olusegun Obasanjo. What are your thoughts of their meeting in the first place, and the recommendations that came out of all of that? I know you had spoken a little bit about it before, but do you think or do you agree that it's all in good faith?
You mean a specialized court or something?
No, the meeting that they had in the first place, and then their recommendations.
I'm not too sure that the meeting that those people have had is going to address or solve any problems. Nigeria is not lacking in recommendations. I mean, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan organized a conference in which all areas of our life were well debated and recommendations were made. And since the return to this civil rule, we have had all manners of organizations making meetings and making recommendations and all that. But lo and behold, the people in government have remained impervious. So those recommendations, as soon as the recommendations are made and submitted to government, they are merely put in the archives after their so-called white paper has been written about it. That is if they ever bother at all to write any white paper on some of the recommendations that have been made to government. So my take is that the wumbling and fumbling that is associated with the present governance will continue until 2023 without any of these recommendations, whether coming from Obasanjo's group or from Arewa or from Afenifere, without any government paying attention to them. And if care is not taken, the wumbling and fumbling will also continue after 2023, because I have not seen any alternative on ground now. So the tragedy, the monumental tragedy that we have in our hands with regards to our political class, with regards to our political system, with regards to our approach to the financing of this democracy, with regards to the collapse of the industry, with regards to massive unemployment, with regards to deplorable educational system, with regards to the decay in the hospitals and what have you.
There's a lot of these angles there's a lot of these angles that I believe, would always come up in our conversations here. And of course, maybe also more and more recommendations from past leaders and from church leaders. But of course, I would always be eager to speak on them. Thank you very much, Tunde Kolawole, for joining us and for sharing your thoughts with us this morning.
Yes, thank you, and have a great day.
All right, seems it's gone. All right, we'll go on a short break. When we come back, we're moving to share with you things that happened today, the 5th of April, many, many years ago, in Today in History here on The Breakfast. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
You're welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's now time for Today in History. And the news I have to share is a very sad one. Today in history, April 5th, 2013, over 60 people died in a ghastly multiple crash on the Benin-Ore Expressway. They were burned to death in a fatal multiple accident that involved a trailer, an oil tanker, and a luxury bus. This accident, like I said earlier, occurred on the Benin-Ore Expressway, and it caused very heavy gridlock, and people were stranded on the dual carriageway for several hours. The passengers of the luxury bus who were rescued were rushed to a nearby hospital, and they were badly burnt. The driver of the trailer, his assistant, and 57 passengers in the luxury bus were among the dead. Witnesses say the accident occurred at about 1:30 p.m. when a trailer loaded with cement reportedly had a burst tire and it rammed into a petrol tanker carrying fuel, which hit the fully loaded luxury bus. An official of the Federal Road Safety Commission, FRC, explains that the trailer was, coming from Lagos, while the tanker and the luxury bus were said to be traveling in the opposite direction. Only 3 people were rescued from this accident that occurred today in history.
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in since 2013, and that is, 8 years ago. You would expect that, those families maybe would have healed, but, by now, but 60 people is a lot to lose in one day. And this really just, is another reminder that every day that you wake up in Nigeria and you go to sleep, at the end of the day, you should be grateful and thankful, because you can never really tell, what type of accident could have occurred in that day. I'm sure that some of these people, said their prayers in the morning and went out, and you just would not be expecting, this type of thing to happen. It also, of course, might be a good day to create those questions about how safe are, our roads these days. How safe are the tires that people use on their vehicles? How safe are some of the vehicles that we see plying, the roads? But, at the end, you still would just say it was an accident. No matter how much blame goes around, it wouldn't bring back those lives. But, also, to remind everyone that, it's not the FRSC being stubborn when they ask you for, your spare tires, and they ask you, to show you some of the things that are very, necessary to keep you safe. Roadworthiness of the vehicles. There's a lot of, government vehicles that are not even roadworthy, but, they're still on the road. It still doesn't stop them from asking those questions. And rest in peace to those lives. And, of course, our condolences go out to their family. April 5th, 2013, once again, 60 people lost their lives. All right, I'm also going to be talking of a sad story, and now I'm talking of, another example of where fame eventually leads to suicide. Kurt Cobain is his name, and he was one of the most famous band members, many, many years ago, in the 90s, actually. It was on this day that he committed suicide in the year 1994. He initially had, problem with drug abuse and, alcohol and all of that. Before this day. And of course, there's a point that he actually even went into rehab, checked himself into rehab, and then, left the rehabilitation center without telling anyone. He was missing for a while, was eventually found, and a day after he was found by private investigators when he killed himself. He was a rock icon. And on this day, he killed himself, in his home in Seattle, Washington. 3 days later, he was found by an electrician who was installing a security system in the house. His downward spiral began taking shape, in Italy the previous month when people noticed that he went into a coma and nearly died after mixing champagne and the drug Rofinol. He, of course, now continued with the drug problem. His friends and family knew that he had a drug problem, and he continued to spin out of control. When they attempted to intervene, Cobain mostly ignored their concerns and reluctantly checked into the rehabilitation center I spoke about earlier. On the 30th of March, just a couple of days before this, he walked away from rehab without informing friends or family members or anything. And his wife, Love, her name was Love, then got a private investigator to help find him. He was eventually found somewhere in Seattle, but refused to return back to Los Angeles. And it was a couple of days after this, that he got a gun from his friend. He convinced his friend to buy him a gun, and that was the end. He, of course, left a suicide note that ended by saying it's better to burn out than to fade away. So this might also be Kurt Cobain's dealing with the fact that, fame had hit him in a way that he probably couldn't handle it, couldn't manage. And, he also maybe didn't think that it was going to be, around for so long. And so decided to end it a lot faster than, people had imagined. So yes, rest in peace to him. There's a lot of other people who have also gone down this path, and struggled with depression, struggled with, fame, struggled with, not being as popular as they were maybe a couple of years ago and not being able to handle it, went into drugs, alcohol and all of that, eventually lost their lives. Whitney Houston is one person that people would always remember. Maybe also one of the most popular persons who, of course, went down that path and eventually lost her life. So.
But with specific, relevance to committing suicides by people who seem to have it all, people you look up to and say, I want to be like this person. I mean, remember Anthony Bourdain, the American chef, author, television personality, reportedly hung himself in 2018. Lots of other footballers, actresses.
Robin Williams also.
It's just so sad. I wish we could actually get a glimpse of what these people might have been going through, or if they had just shared their stories, because we never can rationalize this. Why would someone who seemed to have everything, people you look up to, people you want to model yourself after, they seem to have it all: finances, love, career, and then you hear in the news that they hung themselves, shot themselves. It's just
it really just also tells you that when people say money is not everything, it's it's examples like this that they point to, that you might have all the money in the world and all the fame in the world, but you don't have the happiness that you seek, and then when that sadness creeps in, there's no amount of money that would change it. It definitely, and maybe it also even helps make it worse when you are dealing with that level of depression or unhappiness. So yes, money is not everything. I would like to have a lot of it. But also quickly remind everyone that money isn't everything. Yeah, I still want a lot. I want
a very prudent life.
Yes, I still want a lot
very
of
humble.
it. It's better to say money is not everything for my Bentley than to say money is not everything stuck in traffic in a BRT in Lagos. Anyway.
No shade if you use a BRT. Please
no
use
shade.
a BRT. All right.
That's all we have for you today in history. 1994 and the year 2013. Both really sad stories, but yay, we're alive and, of course, kicking this morning. 5th of April, let's get straight into our first major conversation for today, and that comes up right after this short break here on The Breakfast.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, you going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar? And I said, am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, you can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house. I said, well, it's my body and it's my front room.
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6. So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Great to have you back here on The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Our first major conversation this morning is a follow-up to something we already spoke about, and that is the Minister of Labour, Chris Ngige, of course, saying that there would be another continued discussion with the NARD, the National Association of Resident Doctors, to hopefully end their strike, which has been on for about 5 days now. Over the weekend, also in an interview, Chris Ngige was also, seen making, certain statements, saying that, they might invoke, labor laws on the NARD and, of course, the doctors. And so we've been joined this morning by the president of the National Association of Resident Doctors, Dr. Uilawa Okwaesui. And, of course, he's joining us to speak this morning and share recent updates so far. Good morning, Dr. Uilawa.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. All right, we are 5 days into the strike. Quickly share with us what has happened in the last 5 days. Online, there's people who I've seen put out videos of not being able to get medical care in hospitals. There's also people who are of course suffering a lot of the the effects of this strike. But what has the last 5 days been like for resident doctors? Have you gotten any message or word from the Nigerian government?
It has been a stressful period for doctors and health workers generally, because we have been at the brunt of all the insincerity and the bad governance of the country. And it's quite sad when you now start getting threats from those in authority and those that you feel would help you get the problems being solved. You came in and said that we had a memorandum of action that was signed by us. But the sincere truth is that the memorandum of action signed was for us to take it back to our members, the National Executive Council, to review and see that what was given to us have been met. As it stands, apart from the abolishment of the bench fees which superannuary good pay, none has been done. We are still being owed 4 months salaries to house officers and residents. We're still being paid 5,000 naira as an allowance. A debt service insurance have been paid to anybody. I memorandum of understanding last year and other years to come. So it has been a 5-year period of insincerity, no commitment from government, just putting pen to paper without honoring any action that was written down. So you come to ask them, are they really prioritizing health of your nation as part of the governance? It's just a simple question we are asking. And the strike is not just by me, it's by the National Association of Resident Doctors and NEC executive.
Okay, we saw, statements from NAD saying we want an implementation of the agreement and not an MOU. Why is this? I ask because, it's these conversations, drafting of MOUs that lead to, the government fulfilling its own, parts of the promise. So why is NAD insisting on not signing an MOU with the government?
I'll tell you for a fact that the things we have written down now are things that have been on for over 10 years. The same issue of hazard allowance of 5,000 naira. You bet me that the minister said it has been done since, negotiation have started since 1992. You bet was that the dilapidating state of all health institutions have been alarming. In global best practices, You go for the best things to be able to accommodate all health workers to be able to work in the hospitals. If we had such things in our hospitals now, you will know that you don't need to travel anywhere to seek for health care. You claim you are doing things in the hospitals generally, but do you know that in most of the hospitals in Nigeria, we don't have any functional MRI, no functional CT scans. If somebody has cancer, you can barely tell which center you can do a radiotherapy. These are things we're asking the government. You make people to work, and when eventuality comes and they die or they develop complications, they are left to suffer with their loved ones, to suffer when they have lost the breadwinner of the house. You make people to work for 4 months and now to turn to begging for alms to even survive. And you think we're not human beings too? The physician's oath tells us to also take care of your health first before you can take care of people's health. If you are hungry, you are not able to eat, you're not able to do the best basic things of life, then how would you give care to other people? Are there been owed salaries up to now? None of them, I think, are owed salaries. So do we need to travel out to get best health care when you can develop us as in our country? Those are things we're asking Nigerians to help us ask the government to try and pay more responsibility to their teams in their own country.
All right.
Rather than
Also,
take our money and use for medical tourism.
Also share a little bit. You mentioned threat messages that you had received. Where are these coming from? And, what kind of messages, are we talking about here?
Most of my members have been called by either the DSS and the police. And you heard the one live on TV when the minister said he's going to implement no work, no pay. Those are antics of the government, and they have done it to several people. But have you implemented such ways in trying to regulate those people that are the cause of the strike? Have you implemented anything about the NBCM registrar who refused to let the house officers be paid? Have you implemented anything on the chief medical directors that played with the gift mix platform and led resident doctors not to be paid? Have you implemented anything on those that have left the hospital to be dilapidated and without paying any much interest in what happens there? These are questions we should be asking. You are quick at wanting to punish when you don't try and correct the system. The system is a failure and has failed a long time back when you can provide basic things for the country and to the health sector. So if you want to implement any punishment measure, it's been implemented on those that have failed us and those that tell us that an officer and don't know what to do. All these strikes are preventable. So if they are taught on how to do their jobs or taught to resign from their job when you're not competent enough to do the right things, that's where we should go to. Not want to say no work, no pay. You bring local doctors to take over the works of residents that are trying to be specialists in neurosurgery, in orthopedic surgery, and cardiac surgeries, and you want to replace them with locum doctors. That means we have lost priorities, we have lost realities with what's happening in medicine. I hope we go back to check what our priorities really are.
I hope we can get to talk, because I also really want to ask about CMDs now, but just before we get there, quickly share, when you say you've gotten, your members have gotten calls from the DSS and from the police, are they asking that the strike be called off? Or are they, making other statements that the public needs to hear about?
I may not want to dwell into that because the next thing I will get a call also, which I've already gotten one earlier. But those are things, antics, and those are things we suffer as being leaders. Sacrifices are made, and the choice of going on a strike is not an individual choice. The choice by the Nigerian Association of Doctors, by the NEC members, and they should pay more emphasis on trying to stop the problem and not cause other problems.
All right.
So they should direct their attacks on where they should direct their attacks to. Direct attacks on those people that have said that they have given to the insurance company 13.9 billion naira when no death in service insurance have been paid to anybody. They should direct their attacks to when they say the numbers given to the MDCN were overblotted and they have not done anything to put them to caution. That is where they should direct their attacks to.
So if you're getting calls, if you claim to get calls from people in power to shelve the strike, do you think this is becoming political?
I don't want to look at the political angle. I want to look at the whole sum. The whole sum is getting best health care services in Nigeria, getting the hospitals to be equipped, getting the manpower to feed those hospitals, and getting the right things done. That is where I lay my emphasis on. In the long run, we'll fight for Nigerians for a better healthcare, a better good facility to go get the best practices. The global best practices is what we are fighting for. And if in all, went ways to try and prevent brain drain. Because if you go abroad, you know that you have better job security, better insurance, better places where you don't get kidnapped, better places where you know your welfare is put at topmost priority, and you allow people to travel. Then we wonder what happens to our parents and loved ones when they fall ill and are not able to travel. We may not all be opportune enough to travel abroad, but you can develop where you are and where you can get good health care, and things will work well for all Nigerians. So they should not look at it as an attack on the government. They should not look at it as a political statement. They should look at it as sensitizations of Nigerians to actually question that the government should be more responsible.
All right. Now let me bring back the part where the CMDs, the role of CMDs, over time. I grew up in Benin, so I went through, actually lived, around UBTH for a long time, and so it's always been something that I've heard a lot about, corruption from chief medical directors and the likes. So do you, also blame them a lot for the failure of the systems across hospitals, in Nigeria? State and federal hospitals, do you think that CMDs have also completely failed to properly fund the hospitals or properly utilize funds in hospitals?
I won't say CMDs have failed in funding the hospital. The funding of the hospital is from the government. But I would say CMDs have failed in not being truthful to the system. I'll give some examples. If you go to Federal Neuropsychiatry Hospital in Yaba, you will find out that most of the doctors there are locum doctors, not permanent staffs. They have told us time without number, telling us that there have been an embargo on employment, and intend to employ resident doctors that are saying are not even enough as locum doctors, and you pay them virtually half of their salary. This is alarming, and we need to put them on check. And that's why we may need to call on the ICPC and EFCC to try investigate what is happening within the hospital and the health sector generally. You don't put hold salaries meant for employees and keep them. Then you employ those that you pay half sum of money and are not in training yet to take over what residents really do. That is where I call them to be responsible enough. And I also go back to the list we sent for the interns, where we from our association sent about 2,136 to the government. Meanwhile, they're telling us that they have virtually more than half of that number. So you now come to say, what is the idea in sending such numbers when you know they're not really your employees? Those are things needs to be investigated. And we need to check it to know that we are being sincere to Nigerians as first, before you now blame governments on that. Everybody has a role to play in what is happening in Nigeria, and it's high time everybody sits up to give Nigeria a better care in the health sector.
Okay, so talking about that, just how much support do you think you've received, or the doctors have received from Nigerians regarding the strike?
I would say for the first time, every Nigerian know that this is not our fault. And I must commend the media house and the people on Twitter, televisions, and Nigerians that have seen that really we are suffering and taking us, not just for us, for being responsible to Nigerians to deliver better health care. And we say a big thank you to you all. But I also want to call on Nigerians to please come and cry out more to the government and tell them that being responsible means taking care of your economy, taking care of your health sector, taking care of Nigerians, making sure the average Nigerians are able to at least get the best for all of us in Nigeria. Medical tourism that is now one of the problems we're facing is a way of putting a drain on the economy of Nigeria. If you are able to develop your own country, I guess the amount spent on such journeys can be minimized to the minimum level. You should be able to purchase such equipment that you claim are not in Nigeria to all hospitals in Nigeria, and to help a lot in developing your country.
All right.
It's one of the plights we ask Nigerians to beg them, the government, to be able to invest more in their health sector.
Dr. Uyilawa, with all the threats, that you said, yourself and other of your members have received, and of course, the message that the Minister of Labour, Dr. Chris Ngige, is also putting out, are you still saying that if there is no implementation of the demands that the NARD has made, and of course, payment of your 4-month salaries, increment of your hazard allowance, amongst other things, are you saying that if these things are not implemented, the strike will not be called off? Or is there room still for negotiation?
The directive from the National Executive Council have given us the power to tell government that until our demands are met, the total and indefinite strike will continue. They can implement anything they want instead of implementing the right things. And we will stay by what we have sworn to as being the Executive Council, to be able to make sure that we fight for the welfare of all our members.
And the no work, no pay threat, does that scare you?
It too scary me because we already not having been paid for 4 months. So what more threat can you have when you have not been paid for 4 months? We're already suffering what the no work, no pay will do. And if he wants to inflict more sufferings on the health sector and on doctors, he can go ahead. But I hope he also tends to know that if his salaries are not paid for just a month, if he asks for a no work, no pay to be made on those in control of his salaries, he should also be asked also to know that if he's made to lose loved ones and lose relatives that are doctors or nurses or pharmacists or medical lab scientists, and they're not paid insurance, if it would be good for those that he work for. He should also be known to know for if he cannot pay good hazard allowance of 5,000 naira to all health sectors and sit down in upper chambers and get 1.2 million naira for hardship allowance, it should be known also to the government. These are what we ask for. There should be more responsible to the plight of us and not just the puppet makers. I'm sorry for the word I just used, but I'm just being truthful.
All right. There are some people who still believe that medical doctors have no rights to strike and that they've sworn an oath to protect lives, and that there are lots of people who need urgent medical care but can't access that because of the current strike. So how would you convince those people to see your point of view, in regards to the death in healthcare infrastructure? For example, I'm looking at a picture that NAD Nigeria put up, and it's a dark room of, surgeons using their flashlights from their phones to carry out an operation. So how would you convince people to see, where you're headed with the strike?
Well, I'll start by this, that Nigerian National Resident Doctors have a workforce of over 16,000 residents and will form the major part of the workforce in the hospitals. But we also know that we have senior colleagues that are the medical and dental, the consultants that still mount the accident and emergencies, map the wards and manage the clinics. And they have been able to help to see that Nigerians still get some level of care in the hospitals. But we also know that in the oath given by doctors, it also states in the oath that the physicians should take care of his or her own health first before you take care of other people's health. We also know that members are made to be punished when they do not treat patients or when they make a hungry man go see a patient when he is also hungry, is not well mentally, physically, and financially. So what service do you expect him or her to give to the patient? As of that time, he's also a patient because financially, mentally, physically, it's not, you say he's in good health. So you want such person to see you and make mistakes.
Okay.
I think the answer would be no.
All right, I think we would wrap it up here. Dr. Uilawa Okwayesui, I hope I pronounced that right, President, National Association of Resident Doctors. As we, of course, get more information, we'll definitely bring you in to share your thoughts with us. And, of course, as the strike goes on. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you again.
Thank you for having me, and have a lovely day.
You too.
You too.
All right. Stay with us here on The Breakfast. There's a lot more conversations coming your way this morning on Plus TV Africa. The conversation on banditry, kidnapping of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Sheikh Ahmad Gumi. Also, some of all of this we're talking about next here on The Breakfast.
Seize it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi. I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We're now heading to our second big conversation this morning. And over the weekend, on Easter Sunday, April 4th, former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo and a prominent religious leader, Sheikh Gumi, met in Abeokuta to discuss security situations in Nigeria and prefer solutions out of them. And to discuss this, we've invited Mr. G.T. Ogunye, political analyst. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for inviting me.
Yes. During this meeting, Obasanjo and Sheikh Gumi, raised a 21 points communique, and they preferred solutions to the insecurity challenges in Nigeria, in addition to asking the federal government or making a recommendation to set up special courts to try bandits. But we spoke to analysts this morning who said just setting up special courts would not address the problem of insecurity in Nigeria. Let's get what you think about this particular recommendation.
First, we need at this time to look at the messengers, not just the message, and the medium they've chosen to convey their message to the Nigerian people and the government. My understanding is that what the duo did was to make a recommendation to the federal government on the way forward, as far as how to deal with bandits in the country is concerned. So if we look at the do, the critical question we must ask is why are they making this recommendation? What's their motive? Is it pure, noble, and constructive? My view is that it is not. In particular, because of the role that has been played by Sheikh Gumi. I don't see Sheikh Gumi as a good faith recommender. The way he's been willing and dealing with bandits makes his suggestion and recommendation suspicious at this time. And I think that our intelligence services community should really be gathering intelligence on what the motives and actions of Sheikh Gumi, are. Really. And I don't see him as a good faith recommender, making this suggestion. That's number one. Number two is that for the president, former president of the country, look, there is a council of state that is established by the constitution, which is an advisory body. Even if the president of the country does not call on him to give suggestions, I know that he's been battered in the past for perpetually writing letters and all that. He could generate a memo on his concern, circulate it amongst the former head of state in the country, and call for a council of state meeting to discuss the dire security situations of Nigeria. This side, recommendation that is turned into a media celebration is not the way to go, if you ask me. And now, number three, what is even the substance of the recommendation? That bandits be appeased and told not to do what they are doing anymore, so they should be resettled and they should be accommodated if they are willing to surrender. Resettled where? So when you are talking about resettlement, not rehabilitation, look at the exact word, resettlement, not rehabilitation.
Well, they've also spoken about...
If these persons are not Nigerians, they have a right to be resettled in Nigeria.
Mr. Ogunye, sorry. Mr. Ogunye, they've also spoken about special courts for bandits and kidnappers. Do you think that maybe, that might be a quick answer also?
The what?
They also mentioned the setting up of special courts to address banditry and kidnapping.
How many special courts will you be setting up? It's been suggested in the past by no other person than less than the Attorney General of the country that you set up a sexual offences court. So anti-robberies court, anti-kidnapping court, anti-pipeline vandalization court. Are we serious as a people? You think that you set up court at the drop of the hat? If you have a court that has a criminal jurisdiction designated by the court, by case assignment, can you get those courts to take the cases? In Lagos here and elsewhere, there are certain courts in lieu of the establishment of the anti-corruption court that we called for in this country. There were certain courts that were designated by the heads of courts as courts that were taking the EFCC cases. Justice Olubunmi was one of them before he went to the Court of Appeal in Lagos here. And that was how the Brazilian bank fraud case was cracked in this Lagos. So you can designate certain courts in the existing court system as courts that will take these cases. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to be creating courts anyhow now. These people that are making this suggestion, do they know what they are talking about? With due respect to them.
All right.
Is that how to govern the country? So anti-kidnapping is right, set up a court. Ritual killings is right, set up a court. Ritual killing. Yahoo Yahoo is right, set up a court for Yahoo Yahoo. Set up a court on anything. So at the end of the day, you then have thematic courts. Is that how you operate the criminal justice system of a country? So if we have problem with our judiciary in terms of delay, in terms of its dilatory procedure, in terms of prosecutorial problem, in terms of, not only that, in terms of the executive even faithfully implementing judgments of courts. Because you think that it's the problem of the judiciary alone. No. In this country, our laws provide still for the death penalty. So our judges are made to pass death sentences. No state governors want to sign execution warrant because they think that there will be blood in their hands. Yet they are stealing and robbing the country blind every day. And thereby making our people to suffer and some of them to die because they are being killed by preventable diseases, roads are bad and all that. Their welfare is not being taken care of. So indirectly, they are killing our people. Indirectly, laws are in their hands, but they don't want to sign execution warrant. Yet, they've not amended our criminal law to delete the death penalty as a punishment. Is that a faithful execution of the laws? When the governor swear an oath every time, I shall faithfully discharge the function of my office. I shall execute all the laws of the country. They don't do their own bit. So I'm telling you that, and indeed, this is what also encourages, in a way, extrajudicial killings by the police. We can blame police all we want, but the truth of the matter is that when they arrest some of the people with guns, armed robbers, kidnappers, and all that, they know that down the line, the criminal justice system will not be faithfully operated to ensure that the sanctions that are provided by the law are applied. Okay. So they take the law into their hands and they kill them.
Mr. Ogunye,
because they know that down the line they will release them anyway. They will not kill them.
Mr. Ogunye, we've heard what you think about, this point in the communique about the setting up of special courts and all the holes that are possibly in this recommendation. But let's look at the 13th point of their communique. And former President Olusegun Obasanjo and Sheikh Gumi here recommended that Nigeria as a country have a common policy on dealing with terrorists. And they say that we should stop having situations where one state would pay ransom to bandits and another state would say they would never pay ransom. And one state would negotiate with bandits, another state would say they would not. Where we have different, different responses to banditry in Nigeria. Do you also have, opposing thoughts to that particular recommendation, or do you see a common policy on insecurity as something that we should adopt in the country?
That's the point I'm making. I'm saying that Gumi in particular does not have the integrity to make this recommendation. Who is it to be making such recommendation? I consider he has the right to freedom of speech, but I warn that the media should not be too eager to lap up everything that these people say. Was he not the one encouraging the payment of ransom, talking about settlement, talking about talking to them, talking about accommodating them, saying that they were offended, saying that they have been left in the lodge? So why are they not making recommendation for armed robbers or ritual, murderers?
Mr. Ogunye, if you look away from the messenger, if you look away from, maybe the antecedents of the people making these recommendations, do you see any merit at all to the suggestion?
Listen. Please. Look, the devil cannot be suggesting peace to me. When the devil does that, I must make an inquiry as to what the intent of the devil is. We are in the period of Easter now. Satan was said to have approached Jesus and told him, jump.
Are you referring that Sheikh Gumi here would be, the devil in your statement?
You are the one suggesting that. I'm just making an analogy.
But it's
it's
your words I'm quoting back to you, sir.
I cannot tempt the Lord thy God. I won't jump. So I'm telling you that Sheikh Gumi. Okay, let me just dilate here a little. Look, part of the problem that we have here, and Nigeria must pay attention. Part of the problem that we have here, in the north particularly, about banditry, is that banditry that we are dealing with in the north that's manifested in Boko Haram, because they are linked. El Rufai, the governor of Kaduna State, are just alleged 2 days ago so that ransom that are paid are funneled into Boko Haram war. So there is a link. So the Chekuni that we are talking about must be dissected. Look, the banditry we are talking about in the north has a religious dimension.
Yeah, and
the
that's
Boko Haram
where I'm
people are
going
not
into.
just fighting a war.
Yeah, that's where I'm about to go into.
Doesn't make any meaning to them.
Ms. Algoye, I want, now you've spoken about the religious, aspect of it. In the recommendations, number 10 there, it says, and that is with regards to the role that Nigerians should play. It says that all well-meaning Nigerians should be involved in finding solutions by desisting from blame game, desisting from ethnicizing these crimes, desisting from regionalizing these crimes also. Do you think that is possible, that we can take away ethnicity and religion from, this conversation?
Look, maybe these people are just pretending to be statesmen, and then they are making this recommendation. So when you want to deal with Boko Haram, are you going to deny the fact that it's basically Kanuri-driven in terms of those who are fighting this war? And it is in that area. And it is in that area they are claiming that they want to forge a theocratic Islamic state. That's a reality you have to deal with. So if you are espousing that fact, how does that make you somebody that is giving a religious twist to the argument, or ethnicizing it, or regionalizing it? So that's why I'm saying that, look, when a problem hits a country like this, people that should not even make suggestion on the way forward. It is the brightness of the day that brings forth the other. I'm telling you, Kumi should go and deal with a religious issue that he's dealing with, and then teach his adherents on how to be tolerant. That's part of the problem that we're dealing with.
Mr. Ogunye, you seem to be, ignoring that Obasanjo also made contributions to this. I don't know if that might in any way influence your comments, because Chief Olusegun Obasanjo and Sheikh Gumi came together to make this suggestion. So it wasn't entirely Sheikh Gumi who wrote this and sent it off to the press.
Look, one needed the other.
Does Obasanjo have any merits with you at all?
One needed the other. Obasanjo, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, had not been involved in recent times in this banditry issue. Sheikh Gumi has been in the news, going to the bush, negotiating with everybody, moving in and out with ease, unscathed. So Obasanjo needed him for validation, and Sheikh Gumi needed Obasanjo for validation. It's a case of mutual need. That's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that there is no problem here. I'm not saying that if you look at their 10-point demand or suggestion, you can't look at it as, okay, yes, for example, the suggestion that we should have a uniform way of dealing with bandits. One state shouldn't be offering ransom, another state not offering ransom. That's good. Indeed, the Sultan of Sokoto earlier had warned the Nigerian military that he was a colonel in the army, that when an enemy combatant takes guns against you, self-capture, you destroy him. That this whole idea of Buratai talking about, rehabilitating bandits, rehabilitating Boko Haram warriors was wrong-headed. He said it publicly. Okay, so I agree that there's a need to have, equal treatment and all that. But I'm saying on this occasion, the good suggestion this duo may make, in my view, is overshadowed by their posturing, by their antecedents, by their current disposition on the same subject, particularly Gumi. That's the point I'm making.
All right. Hopefully, if it came from, totally different persons, we might be, we might see things different, or is that possible? Do you think that if this message came from entirely different personalities, it might have had a different feel?
Possibly. But yes, possibly. If other persons are the one making this suggestion, my disposition will be different. And really, this is an indictment on the government. When people talk about government, people don't understand it very well. By the doctrine of social contract, the people were supposed to have gathered and surrender their collective wish to self-government to the government to govern them. So the government must lead. The government must not be led. So if the government is leading, all these suggestions will not be necessary. Sheikh-Gumi will not be relevant. And Obasanjo's position will not be relevant because the government will have moved ahead. Some of these suggestions that they made, that you are now calling me this morning to come and be discussing as something of value, government will have been dealing with that.
All right.
But what we see in Katsina State, you see people dealing with bandits, taking guns from them. In Samara State, you see them saying that they are going to give them cows and healers vehicles.
All right, we have to round up here. But of course, you've shared your thoughts very, very well on this conversation this morning, and we hope that we can, of course, bring you back again as soon as possible. If there's other developments from this conversation. Thank you very much for joining us and for speaking with us this morning.
Thanks again, Mr. Omiye.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and that's where we say goodbye here this morning on The Breakfast. It's been a very interesting Monday morning, from speaking with the president of the National Association of Resident Doctors, and now, of course, to GT Ogunye with regards security, banditry, kidnapping, and the likes. Thank you very much for starting up your week with us. If you missed out on any of this, get on our social media platforms at Plus TV Africa, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube.
Yes, thanks again. I am Anetta Felix.
And I am Osaogi Ogbawa. See you tomorrow.
It's always harder to justify a service than a good. If you walk into a store, a supermarket, you see something on the shelf is 2,100 naira. You're going to carry the thing to the counter and pay 2,100 naira. But I went to school. I studied law. My parents put me through school. I'm telling you, this is your amount. This is your fee. This is your professional fee. There's transport. There's logistics. There's so many things to consider. I've explained everything to you, but it's so difficult to justify a service.
Do you think it's something that has to do with this part of the world, or you think generally?
I think it's this part of the world. And it could also be, I've also learned that it could also be putting your foot down. I'm okay to say, okay, if you don't agree, that's fine. Because you have to know what you bring to the table. You know what the effort you're going to put in and the stress that it's going to take you. So if you've charged appropriately and a client says no, it's okay if the client has to go somewhere else.
My name is Kuyoro Olalekon Shegun. My friend introduced me to this recycling thing. Fortunately for me, I'm African representative of it. I've been to a lot of shows, I've been to a lot of events through this recycling of it. So I was like, well, this stupid thing, this one tire bike. I never knew the bike is my destiny.
Juggling, acrobatic display, and dancing
are some of the acts you will see from the God Knows Best Academy, a local unicycling team in Lagos.
When I was doing it alone then, to me, I felt like it would be very nice if we can be many, like only me. I think I was very happy and I got some popularity, like, hey, he's doing the Oyibo thing, this one, that one. But I felt bored along the line, like, why only me doing this thing? Maybe I should teach others. So I tried to teach the adults then. So I found out that the adults it's more difficult to teach the adults, that the kids are more better because they have nothing to think about or to care for. So I think, so that was when I discovered that it's better for me to look at age 12 downward than 17, 18 stuff. Starting the academy was more difficult because unicycle was barely known. Like, they're like, I'd rather put my children in dancing, in singing, than this one bike thing. That what was it used for? What was this one? But along the line, we started getting attention, recognition, newspaper, TV interview, and like, wow, I want to bring my child, I want to bring my daughter, I want to bring my stuff. Then currently, I think we have a space issue. Like, we need a proper academy, we need funds, like we need help with their school as well and other kids. So those are the basic challenges we are having now.
My name is Kendo Kotoko. I was outside of our house the other day, so I saw them riding a one-tire bicycle. So I was like, how do they ride this one? So my brother told me that, are you going to learn? So I decided to say that yes, I'd rather learn unicycle to go and do a business or to learn a work. So that's how I joined the unicycle. My friend told me that the other day that they saw me with this unicycle, they told me that, are you not going to break your leg? So I tell them that, no, ma, I'm not going to break my leg. We have a coach, so our coach is going to put us through how they ride this unicycle. So since that day, my mom and dad saw me riding a unicycle, so they was like happy. So they decided to tell me that, oh yeah, are you going to start going to train? And I decided, I said that yes, I'll start learning a unicycle. Not everybody can do it. So sometimes we went out, so some people like to try it. So that, they might give me shubu, they might come lesser. So I was like, no, we are going to come for training. If you have a proper training, so you can do it. So we go for a show, we go for an event, so we go to different times. I've been to a hotel, I've been to one Lagos Fiesta, so we won 1 million. So the money that we got from the 1 million, we need to do all this in the cycle, so our coach needed to feed us.
From the beginning, it was difficult because unicycle is not known, it's just new then. But as time goes on, like for instance now when I take them out, they get paid, like take this 2K, that was the beginning, take this 10K, give it to your mom, give it to your dad. So like, are you sure say you know till the money come out? So the boy or the girl like, call my coach now, he gave me. So they're like, wow, this thing is making money, definitely the future will be bright and clear. So that's one of the first conviction they had, like, if this thing will bring money for my child, then why is he not doing it? So I think their only fear was, it should not break leg, it should not break hand. And for every parent that's not close to me, I think they are the most scared one, like, it will break leg, go. But then I will not tell them, this thing money they deal. So that's how I really convince some of them. So far, I think God has been good to us. Even the most difficult trick we had, like riding on the bare boat, so I can tell you that we only have like maybe 10% of injury out of 100. So we don't always have a critical injury or anything. When I started, my first goal was to make unicycle a global image, like for example in Nigeria. So when I met the International Federation, they were like, they never knew unicycle sports exist here in Nigeria. That the two things they know about Nigeria, one is crime and second one is poverty. That's what the media are showing to them. But here is a black man doing this kind of stuff. So they were so excited to support me then, because it's only South Africa that is well recognized on international level. So right now, I think I'm taking it beyond unicycling thing. I'm trying to make it like a music brand, like a comedy brand, whereby there's no events in Nigeria or there's no big events in Lagos State that you will not need GKB. So it's now beyond unicycle. It's more of circus of different acts now.
Most of his cyclists are male. Why aren't there more female cyclists?
Yes, I think I'm having the gender issue because for a female to stay with us is a very big, difficult issue. But I think when we have a proper academy, we can definitely have rooms for them. Back then, area boys do come and disturb us. Sometimes the SARS will be shooting at them because the smokes around there and all that. So the SARS will usually they run for our lives and all that. But so far, it's been peaceful. But still, it's not a better place for us because they might influence those kids, seeing an adult or area boy smoking and all that. So it's something I really want to take their eyes from. There's no Western African unicycling competition. There's World, which is Unicorn. Unicycling competition. It takes place every 2 years. So it's one of my biggest dreams. And also maybe I can win Grammy someday like Burna Boy.
6 years down the line, with 17 students in his God Knows Best Academy, Lakon has big dreams, including owning a physical space he can train more cyclists. We hope all his dreams come true.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
I am under the bridge in Menday, Maryland, at the very popular Cane Village, particularly thrilled at the level of creativity being displayed in terms of the artworks here by the artisans.
An array of weavers and sellers of baskets, chairs, and artistic household furniture made out of cane were all hard at work at the time of my visit to the Cane Village. The men, women, and children all seemed engrossed at their day's task. I was welcomed by the president of the Cane Weavers Association, Mr. Edward Apofure. According to Edward, the weavers and sellers were collectively relocated under this bridge in 2002. A hard miss for anyone coming from Ikeja or Ikorodu access.
This is a fantastic, fantastic location. How long has this Cane Village been in existence?
Well, the Cane Village has been existed for a long time ago. We rise from our forefather, who founded this industry, established it for year 1974. But we came to register this industry in 1986. It was registered as National Cane Weaver Association. So we have been existed for many years. Before we came on board, we have been a roadside seller, but the government said that they don't want anything else. Anybody want to operate such thing, you must come under union and register.
From my observation, more elderly weavers were in sight as I pondered on the posterity of this age-long craft.
What exactly does it take to learn this craft? How long would it take an average person to learn how to make something like this?
If you want to learn this work, one thing you need to have is that you have to have patience. This work is not something you can just carry knife and do. You go for process. You got the material which is called cane. And from there, you scrape it. After you scrape it, you shear it. After you shear it, then you now carve it. And this shear you are sitting on today now, before we work on it, we have procedure go through before it come like this. We have the framework. After the framework, before you can whip on it. So learning this work is not really a bad thing, and to know this work is not a bad thing. You know, I can tell you today now, we are this business. We have many graduates in this business, and those who finish secondary school are here. Are here, yes. At some point, and some of them can even do this work, and now making their life better by go more further their education more. So we create job opportunity. This job is helping young people who are not lazy.
I was eager to meet the university graduate who came into the business for what he described as a lack of jobs in Nigeria. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the unemployment rate bedeviling the country as of the third quarter of 2018 stood at 23.1%, hence putting the number of unemployed at 20.9 million.
I'm a graduate from University of Port Harcourt. I studied pure and industrial chemistry. I graduated the year 2010, did my NYSC in Boy State, Zia Girls Secondary School in Zangbo. I left the NYSC the year 2014. So, but due to Nigeria and no job creation for we the youth, so we engage ourselves since Nigeria said that everybody should find themselves doing one or two things.
However grateful for the good gift of education, which he said was sponsored by his parents, with hopes of being employed after graduation, he fell back to this craft, which for him portends a means for better livelihood.
So I started doing it right from the year 1990. After my university, since there is no job, I have to fall back to what I know how to do best. So at least I can make money and take care of myself.
He described the various weaving techniques associated with the creation of a variety of cane-woven designs.
As you can see, this one, the cane comes from Delta State. It grows within the riverine areas. There's one that comes from Delta State, Bayelsa State, Rivers State, Edo State, Ondo State, and there are some in Lagos as well. But that in Lagos differs from the one that comes from Delta State. So, but we prefer the ones that come from Benin and Delta State. So that is where we have our suppliers from. So now this one is the cane. It's also the same cane that we use in caning kits in the school. So now for me to use this now, example, if I want to make these chairs now, like this one comprises of two materials. This one, there is the wooden part, which is the frame. Before you make the chair like this, you must make the skeleton, which is the frame with the wood. Then after the wood, then before you get your cane, then after the cane, you cannot just use the cane like this. If you can say that the color of this one and the color of this one, they are two different colors. Then when I get to this stage, now depends on what I want to use it for. Depends on what I want to do. If I want to do this chair, then definitely I'm to chair this into 4 pieces because I'm to use just the back of it. I won't use the inner of it. But if I want to do another design, maybe something like this, I'm going to use the inner of it and the outside.
While this craft had transcended many generations, I could tell it consumed a lot of production time, which affected the ability to meet up with purchase order demands from customers. For this reason, some of the weavers have employed the use of rattan made from polyester, a more expensive but efficient material imported into the country. Macaulay, however, confirmed my assumptions.
The manual processes delays the production. So, and that's the reason why these days we are now shifting from the cane aspects to the one we call the outdoor, the rattan process. which is now the one that has been done through polyester materials. But meanwhile, it's not being done in Nigeria yet, and it's more expensive compared to that of the cane. Like if you see these two materials now, they are different. This one is the rubber one. This one is made from polyester. Then why this one is a cane. So this one is faster in production compared to this.
While the cane weaving procedure can be done in isolation of things like electricity, the rattan procedure may use an electric-powered compressor or one which makes use of fuel. But due to the inconsistent power supply in the country, weavers such as Macaulay settled for compressors which make use of fuel.
Meanwhile, in doing this, there is no how I can do this without the help of this gun and a compressor. Meanwhile, there is a stapler we put inside. Then with the help of the compressor, see, we use this to staple the rubber to it so that at least it can hold. That of the cane aspect of this craft is already weaving out due to the factor of producing it and getting of materials from the forest. And the forest where they get these canes from these days, like the people that supplies us the cane are complaining that the bush are already being burned. Now people that plant these days are now burning the cane. So before they get to the forest where they will get this cane now, it's very, very difficult for them. So now that's the reason why we try to advance into this new technology that the whites, the Americans, the Japanese, the Chinese, they are already using in their own country. And some Nigerians travel abroad and import this thing into Nigeria. If someone comes to me and said he wants this one, he wants like 15 sets of Dick's dining within 1 week, I can boldly tell the clients that he's going to pick it up. But that of the cane, even 1 month, it won't be ready due to the process of preparing your materials, getting your frames ready. Like that of the cane, a set of cane chair, at least you get it for like 150,000, 170,000. But a set of rattan chair, the least amount you can get is 250,000.
This market right here does have a high level of economic benefit for the country if issues such as financial deficit as well as a restructuring of the business can be done by the government. The weavers remain optimistic about their ability to expand and possibly export their products someday. Edward says financial aid from the government would go a long way.
If government shall now say, I want to give individual like 500,000 to start. I tell you, when you invest 500,000 for this business by a year, by the end of the year, you will make a return of even 300,000 on top of that 500, even $1 million. Because during December time, the period of December, when many companies want to do outpass gift, they come here to have a demand of basket, meaning even when you do not have money, you can never meet up there because they will come, they will demand more than you don't even have. So, but you don't have money to do this, that, you cannot get it. But at that time, the price will even favor you because that time the price will wait up because there will much demand that time. So if the government help us, will give us money, we do this business, we keep them toward December time, we bring them for sale. You know, when you borrow money for back, maybe some all these back microfinance now, you borrow today, tomorrow you are coming to collect the money from you. And this our business does not go like that. You see, we do the business, you give us money, you give us time to work with that money. So by the time maybe 7 months, 8 months, we started to pay. You know, we have produced something that by the time we carry the market or where we want to sell, return that money back will not be a problem at all. But when you give me money today, tomorrow you are coming to, you are trying to kill the business man. You are not making my business to this. We are not buying and selling. It's not this why I started this thing. So it's something you produce before you can sell.
For Edward, financial aid from the government and a restructuring of their current location to take on a more tourist look would improve the shortfall in supply as well as make them more competitive in the global market, hence giving way to export.
Like this place we come today now, government can come to this place and turn it to tourist center as cane industry. So whereby they build a good structure and whereby people come and make their daily bread, whereby government can get sort of it, out of it. It's the looks of this our work now. You have to finish there. To export them is another problem because we don't have the financial background to carry this work outside for people to buy. We only look at this rata work now. Before we don't know how to do them, but now we are now named them and we know how to do them. So all those things that are even they are going for abroad for, we have them. We have the knowledge, the people who are so intelligent to do this craft work here in Nigeria, in this cane industry. It's just what the government should come and ask us, how can we do it? And we tell them the other side of it, where we need their help.
Macaulay was gracious enough to take me round the cane village on a tour.
This is dining for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 chairs. There's going to be a glass of 10 mm on it, which is this. This is a glass. This glass will be on it. If I'm to produce this one now, to do this one alone, it's going to take me about 1 week to produce just one of these. But if I'm to do it in the rattan, it's going to take me maximum of 2 days. I'm done with it. This one cannot withstand the outdoor. It's not something that can withstand rain. And that one can withstand rain. This one is made with raffia. We'll call this one raffia. This material is sort. This material we get this material from Cotonou. Something like this one now is about 2,000.
And how long would it take you to make it?
This one takes about 1 hour. So that's the reason why during the Xmas period, people don't even do chairs.
Amazing, amazing items. I certainly had fun here, and I did get myself some take home as well. For Plus TV Africa, I am Irene Ubani.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello, welcome to another edition of Plus Reports, a compilation of the stories and events that made the news recently. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. We are starting on the conflict resolution mechanisms and traditional community leadership structures. The adoption of an alternative dispute resolution mechanism in Nigeria's northeast, plagued by terrorism, took the center stage at a 3-day event for religious women and youth leaders in Yola. The training, which includes topics like conflict analysis and effective communication, focuses on fostering peace within the region that will provide the community members with additional skills and tools for resolving issues peacefully, and a model that encourages parties to find mutually acceptable solutions. Details here.
Banditry, terrorism and other forms of insecurity have become major challenges in the Northeast, hence the need for this 3 days workshop to enlighten the religious and community leaders on finding an acceptable dispute resolution mechanism in the Northeast.
Of the contract by the Northeast Development Commission for us to train 210 community leaders on alternative dispute resolution, ADR, and conflict management across the 6 states in the Northeast, and to conceive, develop, produce, and air 1-hour television program on peace, peaceful coexistence, and de-radicalization came at a no better time than now, when peace and cordial relationships are needed in this region.
The representative of the Northeast Development Commission Yola office says that insecurity has become a serious threat for people in the Northeast region.
Insurgency has caused a lot of destruction in the Northeast, and part of our mandate is to receive and manage funds from the federal government, international donors for the settlement, rehabilitation, and reintegration of victims of insurgency in the Northeast. So there's need for this kind of workshop. It is meant to train our leaders, the youths, the women leaders, the traditional, the religious leaders, to be able to identify conflict situations and manage them appropriately.
Some of the participants applauded the giant strides of the group, as the training will go a long way in curbing insecurity in the Northeast and Nigeria as a whole.
All over the world, you discover that there has been conflict. Here in the Northeast, in particular, we have a lot of security challenges, very from Boko Haram, we have banditry, we have kidnapping, we have communal clashes, and a forum like this, it will go a long way to rock mind to come together.
I want to inform you, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense School has recognized alternative dispute resolutions, which has propelled us to open a unit under Crisis Management Directorate.
The representatives of religious leaders that are here will take it up, and then at the end of the day, we will have a better society where we will understand each other, and then we will resolve our problems amicably.
It is hoped that the participants at this workshop will take the message to the people at the grassroots and help create a friendly society for all.
Well, according to a report by EU Emergency Trust Fund for Africa, the crisis in northeast Nigeria is now in its 10th year, which has produced widespread unrest for civilians, while 7.1 million people remain in need of humanitarian assistance. The 10 schools shut down by the Kwara State government in February over the issue of wearing of hijab by Muslim students have resumed academic activities, but the controversy persists as CAN, in its reaction, disagreed with the government, insisting that schools owned by Christian missions originally cannot accommodate the style of dressing. Plus TV Africa went on a fact-finding mission. Take a listen.
The dispute between the two parties started after students wearing hijab were disallowed entry into Baptist school Surulere by some protesting Christians, an action which came after the Kwara State government reopened the 10 schools. The schools, built by different Christian denominations, had received grants by the state government in 1974. However, the Christian body says the schools were taken over by the government and have not been returned to them ever since. The state government thereafter gave the Muslims approval to wear their hijabs in the schools, another the Christians blatantly refused to accept.
Our Christian counterparts refused bluntly to give peace a chance by permitting the Muslim students to wear hijab, which is part of their own normal dress. All effort to convince them that this hijab is not offensive to the religious sensibility of our Christian brothers and sisters fell to the deaf ear.
The Christians made it unequivocally clear that they don't want the use of hijab in our school. And we advanced our reasons. We said it will not be good now. If you put hijab on Muslim girls and the Christians were not wearing hijab, you expose our own to danger. Because the bandits and the kidnappers, when they go to school, they will kidnap our children.
This led to an altercation between the Muslims and Christians and a clash that saw the two parties throwing objects at each other. This action left properties destroyed and people injured.
What we do not want in Ilorin, the capital of the state of harmony, is crisis that will lead to a kind of a bloody or violent situation in this.
The Muslims just came, they besieged and bombarded our schools and began to stone people, injure people with various degrees of injury.
Although things are back to normal in the state, both parties are still insisting that their demands are met. The Chief Press Secretary to the Kwara State Government, Radius Ajakaye, appealed to both parties to remain calm and allow the issue to be handled appropriately by the state government.
Our take as a government is to appeal to all of our people to please give peace a chance.
Now, the Chief Imam and Chairman of the Governing Council, Kwara State College of Arabic and Islamic Studies, appealed to the Christian faithful to let peace reign. Also, the Vice President of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Kwara State Chapter, Reverend Sunday Adewale, urged the Muslims and the state government to come together to fight for a greater cause and not for what he termed as unnecessary. In the same vein, a public affairs analyst, Sunday Timothy, condemned the attack on the Christian community, calling for unity despite religious differences.
We use the same markets, we use the same hospitals. So why will it be difficult for us to use the same school where there won't be any discrimination?
I want to appeal to all parties to please maintain decency, to please be tolerant, to please handle this issue with care, because the religious issue in Nigeria is very, very germane, and we must be careful in doing it. Otherwise, we will set up the state in fire.
Christian and Muslim didn't come together to fight people that embezzle superb money. We didn't do that. We don't have good rules. We don't have so many things. We didn't fight the government for that. We're fighting because of hijab.
Whether Muslims, whether Christians, they are all Kwarans. So the government will rather continue to engage, which is what we've been doing.
Meanwhile, the Kwara State Police Command said that no church or office was vandalized or shops looted by protesters in the Ilorin metropolis.
While the government has said that there is no victor, no vanquished on the hijab crisis, urged the two faith leaders, opinion molders and media personalities to act with restraints and great responsibility in their public utterances and actions and continue to live in peace and harmony with one another. Sexual violence is perpetrated by and against both men and women, but research has shown that sexual violence against women perpetrated by men is widely practiced. As part of efforts to tackle the stigma suffered by the victims, Women's Rights and Health Project has organized a town hall meeting to sensitize stakeholders in Alumosho local government area of Lagos State. Plus TV's Africa's correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
This is part of the project titled Increasing Access to Justice-Related Services to mobilize communities for the uptake of justice for survivors of sexual gender-based violence. The project, among other things, has established a resource center called the Ireti Resource Center to support vulnerable people and sexual gender-based violence survivors by providing them with free services. Unfair treatment to house helps and the reason for this gathering, the organizers have this to say.
As we've spoken to the adults, we should also speak to the adults who are in charge of children, because statistics shows that children between the ages of 15 to 18 are more vulnerable to sexual and gender-based violence.
Sexual and gender-based violence has continued to be a menace in the society, hence the need for sensitization of the masses on this reality. Some participants of the town hall meeting react on the impact of the training.
Most of what was discussed today, I feel that we do it naturally at home. Like when you say, you this boy, you must do this thing, you need to do it without giving that child food. And now I was meant to understand that it's not good. The same right to give to your children, you give to these people. So it's really deep and I really enjoy it.
A lot of us believe we can treat our maid anyhow. But with this program, it let us to know we should treat them equally.
In 2020, this group, among other things, trained 100 police officers, 300 community-mandated sexual gender-based violence reporters from 30 social structures, and presently, secondary school students are being trained on improving reporting of sexual gender-based violence to better expose this menace in our society. Destiny Momo for Plus TV Africa.
While sexual violence can take many forms, including sexual harassment in the workplace and in public spaces, take a stand by calling it out when you see it. And let's listen to survivors and make sure they have the support they need. You're watching Plus Report. There are more after this break.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "What? Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6. So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Thanks for staying with us. Away from gender-based violence, we now move over to another menace, fake drugs. Weeks after 3 people died in Kano State for taking expired citric acid, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has alerted Nigerians to the presence of unregistered and fake insulin tea for diabetes. NAFDAC warned Nigerians against buying or taking the tea. Aneta Felix has more of this.
Marketers of this insulin tea say it cures diabetes by removing sugar in the body. It even has a NAFDAC number on the packaging. But the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, says it is fake. Former National Secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Gbenga Olubowale, re-echoes it.
This is very strange. There is nothing like curing diabetes. What you can do is to manage and then ensure that the patient or the person involved can live a very fulfilled life as much as possible, either through medication or through lifestyle changes. Because when you begin to take all these spurious elements, they lead to what we call organs failure. They begin to kill slowly.
Olubowale also recalls the thousands of deaths recorded in Nigeria due to fake drugs and calls on Nigeria's drug regulation agencies to do more to safeguard the health of Nigerians.
How can we, in this modern age, 21st century, have people parading or hawking medicines at bus stops, inside buses, on the streets, making all manners of spurious claims, and we have nobody challenging them? There is a lot for NAFDAC to do.
Olubowale calls out the corruption in the Nigerian National Health Insurance Scheme and advocates a proper function of the government agency.
Health insurance is actually the way to go, but unfortunately, we have not gotten this right. Over 10 years ago, the National Health Insurance Scheme was inaugurated by the regime of Obasanjo. This is how many years down the line? There have been series and series of fraud in National Health Insurance Scheme. Humongous fraud within the National Health Insurance Scheme. Out-of-pocket payment, of course, we encourage this patronage of all this quack.
The World Health Organization describes fake drugs as the world's most lucrative counterfeit goods. It has a global market worth of $200 billion, and hundreds of thousands of people die every year in Nigeria from counterfeit medicines. Anetta Felix, Plus TV Africa.
Well, members of the public are employed to contact the nearest NAFDAC office with any information concerning the distributions, sales, and use of the fake insulin tea. In the wake of several calls for self-determination and secession, the need for national unity resounds. Despite pockets of inter-ethnic tensions in our national history, Nigerians are better together, even stronger together. This is the view of President Muhammadu Buhari at the 12th Bola Tinubu colloquium held in Kano State. Osaroge Ogbonwa has more on this report.
Our common bond, our common wealth, the imperative of national cohesion for growth and prosperity. That is the theme for this year's edition of the Bola Tinubu colloquium, held to mark the 69th birthday of the former governor of Lagos State and national leader of the All Progressives Congress. The event held at the Coronation Hall, Kano State, and was attended physically and virtually by President Muhammadu Buhari, former President of Sierra Leone, Dr. Ernest Bai Koroma, the President of Liberia, George Weah, Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the Governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, and other state governors, National Assembly leadership with the Senate President Ahmed Lawan and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, traditional leaders, and many more. As the chairman of the occasion, President Muhammadu Buhari advised that the country should consolidate on the strength of its unity.
We must count our blessings in Nigeria and see in them the crucial factors of peace and unity.
Adding his voice, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo argues that Nigerians are stronger and more powerful together than being apart.
For the purveyors of breaking up into small components, into small countries, perhaps they should be reminded that we would not have been able to accept Governor Ganduje's offer to come to Kano at short notice, since we would all have needed visas to come to Kano.
The Kano State Governor, Abdullahi Ganduje, stated the importance of having a united Nigeria.
Issues of tribalism, religious intolerance, nepotism, suspicion among the elites, all these variables, unless if we come together, they will continue to pull us down.
And the celebrant, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, shared his views on Nigeria's unemployment figures and the urgency Nigeria needs to fix the gap.
It is time. We are under police, and we are competing with armed robbers and the bandits to recruit from the youths who are unemployed. 33% unemployed. Recruit 50 million youths into the army and take away from their recruitment source.
The 12th Bola Tinubu Colloquium is held annually to mark the former governor's birthday, with the aim to bring burning national discourse to the fore. Osaogie Ogbonwa, Plus TV Africa.
Well, the objectives of the colloquium, which seeks to provide answers to national issues, further reflects the personal principles of Tinubu in promoting the unity and welfare of the country. Meanwhile, traditional rulers under the auspices of Ijebu Obas in Lagos have asked former governor of the state, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, to run for the top seat in 2023. According to them, at a time like this, the nation needs a statesman, bold, courageous, visionary leader, and a bridge across ethnic groups and tribes to pilot the affairs of the nation post-President Muhammadu Buhari's government. Plus TV Africa's Kayode Ladeinde has more on this report.
Make no mistake about it, the race for who succeeds President Muhammadu Buhari is on. One of the prominent names being touted from time to time is the national leader and co-founder of the ruling party APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. At this gathering, comprising 24 traditional rulers in Lagos of Ijebu descent, are unanimous in urging him to run for president come 2023.
The Ijebu Obas Forum of Lagos State is apolitical, but it is a keen watcher of political events in the deliberations of the forum, and having considered the Nigerian political events and activities as they unfold, we have decided to come into the open to urge the Emeritus Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to contest for the presidency in 2023.
Well, fortunately, it coincides with our normal monthly meeting of the Ijebu traditional rulers in Lagos State. Well, at the same time, it coincides with the celebration of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 69th birthday anniversary. We just thought it necessary to, considering his achievements in governance so far, particularly in Lagos State, and his contribution to national development and in the international politics at large, where we feel, well, if we see somebody like that, you want to encourage him to do more.
The Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, who is a guest at the meeting, argues that Senator Tinubu has paid enough price to deserve the #1 seat in the country.
You know, it bounds from experience, working with Asiwaju, serving him as a son, as a follower, as a loyalist. Beyond me, likewise others. I'm sure you heard the Obas. You heard what they said about him. So there's a lot of qualities, that makes us believe that it's far beyond other contestants.
What they are doing here today is a very strong message to the followership in their domain, in their various domains. They will go back and they're going to have influence on all other Obas beyond this part of Lagos State and even beyond Lagos State, Ogun State, and by extension we have Ijebus in Ogun State and all that. Because they are so powerful, they are referred leaders. So they will be able to talk to even all other Obas, including the emirs or whoever, because at that level, they meet themselves and they talk the same language.
Incidentally, this meeting coincides with his 69th birthday celebration. Hence, these traditional rulers believe that it is the best time to make their position known. Kayode Ladeinde, Plus TV Africa.
Well, the traditional rulers also urged the revered politician to make himself available to serve the country. And to environmental matters now. Majority of the trash and debris that cover beaches in Nigeria come from the shoreline and recreational activities such as picnicking and beach going. Thus, debris injures and kills marine life. It also interferes with navigation, which poses a threat to human health. To this end, a multi-city exercise geared towards regular cleanup was launched at Alpha Beach, Lagos. Vivian Oguche was there and now reports.
Marine debris, including plastic accumulating in water bodies like oceans and beaches, has become a global crisis. Research shows that at least 8 million tons of plastic end up in oceans every year and make up 80% of all marine debris from surface waters to deep-sea sediments, a situation that many consider dangerous.
It's something that affects everyone, and it affects different areas of our lives, which is why I say it is not just a beach cleanup. It is an initiative that will put food on the table, ensure that harmful plastic, microplastics are kept out of our oceans and by extension out of our tummies, giving us healthier lives, making us more cancer-free.
It's not just a one-time strategy that we'll do this and then we just let it go, So it's something that we'll do on a regular basis.
This exercise brings together environmental groups, corporations, and volunteers to rid the Alpha Beach end of the Ibeju-Lekki coastline of trash.
This is part of my service to the community. It's my way of giving back.
Every day we do clean up in our homes. The environment is not an exception. As a socially responsible individuals, we need to continue to invest in recycling.
In addition to keeping the environment clean, the beach cleanup is a form of exercise for some.
I feel livelier now than if I'm on the bed sleeping. So it's a way of also exercising and also giving back to the society.
Research says that in 2050, there will be more plastic than fishes in the ocean. But if this kind of measure is adopted, who knows, the tide might turn. Vivian Oguche for Plus TV, Africa.
Indeed, the marine life has a huge impact on wildlife, the environment, and indeed our well-being and economy. So the effects of the debris should be taken seriously. And that's the size of this edition of Plus Reports. But remember to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. I'm your host, Morimi Akon. On today's episode, our guest is the co-founder and managing director of Crowdivest, a platform focused on raising funds for businesses in various sectors through crowdfunding. Interestingly, she founded her first startup when she was just 16, called Gifted Hands, a makeup business that ran for 10 years, and at age 19, she founded a cleaning services business known as Fini Fini Enterprises. She is also one of the co-founders of Farm Crowdy. Our guest is Temitope Omotolani. Thank you for joining us on the show today, Timmy Tokwe.
Thank you for having me.
So let's just go straight into it. Okay. What is Crowdivest about?
Okay, so Crowdivest is a digital platform that allows people to fund projects through crowdfunding. So we identify businesses that are impact-driven and focused around the 17 SDG goals, because we are very heavy on social impact. So we fund those projects through the monies that is being raised on the platform from everyday Nigerians, and they're able to earn good returns on their monies. And we also run a savings platform that allows people to create different savings plan from short-term, long-term to short-term, medium-term, or long-term savings plan, depending on what they want to do. And they are able to earn good returns on their savings daily.
Okay, so when you say good returns, really, like, what do you mean?
So for the savings, we have returns from between 12 to 15%, and for our crowdfunding platforms, we have returns from 11% to 24%, depending on the project that we are raising funds for. And we have over 80,000 users already on the platform. Wow, yes, and we've been able to do over $20 million since we started, from everyday Nigerians, putting in their bits here and there to support these businesses.
So what's the least that can be put in?
So we do as minimum as 20,000. So if you have 20,000, you can fund a project on the platform. And for the savings, we do as low as 1,000
a month or
yes,
a day,
depending on what you set. So you can save daily, you can save weekly, monthly, quarterly, depending on what you set for yourself.
Amazing. So what was the defining moment for you? What made you think, you know what, I have to do something like this to help businesses?
So coming from Farm Crowdy was crowdfunding for agriculture, and then we discovered that beyond agriculture, other sectors need to also raise money. Access to finance was a major problem for a lot of businesses. So we thought, okay, why not separate the crowdfunding bit of the business from the agriculture bit? So that was how we created Crowdivest, to focus on raising funds through the crowdfunding for other businesses and in different sectors beyond agriculture. And then when we did that too, there are people that are just still scared of the word investment or crowdfunding, so they would rather save. So we are trying to create an environment or a community for people to be financially independent and stop depending on what we are still waiting for, the hand-me-downs, and somebody will give me stuff. You can save towards your own independence and plan your life accordingly. So we are just a community of people that are deliberate about our life and making sure that we are financially independent and capable to live life to the fullest, really.
Interesting. So I was going to ask about the concept of crowdfunding. It's still very new in Nigeria. Despite the fact that you guys have been working for, you've been running the business for a while, but a lot of people still don't understand or still don't regard the concept of crowdfunding. So what's your company doing to put it out there?
Okay, so it's interesting that a lot of people still don't get the concept, but let me just explain. So if I'm trying to raise 100 million, rather than go to one person and raise the 100 million and go through all the processes and all the rigor, I can get 100 people, 100,000 people to just give me maybe 1,000 naira, and I raise my money. And the beautiful thing about it is everybody that came together to raise that fund, you have contributed heavily to the success of the business, and you have also contributed to the economic growth. So at the end of the day, beyond the contribution you made, you are also going to be earning profit. So it's an alternative investment as against just putting monies in shares, bonds, and all of that. So so what we've done so far is to, there's one major thing about this business, is your integrity. So when you collect money from people, you must be sure that I'm able to pay back this money as at when due. So one of the things that we have done differently is to ensure that we have never had any default. We pay back our sponsors as when due, and also we give updates, because people also need to see what they are funding beyond your money is somewhere, but you don't know what your money is doing. So you're able to see that, oh, I funded this agri project, or my money is in this real estate business and stuff. So the regular updates.
How often do they get updates?
So we do a monthly update. So we just run down everything we do during the month and send videos, pictures of what was done, during the month. So that also gives a lot of people courage to be able to do it, because it's not like, oh, there is a strange business, or let me say spiritual business somewhere that I don't know where my money is going to.
Yeah.
And then when you also see those businesses, you can, excitedly say, oh, I'm one of the people that funded this project on Farm Crowdy or Plenty Waka or any of the companies. So there's also that sense of accomplishment that comes with it.
Interesting. So what impact has CrowdyVest had on businesses in Nigeria so far?
So one would be the fact that we are solving a problem around access to finance.
Which is major for SMEs.
Which is very major for SMEs. So I've heard people say, I remember where we met, if you remember, where the interview, we had some guys from the bank that says, okay, for you to be able to access loan, you have to have an audited financials, maybe 3 years or so.
All of those long
yeah,
things,
and you
really.
see all the long list. And I'm like, okay, if I'm starting up a business and I have a very good idea, I've done my pilot phase, I've tested it, and I can see how to start. But then the requirements to access loans from most of the financial houses, a lot of SMEs cannot. Meet it. So creating access to finance for those that would not be able to, have access to that finance is important. And also another thing is that we are very particular about the 17 SDG goals. It's not something that we are waiting that, okay, after 2025, and all of that, it will change again. We are very particular about solving it. And one of the ones that is really key to my heart is zero hunger. Imagine children still going to bed without food for many days. And what we've been able to do, funding our partner Farm Crowdy, is to create that, that space where farmers are able to get access to quick finance to run their business. So knowing that we are solving those problems, how be it small that we are contributing, but then also getting the community to join and be part of it's a major thing for us.
Amazing. I'm sure it feels fulfilling, right?
Yeah, very fulfilling.
Great. So we'll just go on a short break now.
Okay.
We will take a short break now and be back for more CrowdyVest talk with our guest after the break.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
The Breakfast, where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we have borrowed.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely born.
This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A multiple core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Monday to Friday.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby is presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "What? Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Thanks for staying with us. We have been speaking with Temitope, the MD and co-founder of CrowdyVest. So Temitope, tell us, what criteria do you look out for before funding a business?
So first, the business model must be something that meets up with the 17 SDG goals. We look at it and we see the problems that this business is solving and the value that the business is creating first. And then, of course, all the technical parts, we are checking your books to be sure that you are able to pay and where necessary collaterals that needs to be in place, proper due diligence that needs to be in place. So once you clear out all of those criteria, then and also importantly, it also has to be, because we put this project on our platform, but it's left to our sponsors to really key into it and be willing to fund the project.
Earlier you said that you normally give your sponsors monthly updates and regular updates. How do you even what steps have you put in place to actually monitor the funds you're giving to businesses to ensure that they're being used for the right purpose?
Okay, so one of the major things we do is we require that update from them. So the businesses are expected to send us update of what they are doing. And also we conduct visits to the project to see what they are doing, to monitor and to ensure that, okay, when you say to us, we are going to be building one block in Ikoyi and stuff, we go there to see the progress report. And also one of the things they do when they are requesting for those funds is they tell us stage by stage, this is what we are going to do by this time.
Okay, so you don't give funds in one go, do you?
No, we give in tranches where necessary, but there are some projects where you just have to give it once and for all. But then they give us a roadmap to what they are doing to say, okay, this month we'll do this, next month this is what we're doing. So we use that to monitor what they are doing and then just pay them regular visits.
Okay. I'm sure that everyone right now has been affected by the outbreak of COVID. And very recently, the hike in Forex.
Sure.
So tell me, how has that impacted Crowdivest?
Okay. So one of the things we did was identifying the businesses that are not using USDs, for example, to fund their business, because it doesn't make sense if they're giving you that money and then by the time you're going to change back to Naira, it does not make sense. You're already in trouble. So, so for the Crowdivest does not really directly focus on businesses that raise funds in USD right now. So there is really no direct impact with what we do. Although we intended to start looking at those businesses, but we had to take a step back to survey and properly pay attention to what is happening. And if you are going to go in that direction, the plan is if you are collecting money in USD, you don't change it. You have to also fund the project in USD and make sure that when you are collecting the money back, you are collecting the money back in USD. The problem mainly is when you change back to Naira and then you want to change back.
Yeah, you'll be losing money.
Yeah, you'll be losing money. So we try not to do that process.
Okay. So what advice would you have for entrepreneurs out there that are struggling because of Forex right now?
So I think that what I would say to them is it's a critical time to look at your business because nobody knows when this is going to stop and what price this is going to stop at. So you can't really plan properly. So if it's a business that may have to pivot into other things and say, okay, or let's take things down a bit and, review our businesses, I think it's a good time to do that instead of, keep funding the business and then you get yourself into serious trouble. Also, I would advise, just like I said, if you are collecting money in USD, do not change it to Naira. That's the best thing to do. Just make sure that you are either working with your bank to see how whatever funds you are collecting in USD, they are giving you maybe the Naira value of it, and then you are working with your bank to keep that money with them so that you don't have to change. So you are taking a loan against the USD you have in the bank. So that serves as your bank guarantee or some collaterals for you to be able to access funds. But really, just maybe take a step back and see how you can maybe diversify your business where necessary, and then sit with your bankers and see what you can do.
A lot of businesses are sinking this year.
Yes, a lot of businesses are sinking, and unfortunately, we don't know when it will stop or how they intend to solve this problem. So,
yeah. Okay, so I know you're also the co-founder of Farm Crowdy.
Yes.
We have in Nigeria, we believe oil and petroleum is our only saving grace, and a lot of people have tried to ring it into the ears of people that, guys, we can do better and more if we diversify. So in terms of agriculture, how do you think we can scale up agriculture to be the national treasure now instead of oil?
Okay, so I think a lot would happen when there is a mindset shift. If that doesn't happen, then it won't happen. If we don't understand that we need to focus on agriculture and we keep focusing on oil, nothing is going to change. Because it's what you pay attention to that will grow. If you don't pay attention to things, they will remain stagnant. And I'm surprised that we still pay attention to oil when food is something that nobody can do without food. I ask questions. Is there anyone that can, even if you are fasting, I'm not sure you can do dry fasting for 50 days or 100 days. So food is an essential commodity. It's like number one. So mindset shift has to happen first. And then when that happens, then conversation needs to also happen. Because it's not just about pumping money into the agricultural sector. It's about to sit down and also plan it properly. I've heard friends or family members that say, oh, I think maybe if I put my money into this, grow this farm for 1 month, I'll have this yield and I'll sell. It's not like that. We've had our fingers burnt in that space. So it's also a space that would require proper planning, proper infrastructure being put in place. It will also involve a proper structure because beyond just farming, there has to be like a backward integration. As you are farming, you know that you have somebody that is buying and the person that is buying knows that, okay, this is maybe the processing they are putting it in, and then they are bagging it and selling. And so the circle goes on and on and on. But sometimes people want to go into agriculture and they start from, let me just farm first. No, don't just farm. Farm, before you even start, know who is buying it off you. And again, we don't have proper storage system in the country. So people, the food wastage in this country is alarming. So people farm, but there are no proper storage. And then there's no proper even market strategy to say, this is how I'm going to sell. So you farm, and at the end of the farming cycle, maybe 70% of your harvest has gone to waste because you have not properly planned. So it's a lot, just the way we plan the oil. You have to also sit down and plan it properly so you don't get into trouble. But I'll say to everyone, agriculture is the number one business because people will always eat. But as long as you know how to properly structure it, you'll be fine.
Great. So as someone who has worked with entrepreneurs for a very, very long time, what common mistakes have you noticed that entrepreneurs make, especially small businesses, while running their business? What common mistakes have you figured?
One that really comes to mind now is that a lot of people build structures around themselves and they forget to put structures in place. So what I mean is, it means if Tokpa is not at work, nothing happens. Now, if Tokpa decides to leave and somebody else comes up, so you have to start all over again because you have not built structure. So they build structure around people, but they don't put structure in place that can, survive regardless of whoever is handling what position. So that is a major mistake I've noticed. And in our culture, we always feel that you have to be that, let me use the word kabiosi, like I'm the CEO of my, so nothing happens. When I come into the room, everybody should run. No, that's not the proper way to build business. Your people should be comfortable around you regardless. So that's another mistake I noticed that people make, where they are afraid of their boss. No, your staff should be your friend because you are building something together. And your ability to create a sense of ownership is very important because it means that when you are not there, they will stick their neck out for you to make sure that the business does not suffer. And the truth is, they are the ones doing the work. So they know where the loopholes are. So if you are not sitting down to ask them questions or bring them into that space where they know that we are all in this together, your business will suffer. And at most, they will take your idea and go and start it somewhere else. And the third thing I'm going to say is that plan properly again, because sometimes you start this business and then you get stuck, especially when it comes to funding. You need to plan very well, but don't plan with other people's money. Start with your money first and start small. It's very important. People want to start with 100 million for a business that you've not tested it, you've not tried it out. You want to start with 100 million naira. No, start with 5 million. See how that goes. Learn from it, then scale up bit by bit. don't do it overnight, and don't do it with other people's money when you are starting as much as possible, because if you do that and you get into trouble, that's it. So I think those are the three things.
I mean, they are key things, really.
Yeah.
Thank you, Temitope, for being with us on the show today on Ladies Talking Business. We really appreciate everything you said to us today.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So that's how far we can go on this episode of Ladies Talking Business. Be sure to join us next week for another wonderful episode. Thanks for watching and goodbye.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. You have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Imagine that you're going to live for 100 years. The way you treat your body right now, would your liver and your kidney take you that far? Now, you must understand that the body is a biologic organism or a biologic machine, just like your generator and your machines, your car. How do you treat them? You can replace the parts, you take them for regular servicing. There is an input talking about your fuel, and there is an output talking about your combustion, your gas. That same way, the body thrives on an input, maintenance, and output system. The body, like every other biological machine, takes in organic matter because that's its source, comes from the earth, and then uses it for the production of many chemicals, hormones, and synthesis of cells and tissues, and then excretes it organic manure, and it gets back to the soil. How does this happen to maintain your health? You must take in organic-based meal. And that's why the closer your meal is to the earth, the better for you. The closer it is from the earth to you, the better such meals. When many foods stay a long distance before getting to you, it's not as good as when it just gets from ground to you. All right. Very importantly, that you reduce the intake of chemicals. You can't keep taking chemicals. The body doesn't understand it. It's not able to process it. And then for every time the body tries to process these chemicals, it experiences what we call breakdown, especially your excretory organs like your kidney and liver. This has been the cause of many liver damage and kidney damages. So when you take a lot of chemicals, one of them is pure chemicals, such as alcohol, such as spirits, such as tobacco, many of them cigarettes. When you're taking these things, the body tries its best to absorb the exogenous substance and excrete them. And of course, you have free radicals running through your system. If you're not able to break them down, your tissues die slowly. All right. Other things are things like even polyprocessed meals. For example, roasted meat, what you call suya. That suya is not very fantastic for your health, especially for your liver. It's not so good. When you're taking a lot of carbonated drinks, you further cause damage to your system. And more importantly is that you may not notice them between the ages of 0 to 35, 40. The moment you begin to get off that peak period where your energy, where your body is supposed to start going uphill, you will notice that you cannot go longer than normal and then you begin to break down. All right. Very important that you take fruits, lots of fruits. And it's important that you're particular about your source of fruits. Many of the fruits nowadays are being synthesized. Many of them are done in the laboratories. Many of them have been changed, mutated. And so when I was little, I know that pineapples that I take used to be very bitter when it's green. Nowadays, the greener it is, the sweeter it is. So these cannot be very useful for the body. So the body cannot use it. The long and short of what I'm trying to say is that your body must use what it needs, not what it doesn't need. When you're taking drugs, if you can prevent the recurrent intakes of drugs, you need to do. Many of you who think that antibiotics is vitamin C, it's not. They're not the same. Take drugs when necessary. And in fact, it must be prescribed. You just go off the counter and take what you like and how you like it, what quantity. You need to take prescribed drugs. Many of us who do herbal drinks and concussions and all kinds of things, you further disintegrate your body system. You make your body confused because the dosages are not clear. One very important source that's given to us by nature is water. A high level of alkalized water is very good for you. A high level of sunlight. Don't be afraid of sunlight. For many of you who go from air conditioners to air conditioners to air conditioners, you need the sunlight to help you provide vitamin D, which carries calcium, makes it absorbed in the bones, and prevents things like osteoporosis, low back pain, arthritis. These are natural ways of preventing illnesses. So you're managing your health that way. You're taking a lot of water, you prevent urinary tract infection, you prevent dehydration, you prevent constipation, you take a lot of fibers from fruits, you prevent constipation, you improve your microorganisms in your system, then you will not fall sick easily. And of course, you do a lot of fruits, including vegetables that contains a lot of carotenes, vitamins, B, B12, B6, A vitamins. Your eyes are very, very protected. And of course, you want to care for your prostate. Lastly, there are age-related diseases. For every age, you want to find out what are the diseases in that age and you begin to treat them. For an example, a man who is clocking 45 years and above needs to check his prostate. Don't be surprised. Oh, he died of prostate cancer and you're like, no, check your prostates once you hit 45. For a lady, you cross reproductive age, you want to start checking for cervical cancer. Pap smear recurrently, yearly, will not do you bad. Of course, your BP should not be, you should know your BP of your last 1 week. Your blood sugar, you should know the last 1 month blood sugar. Don't be in a new, especially when you clock the age of 40. By then, your health is beginning to take an uphill task. Manage your health so that you can live as much as 100.
Today is April 5th, 2021, and it's 34 minutes past the hour of 10. I am Ife Oluwashinke, and on today's show, I've got with me the eloquent and formidable co-anchors. Ife Omai, the birthday girl, of course, we'll give her a shout out, and Emerald Emenuka. How you doing?
Hello.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. The party's still in you. Hey, my guy. You They give us happy birthday. They chop palliative. Oh yeah.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
How was it, man? How was it?
It was nice. It was too nice that my phone is crashed, so that's a problem.
Your phone?
Too much
it's
enjoyment.
I'm telling you. So I can't get money out, but it's been a wonderful weekend.
Don't worry, I'm sure an iPhone 11 is on the way. Someone is watching 11? That just wants to.
12. What are you talking about?
12 is cool, right? It's cool, right? We'll manage that, right?
Yeah, we can manage it.
Yeah, we'll manage. So somebody, a good Samaritan, just sow a seed into the life of Ife, for a birthday, and so that next year, she can reciprocate. Probably bring you on the show to say thank you next year. Yeah, but you had fun, right?
Yeah,
obviously.
I did. Thank you to
still
everyone
need
who
some rest, right?
I do. So I said thank you to everyone that came out. I mean, I haven't been able to say
Special
thank you to anybody. Everybody was special, so thank you for coming.
Do you know I felt like I was the one having a birthday party?
Oh.
You know why?
Why?
Because everyone that got to your party and didn't see me, they were calling. If when you did now, you didn't come. If you didn't come. And I got like 4 calls. I'm not even exaggerating from people, mutual friends. They were like, I know they see you. Now, I know they see you.
There's still a crowd that I need to go and apologize to, because I think when there's people I was supposed to send addresses to that morning, and I didn't do that because of phones and stuff. But to be honest with you, I'm actually glad, because I expected maybe 40 people. I saw over 100 people there. So I'm like, it's okay that you guys did not come. It's okay. We'll do it next year, because they already wanted to bounce us and stuff. So, but it was fun. It was really fun.
So how did you guys do the whole COVID rules and having so much crowd?
Everybody sorted themselves out. Each person had to abide the way they knew how. If you had to wear your face mask, hand sanitizers, keep your distance, it was up to them for them to do that. Yeah.
We're glad you had fun.
Thank
you. Are you ready? Are you ready for the business?
Absolutely. Yes, please. Let's do our
So where's your birthday gift? Mine is in the car. Where's yours?
We spoke already.
Oh, so the talk is your gift.
No, we spoke about something, so we don't have to talk about it.
Yeah.
No, I want you to.
I said we don't have to talk about it.
Okay, I won't give you a gift till I see what you've done for her. She has to do something first. Ladies first. But is it okay for us to still be saying ladies first, though?
In what context?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What exactly are you?
Like maybe if you open the door and then.
Chivalry is not dead now. It's feminism come to eat up chivalry. I don't know. And you still do things for your man as well.
I was watching a movie, Moxie, about feminism. Have you seen it? Okay, so Moxie, and then a guy was very cautious about how he was telling the girl, ladies first, and was like, oh, sorry, am I allowed to still say that? It's a feminist movie, actually. So that just stuck in me. I was like, okay, so there are a lot of things that we actually do unconsciously that women do not actually like when you say ladies first, women are the weaker versions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Certain talks are not acceptable anymore, and I think a lot of men should do better.
But I mean, chivalry is still there, especially in romance. I think in romance, feminism doesn't take.
I can remember Chimamanda's words when she said, "If chivalry is dead, feminism is the cause of it."
I can see that. Because chivalry can also be disrespectful if it's not asked for. Like if I meet a man that and he's calling me darling, sweetheart, what can I do this for you? I'm like, bro, I can do my thing myself, relax. Right. But if it's like, a relationship is very different.
All right, so speaking of the weekend, what was the latest thing you saw on the internet? For me, it was the bride that was playing the drums at her own wedding.
Right.
I don't know who saw that.
I did not see that one.
I saw
you
it.
didn't see anything, actually. I think your life was all you saw this weekend, right?
I saw it. I did.
What else did you see? What was the latest you saw?
I think this one is actually still, but I saw it this weekend, or last weekend rather. It's about Davido's woman. She took out all his pictures on her page, and also I saw it. I was like, oh, I saw another one.
The new girlfriend?
No, she took down all his pictures and all. Then another one that I saw that.
Is that lit? People
it
like
is for
dark.
me.
You like dark.
That's not
dark. But that's
not dark
though. Like
that's not dark.
It's very dark.
No, it's not dark.
That she's moving on.
It's not dark.
Like
that she's happy.
I said, what was the latest thing you saw this weekend?
I
gave you an example of a girl that was.
I was not moved by that even. I was not.
Obviously, are you going to get married to a woman before?
No, I mean the fact that she had
on my wedding day, if I see my bride go,
it's fine. If she wants to buy it, I can't.
You need to see that video. Now, if a first sees the video, she's definitely gonna love it.
I don't hate it, but
it's not the latest.
Yeah, for me. So.
Okay, so what about, okay, let's come to you now.
I did not see anything on the
No,
internet.
for your birthday, right? Imagine someone brought you a birthday cake, brought you a few drinks and all, and then you left your friend in the house. So, okay, let me go drop a few friends off at, and then before you get back home, your birthday cake was gone and your drinks. How would you feel?
Someone
By
stole
one
it.
stole it.
Yeah. Your friend that you invited.
Look at the look on your
so
face.
you invited me and Amy around. I mean, and Amy around decided to pack your cake and your...
What kind of friends are those? I'm very confused. But you see, something I noticed about throwing parties and doing all of that is that it's a very easy place to make a lot of friends, but it's also a very easy place to end a lot of friendships.
Yeah.
Depending on how you move. And I did, though. There's a group of friends I was like,
They can never come again.
Nah.
Next year you can't
No,
be
as in,
here.
not even next year. You're not in my life
again.
It's okay. There's something. We're not in the same
So is it those ones
wavelength.
that want special attention on your birthday?
I had that one as well. I had to even settle that beef yesterday. I'm like, bro, and me, I'm like, I want everyone to be okay. So I'm always asking everyone, are you good? If are you good, I'll go up, say, are you good? Are you good? And someone's doing me, oh, let's talk 5 minutes. I'm like, this is not the place all the time to give anyone. There's different personalities, I think, when it comes to parties. And you just have to learn how to manage all of them. But yeah, there's absolutely room for like, I need to cut you off. This is just like serious bad energy.
So back to the cake because we need to move to the first story of the day. So what would you do in that instance?
If somebody...
a friend and then you called me
caught the person.
and then I denied. I said, no, I didn't say it. When I was leaving, I didn't say... No, then you now went to the apartment that you rented for the party and you asked for their CCTV footage and they showed you me and Amy around strolling out with your cake and your drinks.
Did that actually happen to someone?
Yes, it's everywhere on the internet.
Yeah. Celebrity.
No. Regular people.
That's
That's even sad. The fact that it's not a celebrity cake. I think it was at Tinubu's 69th.
Yeah, you get that's true.
That's
I even hailed the person that stole that cake.
You try. And that's
well.
like money heist.
Yeah. You're doing well.
Anyways, let's move on, guys, man. Watch the circle you keep, and keep real friends. I have real friends. I don't have a lot of friends, but I have real friends. Anyway, a shocking revelation, but hey, are we surprised? Maven Records head Uncho Don Jazzy has for the first time ever opened up about his love life on his social Instagram handle. Don Jazzy, whose real name is Michael Akere, has revealed that he was married to UK-based model and writer Michelle Jackson almost 18 years ago. The marriage, he said, was however short-lived as they parted ways 2 years after. The producer's revelation comes on the heels of a tell-all interview he granted Ebuka Obi Uchendu on his show. I'll not give him promotion. During the interview with Ebuka, he spoke about his new home, rumors that he was broke, growing up in Ajegule, and also revealed that dancehall star Daddy Shoki is his relative.
Yeah, you never really know.
There was no way. I mean, considering
we're all
the person,
doing Rihanna.
Exactly,
Rihanna.
like considering the person that we've seen him being, I mean, for a long time and all of that music and his life. There was no way that when I saw it, I was shocked.
Yeah,
like I was like, wow, really? This is I commend, like I really give him like he's doing very well at putting his private life off
What
the internet.
N6 also said about this.
What?
When N6 said Don Jazzy has been in the industry for almost 20 years, right? And there's still news about his private life that would break the internet. Meanwhile, some of you have reviewed all when you sleep, when you go to the toilet, when you bathe on social media stories. There is no news anymore. Do you understand? There's some celebrities that if they tell you, oh, this person just got this or this person did it, we won't be surprised because like, I saw it on the story 2 weeks ago.
But you know, but you know, someone could, you know, put out when they eat, when they sleep, when they. There are still more things that you don't know. So I think that's even because Don Jazzy actually we see.
Show you when he eats, when
no,
he sleeps,
no. Sometimes he does,
can be very
but
he can get his cameras really close in, like he can get personal with certain things. Like if he's in the mood, he can
that's
be
what I'm
showing
saying.
you things and doing all of that. And it really depends on that. You see, the problem with N6 on is that it really depends on the kind of celebrity you are, or how you're using the internet. Some people's type of fame is to get personal, right?
Yeah.
It's like the people who talk about their lives or their marriage or details, or they're a vlogger and you want to talk about your day, and it's really different. But I think what really warmed my heart about this story was just how much love he has for music.
Yeah.
Like,
I
this
don't
thing
know. Did
is
you guys
really...
watch? Did you guys watch the interview with Hobie? Because he said a lot of things.
He did.
With Ebuka.
He did. He did.
Okay, so the part that really struck me the most was when he said, okay, people were saying it was going broke and it was living in a rented apartment. I didn't even know this. So, you know the away, that he had a box on his head, the skid that he was living. That was a house in Victoria Garden City, somewhere in Lekki, right? And everyone always thought that was his house. But he was actually leaving the house, which was a rented apartment, when he made that skit. So that's what he was doing, away, and carried this box. That was the day he was moving out, according to the interview. And he moved to his Osaka, London mansion now, you get. So that was like very shocking. And he said he's not the type to put that if he has 300 million, 400 million lying around, he has businesses that he would invest in and say he wants to go and build one big house. Yes, home is important, but how do you weigh that? Do you think if you have enough money, get yourself a roof, above your head?
Okay, so that thing is a very Nigerian thing. If you look at proper business analysts and all of that, they'll tell you very quickly that buying a house is actually a liability, not an asset. So
why do you think so? Why?
I guess in different markets. In the Western world, it's not a big deal. Like, most people don't own houses. They pay mortgages and plans and all of that. Just because of the way houses are, I don't know, plus moving and all of that. If you plan your life well, you can do just fine with a rented apartment. It's not the end of the world. It's not a big deal. The only people that I know that abroad that own houses and so are people who are in the real estate and they're using that to make money and all of that. But it's a very, the owning house, whatever, actually comes from, and there was a man that explained it to me ages ago, it actually comes from poverty. So because the black community, because even when you look outside, the black community are the ones that own houses the most abroad. Like, to own a house, most white people can do, they can even, give their mortgage to their children to continue paying that mortgage. It's mostly black people or immigrants that you see hustling to really own houses. And that's because we don't have a good share of ownership in terms of the world, really. Like, they obviously got to us first with colonization and all of that. But anyway, in Nigeria, obviously, it's very different. And I think because here it's easier to own a house, it's much easier. Owning a house abroad is not a joke. It's not any of these things. It's not Sapa London level. Like, it's a lot more expensive. So, but here it's easier to do. So, I mean, why not? Why not do that? And owning your things here in Nigeria is just how we do it. We don't pay mortgages for cars or phones anyway. So that culture is very different. You have to put it into context. But anyway, Don Jazzy, I really liked that he did that. I also liked that he watched the interview. He criticized. You see, this interview speaks a lot about who this guy is. Because you could have just done the interview and moved on with life. The fact that you looked at it and you analyzed and criticized yourself, gave feedback, and then decided that this huge part of this chunk of my life deserves to be out there. Almost like he cannot be fake. Like, he felt like he was being phony if he didn't give the truth. And we don't really deserve that. I mean, I think if he didn't do it, nobody would. Come for him and stuff. So it speaks a lot about his character and everything. Also for the fact that she commented the way she did, shows that they are friendly.
They're still
they're friendly and they're on good terms and everything like that. I hope that one day I can look back, especially with someone like Don Jazzy, and see that I've been doing the thing that I love for that long. Like, I don't think everybody gets that chance to find what they love that much and then go for it and stay. Do you get what I mean?
Another lesson from this is that for those of you that break up and you think, oh, that's the beginning of enmity, it isn't, because you can actually break up with a mutual understanding, knowing that, okay, this is the reason why the relationship is not working. Not because this person doesn't love me, this person just pays more attention to A, B, C. Do you understand? So that's level of maturity from young people, understanding maturity between the both of them to know that, okay, it's my music I love. I wasn't paying attention to my family and they got a divorce and they remained friends since then, and she was still able to talk about it and he was still talking about how much he loves her. Do you understand? Like, that was really extreme for me as well. Like, it's not, every breakup is not necessarily enmity.
Yeah, but I mean, she should obviously still be hurt. He used to get a divorce. There was pain in that.
I think he's still. I could actually. We can tell from the way he wrote it that he still feels hurt from.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you failed at the marriage, basically, is what that is, and he did that because of the music. And I know music is quite like consuming, especially when you're not just an artist, but you're somebody who's managing a lot of artists. People's dreams, people's dreams are in your hands, waiting to blow, and be saved from the street. Like, it's a lot of pressure. Like, think about the rollout plans for Crayon and Rema and all these people that you have to do for. So I know that it's a big deal, but I pray that one day somehow he gets the ability or the chance to have love for his music, still thrive, and then his personal life as well. Because I know everybody needs love.
Are you, after hearing this about him, would you be surprised if one day he comes out and says, so I had a child,
Well, I mean, he already talked about that. He said he doesn't know. Somebody mentioned in his comments that you already said that he was like, that's what I saw, Shah. The guy was like, next thing you know now, he's going to tell us that he has a child. And then Jazzy said that he doesn't know, that as of at the moment, there's none that he's aware of. Yeah. So I heard that
I think Don Jazzy is the kind of person that will get remarried and wouldn't even know about it either. And then maybe another 5 years from now, say, oh, I got married in
maybe 18 years ago, but now it's not going to be, it's not going to be
So wait, the question is, another thing he kept saying is, I don't owe a lot of people any explanation.
Absolutely.
Those that know. If you don't need to know, then you don't need to know. That was what he kept saying.
Yeah.
So I feel like, look, this couldn't have been a secret. Obviously, the band knows about this wedding. Do you understand? Now, that showed a lot about his circle to loyalty. Do you understand? A lot of people didn't come out or find the need to say, okay, let me cloud chase by breaking this information about Don Jazzy. After 20 or close to 20 years, right? They were still able to keep it secret and not talk about his marriage, not talk about his personal life. It's not like he made them sign an NDA or anything.
You see, okay, but let me, can I say that there's a difference between gist that everybody knows and social media gist? Like, it is very possible that it was not a private gist, that people who are not supposed to know already knew. They just didn't bring it to social media because there's that. There's
but there are people that, because it's Don Jazzy, they're friends now, they'll bring it to social media.
Put it out. But it still all boils down to the kind of circle you have, the kind of friends you have, and the people you let, the kind of people, in as much as you have a circle, the kind of people you let to know about some certain things about you.
All right, we need to go on a music break, and we will be right back. Don't go nowhere.
Please, what's up with the camera?
Certified. It's about that time, y'all. 1 week. Ready for the 1 week.
I love Chris Rich.
I saw I did for like 2 a.m. to go track my plug and freedom with you no clear. Cause Papa don't fit go stand for day. I try one interleki. I know see them go check me. So I got spend the kush. Then I got spend the tools. So I put it in the back seat. Squeeze face, lock up, sit down for the front seat. Give on to the Uber. Cause Papa there finish search and rated TF. For Chevron they the wire. Emotion if you hesitate. I jiggle them fire. Lifestyle, corky. My foes won't stop me. Tryna catch a nigga riding dirty. But I'm done with the lean, now it's any. I'll be sipping on anything. Pouring Maliko, I'm sipping on any king. This is the very dream. On the fast lane and I move like a hurricane. This side, they don't say freeze or they say you just stop on. Hold on, hold the boy. Like say you be thief. But you know good believe, so make sure say you know fresh. Make sure say you get small cash. Make sure say you know blessing. If not, you go learn your lesson. Inside these are like 2 a.m. one go track your plug. Freedom way no go clear. Cause Papa say if you don't stand for there, you dey try one enter lucky. You know say them go search you. So you guys find the kush. And you guys find the yes. Give it. So officer, what I'm trying to say is that the phone is not actually my phone. I want to get my brother to receive it, to give it to my other brother. That is coming from my mother. First, carry that boy. Maxino, I don't tell you make you the day on G. Echo is local, see, no need to wait on me. Based on say you go de kaku yourself. Yeah, legendary when you play ball, Loma, you go de kafu yourself. Hey, you don't have to marvel yourself. Ain't nothing new here. Based on a few years. Yeah. Many eyes don't dry to cry. Based on a few tears. Yeah. You go learn cut hard. Never like this. Based on a few fears. And 2020 is trash already. Wait for a new year. Look, if you ain't dealing to the crib, somebody else will bring it in the tech. I ain't dealing with police for shit. Everyone chill, push your bill. Hey, we done deliver. Fire the MFN, we get receiver. Clear.
My foes won't stop me, tryna catch a nigga riding dirty, but I'm done with the lean, now it's Henny. I be sipping on anything, more in my liquor, I'm sipping on any king. This is the very dream, on the fast lane and I move like an hurricane. This side, you don't say freeze, all the say you just stop. Hold up. Search the front, search the sweatband, search down where I get dressed. Stop. You don't get food, but you get airport. Oh, my friend, will you move it? Who owns this iPhone?
So I take for like me. So I am go track my plug, freedom when I go clear. Cause Papa don't think I'll stand for there. Try right, I like. I know say we search me. So I gas my push.
Now so I take for like 2 a.m. they go track my plug and freedom with you no clear. Cause Papa don't fit go stand for there. I try one taleki. I know see them go check me. So I gas band the kush. When I gas band the two, so I put it in the back seat. Squeeze face, love cup, sit down for the front seat. Give on to the Uber. Cause Papa there finish search and wait to TF. For Chevron they the wire. I'm motion if you hesitate. I dribble them fire. If you take for like me, 2 a.m. won't go track your plug. Freedom will no go clear. Cause Papa say if you don't stand for there, you try one enter lucky. You know see them go search you. So you guys find the kush. And you guys find the two. So you put it in.
Don't put over the fuel tank, that side of cars.
No put out for the full tank code. That side don't cast. Welcome back. This is still tea time on Plus TV Africa. I don't know what you're keeping in the full tank. Do you know? Do you know?
On the side of the car.
What are you keeping inside? It's not for this. It's selling the full tank.
It's for
And so why did I say that? No keep out for this full tank.
Maybe it's full. The fuel is now full. In the
okay,
tank.
so they're going to keep the remaining
inside the boot or something.
What did they keep for there?
I don't know.
You know?
No, I'll
try to keep out for the other side on cast anyways. Yes, because then they check them.
Exactly.
Where would they keep them now?
I don't know.
What did they keep?
But this guy's been on the show now. Why didn't you ask him when he was on the show?
Why asked him?
What did he say?
He said you don't cast. Anyways, let's move on, and this is quite a sad story. You know, one of our legendary rapper, What's My Name? Yeah, you guys know that song, right? What's My Name, right? You know who that is. And yeah, rapper DMX remains hospitalized and on life support in White Plains, New York. The rapper suffered a heart attack Friday around 11 p.m. at his home in White Plains and was taken via ambulance to a local hospital where he remains on a ventilator. Richmond said the attorney said they did not know what may have caused the heart attack. He also said he has known DMX for 25 years and said Saturday evening that he has been in touch with the rapper's family all day. He said that he's aware of the rapper's medical prognosis but declined to comment on it. We ask that you please keep DMX and us in your thoughts, wishes, and prayers, as well as respect our privacy as we face these challenges, the rapper's family said in a statement.
Why do you laugh? Why do you laugh when you read ventilator?
It's a hospital. It's hospital. Hospital. It's not
hospital.
Hospital.
I mean, some people say it like that.
Hospital. No, American actually. Hospital. Hospital.
Hospital. That's
Hospital.
how they say here. Right? Hospital. Yeah.
Hey, said it with full confidence.
Here.
That's the Nigerian accent. Hospital.
No, it's not Nigerian accent. What's
hospital.
The proper pronunciation?
Hospital.
It depends on where you're from now. British
what's the
people
what's the British? How do you say it?
We have Nigerian.
I'm not British.
How do you say it?
I'm not British.
Well, you're colonized by one.
And so you should answer the question too. Or were you not here when they were colonizing us?
Hospital.
Hospital.
Hospital. Hospital.
Hospital.
Yeah, it's not hospital.
Oh my.
Gang. Don't do like anyways, you know, no jokes still. A man is in the hospital and he's in the hospital and probably in a vegetative state.
Why? How do you say it's a vegetative state?
He has brain damage. Haven't you seen it? It's in a vegetative state right now.
Vegetative is a harsh word.
That is a word on the internet. That is a word from the hospital.
I feel sad. DMX is a legend, really. That we like, that he's alive. I hope he pulls through. I mean, I have hope from, what's his name now? Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre was just as bad. He had his old brain tumor thing going on. And then a stroke. His was a stroke, I think.
Oh, Dr. Dre?
Yeah.
Brain aneurysm.
Yeah, but he also had something where it was bad. They had the reason why they rushed him out or something. Anyway, so I'm hoping that, you know, sometimes really, like I've noticed that this year you find really bad news from the hospital, like
hospital.
That's how I would say it. That, you know, this person did this and they give you all these things that makes it look like it's done. This person is not going to make it. And they do. They actually do. Like, I told you about my friend that fell off the balcony. Yeah, like, I saw his head inside. I was like, yeah, he's gone. And then when he was not feeling his legs and stuff, I'm like, even if he pulls through, he's probably not going to be able to walk and da-da-da. He's fine. He's fine. The only thing that he has now is a pupil in his arm. So I think that the human body is very capable and able of...
Was that your party?
No, he's still recovering. So, you know, the human body is very capable and able of doing better than suggested, if that makes sense, yes. So I'm hoping the same thing for him. I know that he's a lot older, which is not always a favor in terms of like how fast the body can heal. But I like what the family said in a statement that we, you know, just having the positive thoughts towards him and praying for him, all that kind of stuff helps as well. And I just hope that he's having the best possible treatment. And obviously I'll be following the story because it's DMX and I'm hoping that he pulls through, yeah.
Reading the story, there was a part where they mentioned that he's been battling drugs and all of that. I don't know, like, I wish there's something these artists can do to like not really get themselves into this drug of a thing because it's really costing a lot on them. I don't know, that's the part that I saw and I was like, okay. And then I thought about how if he doesn't make it, God forbid, he has 15 children. Like reading that, I was like 15 kids, and obviously not from same person. So I don't know. That's like.
How many kids do you wanna have?
Two. No, I didn't say two. I was gonna say something.
Yeah.
3.
Right.
You?
2 more to go.
Okay.
2 more to go.
2 more to go. So you started.
Oh, you started.
Then we finish after 2 more.
Okay.
You take.
All right. So for me, right, I think I'm gonna follow on this path that you just said, because addiction, like I always say, is a disease. Addiction is not something to overlook. Don't look because somebody went to the rehab and came out and you think it's good. There are different triggers to drug abuse, right? Yes, is there a way to stay out of it? But the moment you're in it, there's certain drugs that it only takes one time for you to try out and you're hooked on it. Do you understand? Now, there are different people, with you know, I've done my research a lot. There are a lot of functional addicts. The people that walk with us. There are people that walk within us. Yeah. Do you understand? That actually are on drugs, but you can never tell.
Yeah, it's like nicotine. Nicotine is a drug. How many people are?
Do you understand? You can never tell. So I think it's okay when you already have an impression. You know, always check up on such people. Always make sure they're good. Always make sure they go for the check. It's not enough for them to tell you that.
Are you saying that DMX is an addict?
Yes, DMX has been an addict for a long time.
But has he not been clean for a long time either?
No, he hasn't been clean. That's what I'm saying. Look, it's like what happened with Wendy Williams, right? When she had a relapse. And she had to speak about addiction to crack cocaine. What she said was, I've been a walking addict for a long time. That is, she's actually been on drugs. Almost every Wendy Williams show you saw, she was probably on drugs, probably. Now, don't quote me. She was probably on drugs, but she did those shows, right? So what I'm trying to say is, it wasn't until something triggered it that she had to come out to say this. But other people knew that, okay, this woman was a crack addict, but they left her, right? No one was checking on her. No one was saying she's good. All they were saying was the success. They were saying the progress. They were saying all of those things. And
sorry to cut you. Don't say no one was checking on her.
I apologize for saying that. Okay, so I don't know, but I wish you could be a little bit...
I don't think checking on you is what you need when it comes to... I mean, that can help, but I think there's some things that just need proper professional...
well, there's no professional stuff when it comes to drug addiction. That's the way I see it.
No, there is.
I think that's the only thing you've got, really.
Yeah, that
me
can
checking on you and
actually
giving you
save you.
speeches does
Will
not do
it
anything.
will not do anything.
You need proper toxicology, which is to remove the drugs from your system, and then you need rehabilitation, a physiotherapy, a psychologist, a therapist, and all of that to now get your mind, because even addiction comes from somewhere. It's a coping mechanism for something for a trauma or whatever.
So what are you
Get to the
coping
bottom of that. I cannot do that for a friend. I cannot.
Yeah,
I can stick to your hip. And I'm not able to help you to do that. Even if you tell me all the stories in the world, I don't think I have the capacity to now break everything down for you in a way to then give you healing. Like, I might be lucky to help, and I like the idea of, you know, having them reminded that they have support, like they have people who are cheering for them and are there for them, but you need medical help. And I think that's something I really want to tell women, because I know that women, maybe the nurturing instinct kicks in and everybody wants to form therapist and doctor for their friend or their lover that has addiction issues or drug issues. You cannot love that person right. It's like, just like you cannot love him till malaria leaves his body. You have to take drugs.
Yeah.
It's the same way you cannot love him till he stops taking hard drugs either. But the reason why I didn't want to bring up drugs, even with DMX, when I read the stories, is because there was nothing to say vehemently that he was still on drugs. Do you know what I mean?
No, he from a drug overdose.
It was it was written.
It was OD. He OD'd. It was drug overdose.
No, but wasn't that just what's it called? Perception. No, wasn't that just perceptions? Like that they were suggesting that.
This lawyer refused to talk about the drugs, but the hospital
mentioned.
You know, acknowledged
call it whatever.
that he OD'd.
Okay. All right. I didn't know the hospital. I thought it was just like Twitter rumors, and I didn't want to be talking about rumors.
No,
that's not very nice.
He OD'd actually.
Okay.
A heart attack is from a lot of drugs. Mixed with alcohol and maybe fentanyl and a lot of other drugs. Do you understand?
His church people should pull through now, because I know his church people. He was in church recently, like a lot of, and that felt.
What
I
are they
he
going
started
to?
looking
What are they
better.
going to do?
I don't know. Like, I'm sure there's also spiritual support.
I thought we also said that, man, there are times that you don't need to be doing prayer for certain things.
No, I think you
Why
can
do you
add
want
it
to be
now.
a spiritual nuisance?
It can.
No,
right
I mean
now.
you can.
It can actually.
Yes, you can. And most people
Praying for someone to stop using drugs.
Of course.
Just like you still love, you add emotional support, you add
it
spiritual
all depends
support,
on what you believe
physical
in
support,
anyways.
medical support. I mean everything together. I think it helps.
Well, everything together. But heart goes out to, you know, DMX, and then I would just wish him a speedy recovery. The vegetative states cannot work for you, sir, because we need that energy, that ginger, you know.
How was that his voice again?
There was Letitia.
Brenda.
Did you jump on that challenge, Joe?
I
think this is the time to jump on that challenge, you know, as a form of support for DMX. I think we should bring back that challenge, yeah?
Don't you think? I mean, a lot of people have not done it.
Yeah, so maybe, would you do yours today?
A lot of people did.
But a lot of people have not done it.
Would you do yours today? Would you do yours today?
No, not today.
What about you? Would you do yours
I
this
don't have
week?
a phone even.
This week? You don't have a phone.
This week maybe, but today no.
Anyway, we are buying for me. My birthday is December. Anyways, let's move on to the next story. On April 3rd, 2021, Nigerian singer Peruzzi appeared on a popular TV show where he discussed a few issues, including the ongoing drama he has with Patrick Anyene, the CEO of Golden Boy Entertainment, a record label to which he was signed before he joined Davido's DMW. He said, "You're still going on." Okay, so this is what Anyene said. Yes. Okay, no, this is what Peruzzi said. You're still going on social media. It means it's not favoring you now. Me, I'm good. Me, I like court. He was talking about Patrick, got me arrested one time now. I landed from Lagos to Abuja. I had a show and he got me arrested. You say you have an artist, right? And that you have a contract and the artist breached the contract. That means if you go to court, you would win the case for sure, right? So why don't you just go there? Anyene captured the video and reposted on the social media with the caption, at Peruzzi, I have kept quiet for a minute because your lawyers begged. I stopped social media until after the court case. I arrested you and you cried as usual. I have so much to leak, but the contract is enough. You're a clown, for real.
Artists and record label, they will always have issues.
Yeah.
I don't know when that will ever stop. Like, and also, Peruzzi has sharp mouth.
He does. He does.
Did you guys listening to what he said after? I think someone made a video of that. Yeah. So after the video was done, someone commented and said in that video and said ungrateful whatever. Someone said that to you. So I don't know who did that.
In the video that the Anyenye, is it Anyenye?
Patrick, just stick to Patrick.
Okay, Patrick. The video that Patrick recorded on TV of this guy, someone in the background was saying that look at this ungrateful
person.
B word.
I don't know what.
These are the B words.
Yeah.
B-A.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what to believe, but if you have a fight with someone, that's a contract, right? I think you should do it the legal way. I mean, if you really want to, like, I don't know, point out something or trash whatever, so you go and do it the legal way. Go to court, you guys settle whatever issues it is. But according to Peruzzi, that has a sharp mouth, he's saying that Patrick has refused to like take it to court and all of that. And then Patrick is coming out to warn him again that I have a law, you're going to cry, and they should just go and settle themselves, please. And God should help artists and record label, because I mean that kind of story will never stop coming out.
Yeah, I think the problem for me that I've noticed with the little engagement I've had with record labels and artists, and the things that I've noticed is that a lot of it starts with vibes. And we're the only industry in the world that starts with vibes. Most people, even if you like the banker so much, the banker's not going to touch your account unless you employ him to do that. But with artists, it's always vibes. I like this guy, let me record for you, let me do this for you. And a lot of things are not set in stone. Yeah, lots of things are not set in stone. A lot of people believe in your work and want to give it to you for free. Yeah. And then after a while, when you blow, it now becomes hard to go back and trace which one do I pay you back for, which one I'm supposed to be grateful for. And then another thing that makes our industry really unique is that our work is not tangible, it's intangible, meaning that we're not dealing with yam and pepe, right? We're dealing with songs, and songs are quite connected to the artist. So it's very personal. Yeah. It's like school. Like school is a very tricky place because you're dealing with people's children. So people are overly sensitive about how you treat their children and all of that. So you have overly sensitive artists, which they should be because it's their heart and their song and all of that. But then you also have people that are funding this vision. And funding an artist is not beans. I've seen that as well. So yes, you might believe in this guy and you're expecting loyalty. That's another problem. So vibes is a problem I've noticed. And then loyalty. You're expecting loyalty from this guy, which is okay. So when you're being nice and you're saying, oh, I've got you, I believe in your sound, you're going to blow one day, take this house, do this thing, they're expecting loyalty back. But then you're forgetting that for the artists, they also need to make money. So then when they get a record label that's bigger, like Maven, that says, oh, come and do this thing with proper structures and everything, they see that as God elevating them, and they want to do better and get their music out there. But then the record label that did vibes for you is now saying, no, that we...
You want to be my stumbling
block.
Do
you understand? I've seen that thing happen too many times on so many scales, small scale, large scale. So this to me seems like one of those things. The reason why he, Peruzzi, for me, can say that outrightly is because it wasn't documented. That's why he knows that he's saying exactly. Take it to court. Take it to why are you addressing court? Why can't you just sit with Don Jazzy or whoever else? It's because he knows that all those things were not genuinely documented. I don't know if you remember when this story first came out ages ago, when Peruzzi was like, oh, you said you're feeding me. Well, I'm not your artist. You're supposed to provide accommodation. Was it written? Was it written that you actually own that thing? Who are we talking about here that we were arguing so much, Ife? And then, it was DJ Copy and Zlatan. It's the same thing. That was not even a record label thing, but somebody expected something and somebody did not expect the same thing. So you wanted loyalty and you wanted money, but I didn't think that my loyalty was what you gave me was good enough for money, because you're assuming. So if it's not set in stone, if it's not written in paper, then it's all guesswork. And I think that's what happened here. So please, artists and record label and anyone who wants to put money into the music business, vibes is good. Absolutely. Because you don't want to work with people that you don't, connect with. That's fine. But put it in paper. Have something written down somewhere to just say, when you do this thing for me, or this is what I owe you, I don't owe you more.
So a situation like what you said, if it has happened that, okay, I'm with you, the small record label is with this guy, and then the bigger one comes to take that person, or take them, elevate them and all, what do you think the small one should do?
Okay, so to me, I think every small record label should have a clause on how long they want to work with that person.
Okay.
So the one I know, they do 16 months, right? 16 months if you're distributing music with me. 16 months you have what's it called? You cannot distribute with anybody else. So if your offer comes, you let them know I'm already connected or engaged with this person for this long. I cannot do that. Then as an artist, if you want to now breach the contract, you should now be able to now settle that record label well because you have breached that contract.
Okay. All right, so for me personally, I just think a lot of these artists that keep shouting courts because you know that your previous person doesn't have the level of mouth, or because you know that in Nigeria the legal system kind of delays. Because you're saying that when you go to court, you spend money, you think, wow, that's not justice delayed is never justice denied. So if you know you're in the wrong and you're boasting with courts, when it happens, we're not going to choke mouths. Are you choke mouths? Let's speak of
But it's not all
phonetics.
court
Will you
stuff
choke
that
mouths?
takes time now, does it? Is it all court stuff that take time?
Well, when it comes to cases like this, it takes a while.
Because they have to go back.
Yeah, they have to go back to days, dates, contracts, payments,
And
receipts.
isn't there a way that you can have legal, this is for you now, do you think there's a way you can have legal battles outside of the court? Like your lawyer and my lawyer are just fighting each other before it gets to the court?
Courts where we just sit down and we just settle things, you know, civilly. Yeah. Anyways, we need to go on a music break and we will be right back. Don't go nowhere.
To complicate, carry him through away, oh far away. Makes me to gyrate, champagne and ice flow my way. Before they come to complicate one today, and I want make you move times two for one of your valor, bend your soul, see one back and share leisure, my body for one of your valor, body and soul, so they don't know what make you move. Anybody share mo Timbati sogbe Moti te on lati bodada Annihilate anything on a mission to complicate. Carry them throw away, oh far away. Permits me to gyrate, champagne and ice flow my way. Before them come to complicate one today, and I want make you move times two for one of your valor, bend your soul, see one back and share leisure, my body for one of your valor, body and soul, so they don't know what make you move times two for one of your valor, bend your soul, see one back and share leisure, my body for one of your valor, body and soul.
I'm black, I'm young and bold, and rap is all I know. But the fact is that I'm broke, so when I talk, it's all a joke. Till I'm laughing to the bank, and my smile is start to grow. Was dark, I got the glow. I starved with the homies, yo, act like you know me, yo, whack. Are your style is funny, who's that? Well, I don't know you, same cat. At different alleys, street gangs, at the pep rally, we strap. You don't want smoke, it's like air, or maybe coke, pump the door, the music's dope. But hey, listen, I got a dream, I'm a visionary. Not regular, I'm taking high. Stick it down in PTSD, victim crime. Ship it across, but I did the line. Trippy hard, bars on lock like a 69 with a sick mind. Pussy ass rappers get victimized. I'm not a beauty, so go get a break, never throwing the sword. Just moving my balls, cause I'm the shit, still talking the trap. Hustle dick, there's no way to grab. Just being back, empty girl and ass. Climb to the podium, take off the max. Son of the hits is enough to the max. Promise and I do, your niggas gon' feel it, gon' double it back. Doubling back, right into trouble, what's up in that.
Now only you to do me like you do. Your move, the dance you do. Now only you to do me like you do. Your move, the dance you do. Now only you to do me like you do. I'm a check on I'm a mal on now only you the do me like you do. The thing where they kill man, the past waiting you see now. Anyhow we be man, you go get as you feel now you are the giver, the vibe where they give life. Need you my next life, can't drop that good life, girl. Life, wow. Girl, if you stay tonight, we go there alright. I think I do you right, like wow. Girl to the morning light, swear we go there alright. Yeah, now only you to do me like you do. Your move, the things you do, see the things you do. Now only you to do me like you do. Your move, the things you do. Now only you do me. Call upon me anytime when you down, you lonely. Baby, we go look my side. Baby, we go call up me. Yeah, call upon me anytime when you down, you lonely. Put the blame on me. Private trips while you dancing for me. Yeah, waiting there, my mind. Yeah, if you stay tonight, I go do you right, yeah. Yeah, waiting there, my mind. Yeah. If you stay tonight, yeah, we go there for life. I'll pray. Say the loving that I feel today, where they give me little vibes all day. Make you know that bad man, make me go away. The 50, whatever they want to say. You the one make me got started, and this love will fade away. Now I just want you to do me fire. Do it your move, the dance you do. Now only you to do me like you do. Do it your move, the dance you do. You do. Now only you to do that in my way. Yeah. Baby say the love where I get for you, my die. Yeah, I make we know today.
But why you shout? Thought I'll not bring you on TV. Anyways, welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Yes, so Nigerian actress Tonto Dike has shared a nugget of wisdom with her followers and fans. Taken to her Instagram stories, the movie star and philanthropist states that the kind of association a person keeps is very important. The Model 1 noted that 80% of successful people got to the top because of good association. Power of association for you to get to the top. Who are your friends? You cannot be bigger than the company you keep. 80% of the people who are successful got to the top because of good association. Because who you follow determines what follows you, she wrote on Instagram. What you guys think?
It is true. She's making sense. She's making a lot of sense here. Your circle really, I mean, who you follow, what's the last thing she said? Who you follow determines
Follow
what?
no road.
That's not what she said. Who you follow determines what?
Your success.
You follow determines your success.
What follows you?
It's not what follows you. It's not all the time,
It's not all the time,
It's not all the time. And also she said that you can't be bigger than everybody in your circle.
Yeah.
So that sometimes it's not always like that as well. When I read the story, when I saw it, I just thought about people that I know people that are there, but they still have people that are not there in their circle, and they're doing well, So I don't know what happens to those kind of people.
Yeah, I think I would tweak her point a bit, and I say this applies to people who. Okay, I think that there are people in this world, this life is not balanced, it's no offense to anybody, but I think there's some people in this world that are already built with resources, maybe from the home that they are in, or the career that they started before everybody woke up to it, you know. I think some people already have success on their own. It's this idea for me is for somebody who needs to climb, who needs to fix up. It's a good way to fix up. So if you lack that, maybe you're not from a very rich home, or you know you're new in a place that you're not as connected to people, you don't have good networking and all of that, maybe then this kind of tip will be good for you. Like if you want to start a new business, you wanna elevate, right? You want to elevate, then you need help in like networking with the right set of people, connecting heads with the people that can help you. I mean, there's some things that I want to do that my friends cannot help me with because they're just not equipped that way. Yeah. So yes, I'll have to go and then network with the people that are much bigger than me, obviously, that have better resources, that have better networking capacity, better funds than my friends and all of that. So if that's what she's talking about, then yeah, I get that. But is she talking about the fact that you shouldn't roll with people who are just normal? Yeah, like, because I don't think so. I think you can have, I find it very, very, very bad actually if you are one of those people that look at class and economic status to make friends with people. I personally don't like that idea at all. I think you can be a good friend. We can have our friendship can benefit each other without you having money. You can offer other things to the person that's not money.
Before you say something, I don't. Friends actually, how do I put it? They're friends for a certain thing.
Exactly.
So I know people that are friends with the top people, but they cannot do anything for them.
Yes, you cannot say I have a headache. They cannot go for help. They cannot talk about their lives. Yeah.
And then I know people that are just friends with very just more middle class and they still do things for them.
Yeah.
Anyway, so for someone like me, I totally agree with Tonto DK because I'm very strategic about what I call friendship, and especially the people that I say are in my circle. Now, for instance, I don't go to a lot of parties anymore. I don't go to a lot of club activities. I don't go to a lot of house parties anymore. Not because I don't like, no, listen, to a lot. I'd not say I don't go to all, to a lot. Now, not because the people invited me, but because I know, okay, probably I've been to your party like 3 or 4 times, and I know what to expect, right? It hasn't changed the thing in my life. It's probably a party that when I go there, drinks will finish, and you still come and meet me that, oh my, I bet you get like 20K for them, maybe we'll just buy 2 more in it. Do you understand what I mean? And you ask me for that. So I'm like, okay, such friendships are not the things that I need now. Now I'm talking about elevate. Do you understand? Now, when you're talking about elevator, you need to look at the people. There are people that have very small circle. But you should have very small circle. Every person plays a role. Now, what is friendship? It has to be beneficial to the both of us. Now, I can look out for you. Now, if my looking out is what is beneficial to you, that's my price to pay. Do you understand? And if yours is to maybe render a service, we're still friends. But I know that, okay, when it comes to writing, Ife is very good. When it comes to social media, Emerald is very good. When it comes to this person is very good. Do you understand? If that's the type of friendship that I have to keep and everybody is contributing into the growth of the other. But have you seen friendships that the other person is totally not bringing it? Like you just know every time I hang out with this person, it's a waste of time and waste of my money. Do you have such friendships?
I don't. But I know that when I was in university, Yes, I know someone like that, but I cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
but we have to separate the difference between friends and then like acquaintances that you're jiggy with, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna say that I have a lot of friends. Like there's people that I know that when it comes to this thing, we do this thing for each other and we're friendly with each other, but we're not friends, if that makes sense. So it sounds like when you say you take something from me and I take something from you, if that taking is what binds us together, I don't think we're friends.
Exactly. I was gonna say that.
It's not, you guys are missing it. I'm not talking about the taking. I'm talking about a beneficial relationship. There is
Same.
everything in even your relationship, your boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. There are expectations. We just like to play.
Yeah, but then if the person does not give me that thing, I will still be there. But you see, an acquaintance.
Really?
Yes, really. But
As a friend?
Yes, as a friend.
No, I'm talking about relationship.
Yes, as well. Like if
You
the
will
person
still be there.
Absolutely.
No, it depends on what I'm actually looking for.
If you need care and you need attention and your boyfriend is not giving it to you, would you still be there?
You're asking for that.
No, I'm asking you now. Would you still,
I will not.
Would you still be there?
That's not the kind of stuff you were talking about.
So what type of stuff do you
I
think
mean,
I
like
was talking about?
maybe money, for example.
Okay.
Like
No,
let's say
nobody's talking. See, everything I'm saying now doesn't have to be. It takes a lot. How do I explain this now? It is not material stuff.
You
When I'm
spoke about
talking about
even if my
Yeah.
boyfriend doesn't give me attention tomorrow, I'm not going. My first option is not to break up. Is to figure out what is going on. What is the problem? If it's like he's really busy, he's under a lot of pressure, I will still be there. I will chill till that phase of life is over. Let's say he's trying to make a new company or something. I'll still be there because I'm not just there for benefits. That's the difference between friendship and non-friendship or acquaintances. But if an acquaintance is there to maybe plug me into events, for example, and then the person stops plugging me into events, I'll cut you off because I don't need you for anything else.
I totally stand with you.
Well, for me, I have friends for everything. I have the friend that I know if I
So
go out
what are
with
you
this,
talking about?
if I go out with this person, it's super late. I have friends that if I'm troubled about anything, I'll call X person. You understand? I have a friend that if I need,
My Lord, me, that looks like my Lord, me.
you know, yeah. So I don't know. Friendship to me is deeper than the surface because I feel like if you're not beneficial in my circle, then it's okay for us to cut each other off.
So the friend that you call whenever you have emotional issues and you want to talk to, and that friend does not always come through for you, are you gonna cut that friend off?
Doesn't always come
Well,
through.
stop
That's why
coming
no.
through
The
for
thing
you.
is,
Stop coming
you know,
through
I
for
said
you.
my circle is small. They know their roles. Do you
What are you
understand?
If they
saying?
stop doing that, what happens? People
cut
can
the
stop.
person
People can
off.
change.
If they stop doing that and the friendship is no longer beneficial, cut it. Okay. That's me.
Everybody to
That's
say
me.
to
I don't know how to be fake around anybody.
It's not.
It's
Do
not
you
about
understand?
fakeness.
No, I don't know how to, make it look like, oh, because I've known you for X amount of years and because you're no longer coming. Man, if you're
It's
no
just
longer
like
coming
having a
through
friend
for me,
that
cut
it's just
it.
like having a friend that whenever we go out, we know that we're going to eat, and this person
Yeah.
will like take care of it, and all of a sudden this person doesn't really like spend
Have
like
that
that.
again.
I will not cut you off.
Me
No,
too.
I won't cut you off.
If I cut you off, I was not your friend.
It's not only about what I benefit.
No,
Yeah,
you guys are
exactly.
not getting it. Now, if that person is not coming through, and me, I can come through for that person in that aspect. Like you said, the person is always paying. And I can pay, and I know whenever I'm eating with this person, it's super late.
But the person stops paying.
Yeah, that's what we're
I
saying.
know I'll
yeah.
pay now because I know that the only reason why we hang already is because I'm not Now, you people keep attaching it to material things such as food, such as money, such as pain. Me, I'm talking about vibes. I believe in vibes. If the vibes is good, the friendship.
Okay, I don't have
is
vibes
good.
again. I'm now depressed. I'm not some
You
vibes.
cannot lose vibes.
Yes, you
Are
can.
You depressed? Are you depressed?
Yes, the person is depressed, and the person doesn't have
I will
vibes
bring
anymore.
back your vibes.
Thank
to
you very much. We are saying the same thing.
Yeah.
We are saying the same thing.
Well, we're not saying the same thing in terms of my materialistic friendship. I don't believe in that. I believe, man, friendship is friendship and it's about vibes. Anyways, thank you for watching. Join the conversation on social media with the hashtag #TeaTime or Twitter us @PlusTV Africa. Remember, you can catch up on our previous episodes, including this one, and all our exclusive contents by subscribing to our YouTube channel @PlusTV Africa. You can also watch Tea Time on Alto TV and in London on Ben Television. A big thank you goes to my co-anchor, Ifeoluwa Omai, and Emerald for keeping it real with me. And of course, the entire production team. Thank you for watching Plus TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Ife Oshun Keye.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure.
The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we have got. It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely burned. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A multiple core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Monday to Friday.
New York City has always been a place for big dreams and big dreamers, where anything seems possible and where immigrants have the opportunity to start a new life with the hope of striking it rich. That American dream is alive and well in Harlem along 125th Street, where African hair breeders start the day early in the streets and on the subway, competing for clients who want their hair done just right.
I love my hair being braided because it's a protective style. I'm natural, so I don't really like to put chemicals. I don't put weave.
It makes me feel like me, comfortable myself.
I can roll out of bed, my hair's already done. Don't have to worry about my hair being protected. So, the braids really do help last.
My hair is almost important as eating and drinking water.
Many American women pay hundreds of dollars to have their hair braided. So it is a lucrative opportunity for African immigrants, many of whom know the braiding techniques from childhood and who often have trouble finding work as new arrivals who may not speak English.
De façon générale, toutes celles qui arrivent ici.
All women who come here, who don't have legal papers and don't know anyone, regardless if they have a high school diploma or even a PhD, they start braiding hair until they can do something else.
African women come here to America, and that may be one of the only things that they can do here. They may not have gone to school, they don't speak the language, but they can come here and they can make a living doing something that they've been doing all their lives.
In a hair braiding industry dominated by women, there is one man who is making it big in Detroit. Salion Kouyate's family is from both Guinea and Mali. He came to the United States 20 years ago with a passion for hair.
My first love is the braid. When I see a woman with braided hair, a beautiful hairstyle, I fall in love. Like now, I am in love with these braids. They are well twisted, they're beautiful. So when my client goes home today, the love that I feel in my heart will be the same love in the heart of her husband. Braiding is my job, and my life revolves around braids. As soon as I touch someone's hair, I start braiding automatically. While braiding, I think about my problems, the solutions, my future projects.
It all started for Salion in Bamako, where his magic fingers made him the star of the neighborhood at just 12 years old.
He used to make dolls out of corn husks and braid them. He could braid any kind of hairstyle.
He could braid any style. He learned a lot during his childhood. When our hair was not made, he was the one who would braid us.
At the time, there was a popular hairstyle called Kara in Bamako, and everyone wanted Salion to braid their hair with this style. He was willing to do it, and for free.
20 years later, Salion's clients say his fingers are still magic.
On sent l'amour. Quand il vous tresse,
When he braids your hair, you can feel the love. He's not just doing your hair, he's making you look more beautiful.
il vous rend plus belle.
This is the first time I had a man braid my hair. When he said he was gonna braid my hair, I said, oh my God, I'm about to have a power drill in my head. But he's more softer than it is when working with the women. Because I done seen some mean women with their mean vice grip on top of my head. I can't even tell that he's in my head compared to the women. Every time he did a braid, I touch the braid that he does, and it actually feels perfect.
In New York City, that perfection and the beauty it reveals can come with a high price tag.
How much you spend every month to get your hair braiding?
90 or like 100. Either 120 or 100.
Oh, I spend $150 to $200 sometimes on the hairstyles that I want.
Oh, these actually got a good price because I knew the person. Between every 6 months, I probably paid an average of $300 to go to the Africans.
It's about $700 a month. So 700 times 12. I spend a lot of money.
You look beautiful.
We see more and more women from various ethnicities that want to braid their hair. White, Spanish, Japanese, Chinese, everyone wants to wear braids.
Before opening her first salon called Soraya's House of Beauty, Hassana Zompaligre had to learn her craft.
I was a shopkeeper in Burkina Faso. I used to buy goods there and sell them to my African sisters here. When I would come in their hair salons, it was always busy, with clients waiting. First, I didn't know how to weave, so they taught me how to finish the ends. At the end of the day, they sometimes gave me $100 to $200 US. I thought, there's money to be made here. One day, the owner asked if I could bring her customers. I told her I did not speak English. She told me, just ask them. Hair braiding, miss? So that's what I did. And when a customer was interested, I took her to my boss where they discussed the price. That's how I started in the world of braiding.
Her mother paid like $100, right?
The salon is not only a place to look great, it is also a refuge from the outside world where women share stories and cultures.
The braiding shop is a place where people who come newly from Africa is a place where they can come and get used to the American culture, learn the American culture, and put their feet.
It is one of the few places where Africans and African Americans regularly mix.
The only place where we are able to actually come together as African American and African is the braiding shop. And the only place where, as African, we can actually have the opportunity to educate African American about our culture, about who we are, because many times you find ourselves that people think you people live in the bush.
It's an opportunity for American women to meet African women and be able to learn about them, learn about their culture, where they're from, because otherwise there hadn't been those opportunities.
This job is not just about the money. It's about putting joy in people's heart. It's a positive energy that you can give to someone who is depressed. It helped me learn about other people and other cultures. Every time I braid, I discover something new.
Do you have those scissors for the $3.99 one?
Yeah. So Ben has been coming here for more than like 15 years actually. He's kind of like family. I don't feel any hesitation. I'm very confident in being able to send my customers over there and they're going to be treated well. He helps me, I help him. Like he tells me, Christine, you got to put this product because you know this works really well. Because sometimes we don't know either.
Braiding is not just about beauty. Some women are turning to the style for health reasons.
So many people, even they go to the doctor tell them, stop putting chemicals.
I've always been used to having thick, long hair. And within the last months, I have had cancer. So the braiding, it helps me to keep my hair, to keep maintaining and to keep it growing and just to keep stuff out of it. I can wear it in different styles. It helps me more than harms me, more than any other hairstyle I get. That's about it. When my hair is done, it makes me feel better.
Bonjour les garçons.
Hello, boys. Wake up. How are you?
Every summer, Salion's children come from Paris to visit their naturalized American father.
Tu veux ça? Oh.
Ça? Peut-être.
Oui. Oh non, non, ça.
Online, they talk every day to their youngest brother and their mother in Paris.
This is my fourth child, my fourth son.
J'aime tresser ma propre femme.
I love braiding my wife's hair because it is fun. She does not really like her hair being pulled. It hurts her.
On tire ses cheveux.
So when I joke with her and pull it gently, we laugh about it. I often tell her, okay, today is Sunday. I'll braid your hair differently today, not like the others. So these moments, the time spent together for 2 or 3 hours, it's like part of our marriage. So hair braiding for me is a way to flirt with my wife. I met my wife when we were very young. She's hard of hearing, but this is what made me want to talk to her. I wanted to understand what she was saying. She lives today in France, and I'm in the United States. But I do not take any decision without consulting her. And God blessed us with 4 boys.
9 in the morning and time for work.
But no, King twist is 160, the short length. But when you take a 170, it's a long one, like you said, the middle of your back. Okay, 170, hair include.
It's a 24/7 business. That's how it is in America.
Tell me some celebrities in America. We in France, we have Griezmann.
We have Pogba. We have Michael Jordan.
Salion spends part of the year in France where his wife is waiting to complete her U.S. immigration process. While they are waiting, he introduces his children to the American way of life. Braiding increasing popularity among celebrities in sports, music, and film offers greater opportunities for braiders such as Salion, who includes among his clients the Guinean musician Oumou Djoubate.
At the time, I was organizing baptisms, weddings and concerts, and Salian used to braid my hair and other women's hair. He did that up until he opened his own hair braiding salon in the United States.
In Africa, braids represent social rank or the celebration of important cultural events. But in the United States, braids have more traditionally been associated with revolt against racial injustice and with reaffirmation of African Americans' connection to Africa. That makes them a potent symbol for many Americans. Pamela Farrell was an amateur hair braider in Washington, D.C. in the early 1980s. She remembers well the day when her boss at her day job told her to remove her braids.
He told me that I could not wear my braided hairstyle there. It was not appropriate for his clientele. I cried because I knew it was wrong. I knew my hairstyle was beautiful. And I decided that I was going to braid so many heads that this would never happen to anyone else again. Then I decided, okay, I'm going to open a business And when I opened the business, I got a phone call from DC government telling me I had to shut down my business because I didn't have a cosmetology license. I opened a salon for social justice. I was fighting to make sure that African American women could go to their jobs wearing their hair braided, twisted, locked, or natural. And then that was the first fight. And then the second fight was that they could open up salons, because around the country, you know, they made it illegal to braid hair without a cosmetology license.
Today, Pamela continues the fight to protect hair braiders. Her book, Where Beauty Touches Me, celebrates the diversity of braiding and its affirmation of the African aesthetic. This manual for families wishing to embrace the hairstyles of contemporary African beauty is so central to the contemporary identity that it is now sold at the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture. Despite those advancements, there are still challenges to being a professional hair braider in the United States. In New York, for example, braiding without a license is punishable by a $2,500 fine.
It's not easy for us. The government is asking us for licenses. Many women hide because they do not have the license.
In Maryland, local hair braiders banded together to block their state from enacting similar licensing laws. Julie Wakaria is a founding member of the Maryland Hair Braiders Association.
It started 3 years ago, where the African American salon owners decided to go to the Maryland House of Delegates and have them pass a law that will make the braider go to school for 1,500 hours, which didn't make any sense to anybody.
They moved quickly to lobby state lawmakers at Maryland's House of Delegates.
The law was going to be passed on a Friday. We had it on Wednesday. We woke up. We decided we walk around and mobilize with phone call everywhere to every braiding shop we could get and try to mobilize people to go to the House of Delegates. We presented our case to the delegate. At the end, they were like, oh, we don't know what is that. What is braiding? We don't know what is it. Because, I mean, they really didn't have no idea. So they couldn't pass the law.
We decided not to do the bill because it would have foreclosed a lot of economic opportunity for immigrants. We were trying to regulate something that we really didn't understand, the cultural, the techniques, the safety procedures that are put in that really make this type of regulation unnecessary. Now you have lawmakers that are more well-informed, and frankly, as long as I'm in office, I'm going to fight any sort of attempt to regulate that industry based on the conversations that I had at that town hall, which was tremendously enlightening and invigorating, frankly.
Julie Wakaria says hair braiders themselves have health challenges, including long hours standing with their heads constantly bowed down and the repetitive movement of their fingers.
Many braiders have problems with the neck.
This Senegalese twist, this is messing up our hands. Everybody is getting capitulum.
Je peux faire 12 heures.
I can work 12 hours a day. During these 12 hours, I stand on my feet almost half the time. And that depends on the style of the braid. But in general, I'm standing. And that has a toll on my back and my chest, those muscles there.
Like many jobs with long hours, there is also the challenge of balancing family life.
Tu peux rester là du matin jusqu'à 16 heures.
I come to work in the morning and leave at 4 p.m. Let's say a client comes in at 4 p.m. and wants a $120 hairstyle, and I've been here all day without a single client. I rent a chair in the salon and owe rent to the owner, so I stay and take the client. Even the owner has to pay her girls per week, take care of her rent, cable, and other bills. So yes, you take the client. And if you take a client at 4 p.m. for a 4 or 5 hour session, what time will you finish? What time will you be home in order to cook and take care of the kids?
There's never enough time for my personal life. I'm always here. I'm always tired. It's not easy. I cannot even travel because of business, even though I have an assistant. I'm always here. I can't leave the business, so that's that.
Being a hair braider presents unique challenges for men, where many African cultures judge it to be effeminate or religiously objectionable. Salion's family remembers the mockery he endured.
It was under this tree that he used to braid our hair and ignore the people who would call him man, woman. But Salian never got upset or angry. He would tell them, I would rather be a woman than a thief or a drug addict. This will allow me to get married and build a house.
Here in Mali, it was frowned upon for a man to do braids. And in our religion, it was considered a sin. I argued a lot with him. I even beat him one day because of that.
At first, I was told that it was a curse for a boy to braid hair, which made me have some doubts. Does my religion accept this profession? I kept questioning myself, even when I was learning how to braid and starting my own business.
In Islam, women should not expose their bodies to strangers. Having a Muslim man braid a woman's hair is a delicate issue because he's a stranger touching her hair. But there are no texts in the Quran that forbids or authorizes men to do that. There are none. It does not exist in the Quran. If the individual respects himself, is the breadwinner in his family and does that job while being professional, I would say yes. Yes, he can.
Is that the same color as that?
Yeah.
You sure?
I think this is better. For
me, a good customer is a woman who knows what she wants, who is not difficult to braid. And when I suggest some changes, she reacts positively.
It's something pulling right here, right here. What's this? Hot dang it.
What is it, hurt?
Yeah, you bet it does. But that's the pain you gotta take with the beauty. And it's my first time getting cheeky twist. Okay, what's this in the back of my head? What's that? What's that? What's that? Oh. Oh. Oh, God. I'm gonna need a big aspirin after this. Looking beautiful is painful and expensive.
And why do you still do it?
Because I like to look beautiful, and I'm priceless. Who? Jesus, who on this head right here? Who on here? Who right here? Who right here? Somebody right here on the brain. On the equilibrium. My cubicle vortex is not functioning right now.
I collaborated with African American salon owners and taught them how to braid African style. And they showed me the African American techniques in return. The styles that you would see during slavery, how slaves used to braid. They taught me that, and I incorporated it into the African braiding style. The results have made my salon very successful.
Hello, African hair braiding, can I help you?
Hair braiding made me thrive. It helped me buy a house here, buy a car, invest in my country, and bring my family and my brothers here.
Papa, la pizza.
C'est fini?
Did you eat it all?
Mon papa.
My dad passed away when I was 5. My mom had to work long hours to raise us. She used to drop us off at our uncles and aunts. We grew up with different families because she couldn't support us financially by herself. It's thanks to braiding that I was able to give back to my mom, give her a good life, a life fit for a queen. To my friends who laughed at me when I was little, I would like to say to them today, your teasing encouraged me to be better. The little boy has become a great hair braider. My only advice to any parent or anyone who sees someone doing something out of the ordinary is to never make fun of them. There are no foolish jobs, there are only foolish people.
Men or women, African hair braiders in the United States are unanimous. Despite economic challenges and restrictions on immigration, they are full of hope and courage, pursuing the American dream, one braid at a time.
Yo Malisa jo ba fila be malibasa jo. Ah Malisa jo ba fila be Malisa. Malisa jo ba fila be Malisa. Ah Malisa jo ba fila be Malisa. Malisa jo ba fila be malibasa jo. Nkoche dala kanuke, che lana kanuke, che ni che bala kanuke, bi korote la kaniola. Muso bara kanuke, muso bara kanuke, muso ni muso dala kanuke, bi korote la kaniola. Ali korote kanimena bi mogori korosi kanuna. Korote kanumena bi mogoye korosi la kanuna. Muso di la kanunke, muso da la kanunke, muso niche bara kanunke bi koroye la kaniola.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is
right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. Hello, hello. I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought. What was it like for you the first time?
Yeah, you don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much. Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying. You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Oh, God. Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's like a real gun.
Yeah.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Auf.
On the head and pull the trigger. Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss man einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass production.
es kann ja nicht
Not everybody can get a lamb like this.
mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist
That's
so. Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's what makes it special. And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
Gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung. Ganz abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes!
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts.
Huh?
Hinsetzen kann.
That looks great.
Da haben wir's. Dann Bratwurst.
How about a sausage for starters?
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. Lift off. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. Lift off. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Lift off. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. Lift off. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious flight academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's also unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum. The enthusiasm may be great, But facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lucas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first. Or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you? What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes, I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
In less than 6 months, Nigeria records another jailbreak, this time in Imo State. And the presidency opines that Bishop Kuka's comment on President Buhari's treatment of repentant Boko Haram insurgents is ungodly. Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Mary Anna Cohen. Barely 6 months after episodes of prison breaks rocked the nation in Edo, Ikoyi, in Lagos, and Ondo states, another happened in Imo State. The Owerri Correctional Center was attacked by suspected hoodlums, and hundreds of inmates were freed. The incident happened in the early hours of Easter Monday and was said to have lasted between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. Is there a security problem that transcends that of terrorism and banditry in Nigeria? Well, joining us to have this conversation is Dennis Amakri, a security expert, and Alex Ogbonaya, a broadcast journalist. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Good evening.
All right, I'm going to start with you, Alex, because you are joining us from Owerri and you are a journalist. Obviously, you have been following the story as it has continued to develop. So give us a clear picture. Walk us through what exactly transpired in Owerri last night or the early hours of this morning. We have videos, but of course, it's very difficult for us to have a clear picture of what happened.
Yeah, that's because the incident happened very early this morning at about 2:15 a.m. That was when the incident happened. The PRO of the prison facility, James Maduba, told me that the incident happened at about 2:15, and for over 1 hour there was sporadic shooting and bombing in that area. And just a few minutes ago, I was with him on the phone. He said that before the attack happened, they had 1,881 inmates before the attack happened. And after the attack, they counted 42 inmates left. So if you do your math, so if you take away 42 from 1,881, you're looking at over 1,800 inmates ran away or were freed by the hoodlums. 1 inmate died out of suffocation or due to suffocation. That's the statistics that he gave me just some 10-15 minutes ago before this program started. So before now, he said that this incident, like I said earlier, happened by 2:15 a.m. They were not expecting it. And the hoodlums also went to the nearby Imo State Police Command and also caused some damage. And nothing happened. None of them were caught. But according to the police PPRO, what's the name again? Ikoku Orlando, in their press release, which was made available a short while ago, said that one of the vehicles the hoodlums came with was arrested, if you allow me to use, if you permit me to use that word. And so they want to use that vehicle to see if they can in any way catch some of these culprits who perpetrated this attack.
2,000 plus, if not 1,000 plus inmates escaped. Now, I'm made to understand that there are some of these prisoners that refused to run away, was the other prisoners who escaped. according to the reports
Exactly.
that we're gathering. What will be done? I mean, were you opportune to ask what would be done to these inmates that refuse to run away? I'm sorry, Alex, I think we lost you. But let's move on to, let's go to Mr. Macri. Mr. Macri, I'm going to start by asking, these people marched through the city of Owerri at the early hours of the morning, and they were unchallenged. Nobody stopped them. Of course, we know that in this country, there's always one roadblock, police checkpoints at different places. Why exactly were these men able to perpetrate the kind of dastardly acts that they did without any hindrance whatsoever?
Well, it's a really sorry sight. Sorry to hear about this particular thing. From what I gathered, some intelligence was actually transmitted to the police and the government about what is going to happen. And then, of course, it was very apparent they were singing there, right very close to the government house. And nothing happened until they went and struck. And nobody asked for a backup. Because if the police was actually overwhelmed, they were burning down their police station, the police headquarters. They would have called on the military garrison that was very close by, Nobize, which was about maybe 10 to 15 minutes. You know, and this was not done. And these guys had a field day, releasing people, and then, of course, burning down the prison. I think there are more implications. There is a lot of implications about what has happened last night to what we are even looking at for now.
It makes me really wonder why Owerri, if not Imo State in general, has become such a security mess lately. I mean, let's not forget about the bombardment that happened earlier this year, where the governor's head was on the chopping board because, you know, a lot of people were against what he did. And we've had a series of other kinds of unrest. Why has it become such a security mess of late? Do you have any idea? I mean, you're not the governor of the state, but you're a security person. Because all of these activities that have led up to this today didn't start overnight, did it?
Well, the security situation, if you want to look at it holistically, you'll find out that we had this problem in the northeast, northwest. Many people believe that it will not get to the south or south-south. Right now, we're experiencing a situation in the southeast, and definitely it will move to the south-south. The governor of Abia State has already declared a curfew from 6 p.m. till dawn. So these are the things, these are signs of the times. We have a serious security problem in this country. And then we're having all kinds of warlords that are coming up in different areas and declaring, misbehaving, or should I say, trying to assert themselves. And of course, our police is weary and thinly spread, and they are hitting on the police directly because the police themselves will not be able to stop them. So, like I said, we have something deeper in our plates right now that we need to look at.
I'm going to come back to you because I want to talk about, I mean, there's a lot to unravel from this story that developed early hours of this morning. But I want to go back to Alex, if we have Alex. Alex, the same question I asked Mr. Macri, I'm going to put it to you because you have been covering stories in your state. And like I mentioned, there was a bombardment that was blamed on the government, that the government was trying to cause some form of unrest. But then there's two sides to the story where we heard that there was a training camp for so-called IPOB members where these people were trained on commando-style kind of hits. So could we say that maybe this problem that you're facing in your city could be an aftermath or an offshoot of all of the things that have been happening so far?
No.
Oh dear. I think we're having a connection problem. Well, let's go back to you, Mr. Makri. I want to talk about the fact that these people were armed to the teeth so much that police officers ran away and they took to their heels. And here we are again talking about arms and ammunition, and when we're talking about banditry in the Middle Belt, we're talking about banditry in the northeast, we're talking about Boko Haram. Here we are again with these men on the streets of Owerri, armed to the teeth. And I'm not just talking about guns. They had explosives, which they used on the police headquarters. So our police officers are not even as armed as these people. So it takes us back to the issue of proliferation of small arms and the fact that we have a country saturated with arms and ammunition that has not been mopped up in any way. We hear about these mop-up exercises, but really, what are they mopping up?
I don't think there is any mop-up exercise going on because it is done light-heartedly, because if there is a real mop-up, you cannot convince anybody when people are feeling unsafe to bring out their guns and surrender it. You know, so the basic issue there is that if you are serious about mopping up, you can do money exchanging for guns. Those are different types of systems used in mopping up. You can use it for amnesty, just like it was done in the Niger Delta. And there are many, many ways of mopping up, but I don't think the Nigerian police is ready to mop up any gun. Instead, they are asking some people to mop up guns while some others are carrying AK-47s and moving around. And you don't arrest those people. So I just can tell you this. There are too many guns. The proliferation of guns in Nigeria is just too heavy. And everybody is having it. And of course, we are sleeping like, you know, a vehicle without brakes down the hill. And then, of course, nothing is going on because this is a terrible indication. And all these things are trials that are going on. They attack a police station, release people from prison. And then, of course, don't be doubt about it. Those people they are releasing from prison are going to be recruited into their group, you know. So these are the dangerous signals that are coming up at this time.
It makes me really wonder. You just said something about, you know, trials. So these people are testing the waters. That's what you mean. I remember very well, vividly, when we talked about the issue of the bandits, and I spoke with you, I spoke with Sheikh Gumi. It seems like these people, these perpetrators of violence, are taking advantage of the weakness of not just our security forces, but the weaknesses of our leadership in the country as it is. But I keep asking the question, Nigeria is not at war. Why do we have so many guns coming into the country? This is a country where you're not allowed to carry a weapon without license. And we know how licenses are given. It's very difficult to get a license for a weapon to even carry. So really, where are we going?
Yeah, those guns you are seeing are unlicensed. None of them have a license for them. And they are due to the proliferation of arms that are coming in from the north, from the west, and from the south into the country. And then, of course, nobody is actually trying to stop it. And you have AK-47s in people's hands. Look at those AK-47s. They are very expensive. At least $500,000 for one. So these particular people you are looking at, how do they buy them? I don't think they bought them. These arms were given to them. And I can go ahead and tell you, politicians gave it to them. Politicians. So we have a lack of governance. People who are more thinking of themselves, they are not patriotic. And then, of course, they are fueling a violent economy that we are running right now, because I can tell you there's a lot of money changing hands, you know, and either with non-state actors and even people in government where money is changing hands.
I want to push you further before I go back to Alex. I think we have him on the phone now. I want to push you further because you have gone ahead to say that the politicians allegedly have bought these weapons and armed these people. What exactly do you think they're arming them for? Is somebody trying to plan a war? Is somebody trying to topple a government? Why would politicians be arming people to cause confusion and tension in a country where we really don't need it, especially when we know that we're already divided along the lines of ethnicity and religion? Why would we want to do that?
Elections. Simple. They are arming these boys for elections. Some of these boys were armed during the last elections.
But the elections are 2023. Then, of course, we're still in 2021.
Say that again.
We're in 2021. Why would anybody be arming people right now to cause mayhem when the elections are in 2023? I might be a novice about this, but please help me understand it.
Yeah, let me explain to you. Most of these people you see right now were armed during the last elections. And after the elections, the politicians abandoned them. They're not taking care of them anymore. So these boys now resorted to kidnapping, banditry, and all kinds of things that they are doing to get money, because they were giving money during the elections. Now the elections are over, and then of course they need money to survive. They need money to even sponsor their Boko Haram, to fuel their Boko Haram insurgency. And then of course, remember, we've started moving towards 2023. That's another election coming up. So these boys are still available. And I know Nigerian politicians, they have their boys. In fact, Nigerian politics have gone to the level where you don't run for election if you don't have boys, in quotes, you know. And who are these boys? Thugs with guns, carrying AK-47 that were bought for them.
Interesting. Let me come back to you, Alex, because I'm interested in the information that has been put out by the police. Of course, we got some sound bite from you earlier on when you were talking to the prison's PRO. At the time, they had not ascertained the number of people that were either the people that were freed from the prisons, and of course, at the time, we did not know if there were any casualties. But what are they saying, or who are they saying is responsible for this? Because I've heard all kinds of things. Some people have said it's IPOB members going to the prisons to free their people. Some people are saying that they're angry youths. And of course, the papers have said that they're masked, armed men. What are you hearing from the streets and, of course, from security agencies and all of the press briefings that you've listened to?
Let's go with the police PPRO, first PPRO, Frank Mba, in a press release that he sent down to us here. He said that ECN is responsible for the attack, even though some persons on the street of Owerri would want to disagree, because how did they come about it? How do they know that it is ECN of members?
I'm sorry, what exactly is ECN? Network. For the benefit of those who are watching, what's ECN?
The ECN is Eastern Security Network, the military arm of IPOB. That's Indigenous Peoples of Biafra, the proscribed group, of course. So, but questions on the streets, on the lips of everybody in the world is, how did they come about that assertion? Who told them that it is ECN? But some will say that maybe they're just some aggrieved youths who, you know, don't forget that during the EndSARS protest, police stations were touched in Owerri. And there was an attempt to also attack this facility, but I think they got wind of it and beefed up security. So now they felt that these security guys have relaxed. And so that was when they came and hit them. Nobody knows, but if you go by what the police authorities are saying, I think then it's the ECN, the Eastern Security Network.
Again, on Saturday and on Sunday, it was reported that about 7 suya sellers were attacked in Imo State. Again, leading up to what happened in the early hours of this morning, do you think this is a retaliatory attempt on people from the north of this country? Is this a sectional war? What exactly do you think is going on?
Well, I don't think it's a sectional war. I heard that report too, but I don't want to connect that attack to this one. Maybe it could just be a one-off thing or just a minor incident that occurred which led to the attack of the Suez tellers. I don't believe that they are related.
Well, I mean, I also like to ask, I mean, I've never lived in Imo State. I have visited a couple times, but why do you think it has become so unsafe and insecure over the past few months? What exactly do you think, as a reporter who's been covering these stories, what do you think is the antecedent or the history of this recent state of insecurity?
It baffles me, Marianne, trust me, because I've also asked that question. I've lived in this state for going to about 8-9 years now. We've never had it this rough. It's been very peaceful. Yes, pockets of skirmishes here and there, but not as bad as it is recently or presently. It beats one's imagination. Why has Imo deteriorated to this level? Maybe the hunger in the land, unemployment, youths are angry, and of course, don't forget too.
But that is the case everywhere in Nigeria. There's youth unemployment in Cross River, in Akwa Ibom, in so many states of the country. You don't see the young people breaking into prisons and freeing prisoners. You don't see that kind of unrest. So really, that's an excuse that is weighty enough. And I'm not in any way saying that we should disregard the fact that young people are not duly employed, but I'm saying, is that a good enough excuse for what has just happened?
Well, no, it's not, of course. It's not a good enough excuse. The fact that you're unemployed doesn't mean that you should take up arms and attack police formations and other security facilities. No, not at all. But again, I think that the police have really angered the people. I still see this as an offshoot of the NSAS thing. They've really angered the people. And so they are taking this war back to them. And unfortunately, the police are not even prepared. Okay, look at now. They've cordoned off everywhere, making it very difficult for you to, a journey of maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes, it will take you like 30 minutes or 1 hour. They've cordoned off everywhere, searching vehicles. What are they looking for? They ought to have beefed up security. They ought to have been prepared for this. They're not causing heavy inconveniences on innocent Imo lives. These guys are somewhere jubilating and rejoicing, and they're there making things uncomfortable for us. They will do this after another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they will relax. And these guys could hit them again another 2 months or 3 months. And they'll come back to this same. So they really need to put their house in order.
Okay.
It's a shame that these guys took the fight to them, and from all indications, they seem to be winning.
Back to you, Mr. Makri. This is obviously a hit to your constituency. I know that you're not actively in the service anymore, but of course, this is more like a blow to security agencies. And what Alexander is saying is that, you know, the police is not on their toes. They're not 10 steps ahead of these guys. And he's saying that all they're doing is mounting roadblocks and, you know, stop and searches. But this is not what needs to be done to deal with this issue. So I ask you, could this situation have been preempted or have been averted by both the federal and the state government? Because this seems to be, you know, an aftermath of something bigger that had happened. So knowing that these security issues are cropping up everywhere in the country, could this have been averted? And how would you have dealt with this? And then going forward, what needs to be done?
Well, I have to divide this into two, because it's very, very important for you to understand the undercurrents of what is going on. Firstly, now, from open source intelligence, you can get what is going on. And of course, it will tell you that there is no love lost between the former governor of Imo State and the present governor of Imo State. Of course, some weeks back, you know what happened. You know, I remember all these guys have their boys, like I said. So these people have their own, you know, beef about each other on how to deal with each other. Secondly, we are now moving into a situation where the elections are coming and everybody is trying to do one or two things. If you listen to what even Kanu had said, he said that if people that were terrorists could be released, arrested but released and rehabilitated, then why should other people remain in jail? So he must have ordered his boys, go there, open the jail, bring them out, they are free people. And remember, like I said earlier, that is another source of recruitment for them. So these are the undercurrents that are going on. You know, these are the undercurrents. The governor themselves, remember, the president have said that, look, governors, you are the ones on ground. You should start taking care of this issue. It's your business now. You don't wait for the federal government all the time. So the government, the governors on ground are the ones handling this, and they know the kind of problems that they are facing. So it behoves on them to come together and make sure that they solve the problem. Like I would say in Igbo State, you know, Okorocha and Hope should come together now, sit down, and for the sake of the state, try and solve this problem. Because if they keep on fighting and politicizing everything, their state will continue to burn.
Okay.
And that's where we are.
Well, I want to say thank you to you, Mr. Dennis Amakri. He's a security expert. Thank you very much for talking with us. And of course, Alexander Ogunaya is a broadcast journalist who's joining us live from Owerri. Thank you, gentlemen. We're hoping that some peace would be returned to the state. We'll take a short break. Thank you for joining us on this conversation. We will come back and talk about the presidency and, of course, what they think of Bishop Kuka's most recent criticism of President Buhari. Stay with us. We'll be right back. The Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Bishop Matthew Kuka, is in the news again. This time, he said the Buhari regime was taking care and rehabilitating repentant Boko Haram insurgents, but lacked empathy for their victims who were left to mourn their dead ones and paid ransoms to free their relatives. Also, in his Easter message, the overseer of the Citadel Global Community Church, Tunde Bakare, said Nigeria was in a state of emergency, adding that her health was in danger. And in response to Kuka's comments, the presidency had stated that his criticisms were ungodly. Well, joining me to be part of this conversation, we have Mr. Bola Oba. He is a public affairs analyst. And of course, we have Ambrose Igboke, who is also a public affairs analyst. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on this conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to be about you.
All right. Well, let me start with what Pastor Bakare said. He said that Buhari has continued with Jonathan's opaque subsidy regime, and he promised us change, but that change he has not given us. So I'm going to start with you, Ambrose. opaque, and of course the issue of the subsidy regime. Now, you and I remember, everybody who's watching saw Mr. President, at the time he wasn't the president, we saw so many of them march through the streets of Lagos on this same issue of subsidy. And here we are again today on the same issue. Mr. Bakare obviously has a point, does he?
I remember a group called SNG, Save Nigeria Group, being run by today Pastor Tunde Bakare himself. That group joined other so-called activists to stage a demonstration in January 2012 called Subsidy Protest. They occupied Ojota and occupied other strategic locations in Lagos and Abuja. What was the quarrel? They were fighting subsidy, petroleum subsidy by the Jonathan regime. The action was that subsidy does not exist and subsidy should stop. Let's fast forward. Let me also remind you that the nucleus of those people who organized the protest are the nucleus of the people that formed the All Progressive Congress in the APC. Now, the APC came up with a lot of mastery. Just 2 years later, that action has metamorphosed into a serious political movement that came up with all sorts of political economics that talks about we are not supposed to pay for subsidy, that the landing cost for fuel is 42 naira, all kinds of gimmicks. And we're promised change. And that when we usher in this change, subsidy will be removed. Nigeria will pay 43 naira, not more than 40 naira or 45 naira at the pump price at the filling stations. All kinds of things. Now, coming into the administration, we now notice that those things were not feasible. The subsidy continued. This is a subsidy that we were told was a scam. This was a subsidy we were told that did not exist. 6 years down the line, the subsidy is still on. Now, I am not particularly excited that Pastor Bakare is saying this. He has not run along. So for me, I think it's playing to the gallery.
Interesting.
It's playing to the gallery.
Okay.
To want to identify or seeming identification as a facade to seem to identify with the suffering of the masses. It is not true.
I'm going to come back to you, Ambrose. I'm going to come back to you because I want to push you further on this issue of Tunde Bakare. But let me go to Bolahan. Pastor Bakare still, again here, talked about how strange it is that terrorists in this country are being rehabilitated and bandits are being neglected when they abduct school children. In other words, you know, there's rehabilitation of Boko Haram people on one hand, and of course bandits are on the other hand taking monies and releasing people that they're abducting every week in this country. And this is not something that is necessarily new. People have been criticizing the government about how they're handling the issue of banditry, and most have said it's been handled with kids' gloves. But just like Ambrose said, should Tunde Bakare be the one talking about this, being that he was part of the people who aided this president to become, yes, maybe he didn't win at the first time that they tried, but of course he was solidly behind Mr. President. But again, I want to flip the coin. Is there anything wrong with realizing that you made a mistake and of course speaking up against somebody who you once called a friend, not necessarily as a foe, but you are calling a spade a spade? Mr. Bolahan.
I was one of those campaigned for Buhari in 2015.
Oh.
God bless his soul. Yinka Odumaki, on one occasion, I was on a live TV with him and I roasted him. And subsequent to that live TV interview, he came to my office twice to tell me as politely as possible. And because he said he knew that I was doing what I was doing out of conviction, he came to my office twice to tell me that I was going to regret campaigning for Buhari. And he reminded me that in 2011, he was Buhari's official spokesperson. And for him to have changed side, it was because of so many inadequacies. He gave one example that there was a man that if you gave a one-page document to, in 1 week, he wouldn't have read it. And because I was one of those who was ready to vote for anything but Jonathan then, if President Goodluck Jonathan's dog had contested against him then, I would have campaigned for President Goodluck Jonathan's dog. But you know what? Even before his demise, God bless his soul, I've had occasions to tell Odumaki that I was wrong. In 2019, I profoundly and vociferously campaigned against Buhari because everything that Odumaki told me about Buhari's intellectual persona or non-intellectual persona, whichever way you want to put it, everything that he told me about his morals, especially his nativism, his seeming parochialism, everything he told me had manifested before 2019. And how some people could gloss over it and still campaign for him in 2019, I wouldn't know. But I saw, I felt that Odumaki had been vindicated well enough. I actually told him on one occasion that Odumaki, one of the reasons why it was difficult for me to believe you then was because I was also privy to the fact that Goodluck Jonathan did you well materially and financially. He gave you a radio license, Petals FM in Ibadan. Apart from that, we know that some monies came with it, big money came into it, and houses in Ibadan and investments in Ghana. You know what? Ultimately, he won that argument in life and in his resting place now. Literally on the issue of the fact that I was going to regret campaigning for Buhari, he won. Okay. No doubt about it. Okay. So when I hear you want to take issues with the fact that Pastor Bakari now believes that Buhari is not, that the Buhari that is now manifesting is somewhat inconsistent with the Buhari of his belief, or that the Buhari that is now manifesting in power is totally strange to his perception of what Buhari ought to be this thing. I would want to believe that that's a bit too hard on Pastor Bakari. Okay. He should be within his rights.
Okay, I'm going back to you, Ambrose. I'll come back to you again, Mr. Oba. I'm coming back to you, Ambrose. Now, the World Happiness Report shows that Nigeria is the worst, if not the most unhappiest place to live in. And this is in recent times. This was also something that was made reference to by Bishop Kuka. He talked about the fact that, the fight against corruption is clay-footed and has not moved the needle of transparency forward. He basically outrightly blames the presidency for every ill will that we have gotten as a country, and he's tying this to the leadership of the presidency. Do you agree with him that all of that we're experiencing in Nigeria today is because of bad leadership, or the fact that all the promises that were made by Mr. President were not kept? But just in case, maybe we're being a bit too hard, has the president kept any promise whatsoever from when he first ran and now?
Well, Bishop Kuka, has always been known as a civil society crusader, as somebody who has been very vociferous when it comes to the issue of democracy and civil society in Nigeria. He has been at it for more than 40 years. So you must give credence to him that when he speaks this way, it's not an attack on the president, on President Muhammadu Buhari. It's not an attack on the person of the president. When you check his trajectory over the years, he has been very critical of what he feels are the shortcomings of the status quo in our country. And he proffers solutions. And he has written a couple of books. He has written a couple of journals. He has written a couple of articles to propose his positions. We also remember him as the secretary of the famous Okuta panel. So he is not somebody who shies away from speaking his mind. So, like China Chibe would say, if you don't like somebody else's book, write your own. If you didn't like what Kuka said, put things in the correct perspective. I am sometimes baffled by the handlers of the PR machinery of the president. Most of the time, they do the president more harm than good. They behave like attack dogs. They take it out of context. They make it look as if anybody who speaks his mind, they take it as if the president is attacking the president. I mean, President Buhari is our president. We respect him. We pray for him to succeed. We support him. So, but the handlers, the special advisors on media and all these things, they make it look like an attack. You know, then on the other flip side too, I don't know if Bishop Kuka has access to the president, because some of these things could actually be discussed with the president.
Ambrose, I'm sorry, let me just come in there. Let's use somebody else here as a case study. Let's use the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, who has been writing letters, criticizing openly. Let's not forget, he's a member of the Council of State. That's how they call them, the former president. He does have access to the president. So this is not an issue of audience. It's an issue of, does the president take all of the criticism? Does he listen and not just hear? I think that's what we should be talking about now.
Well, that's what we call, in every diplomatic style, that's what we call a back-end channel. The back-end channel is where you go to discuss issues. I get to the point.
Yes.
Now, I don't know, I'm not in know of that situation. If the back-end channels have been explored and then it fails, sometimes leaders are frustrated to speak out their mind when the back-end channels are failed.
Okay.
And when you have people surrounding the president, people like the editors of media, making it look like coming to the president to complain or to talk about some certain issues are not going well, looks like an attack on the president. Then maybe it can lead to people being, exasperated with an effort to do this.
Okay, Ambrose, we're running out of time, so let me quickly go back to Mr. Bola.
Nigeria is a democracy, there's a freedom of expression, so you cannot begrudge Bishop Hassan Kuka for speaking what he thinks about his country.
All right.
He's a citizen of Nigeria.
We're almost out of time, so my final question goes to you, Mr. Oba. The presidency had responded to not Mr. Bakare, if you notice. They mostly responded to Bishop Kuka, saying that he did not sound like a man of God. So I wrote down this question because I wanted to ask it directly to you, Mr. Oba. What should the demeanor of a man of God be in terms of speaking truth to power? Should he, should it be diplomacy or saying the truth as it is? Because that's maybe the man of God's mandate, to speak truth.
Let me first say this without attacking Ambrose Igboke. Let me first say this in defense of the spokespersons of the president. it is, unfortunately, Ambrose is also a public communicator. It is practically difficult. It is pragmatically difficult to speak competently for incompetence. When you have a principle that is anchored perpetually to incompetence, there is no way you can speak competently.
Are you saying that the president is incompetent? Are you saying that Mr. President is incompetent? And are you saying that his handlers are also equally incompetent? Or because of his incompetence, they also seem or come across as incompetent?
Nigerians can well understand what I've said. How do you want to speak effectively and competently for somebody who consistently drops the ball? Swap Garba Shehu today and put Ambrose in Koke, it will not do any better.
Okay.
Look, and that is why when people, and I pray that some of you too, when you go to that level, when you are engaged by some principals, may God let your principals be those that are performing principals. When your principals are those who are not performing, what can you say? Look, Garba Shehu,
well, we need to go.
Garba Shehu was so. Hello?
Unfortunately, we're out of time, Mr. Oba. I want to thank you. I apologize, but time is not on our side. Bola Oba is a public affairs analyst, and of course, Ambrose Igboke is a public affairs analyst. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time is not on our side, but we'll take a short break now, and when we come back, before then, we're going to find out what Nigerians feel about the president's being criticized. Is it a sin to criticize a person in power? We'll get to find out after the break.
I don't think it's godly to criticize your president because, number one, we voted them there. Even if they are not doing well, before they came on board, we think they would do well. So for the fact that they are still corrupt, the best thing for us to do is to pray for them and expect God to do signs and wonders.
Somehow it's ungodly. It's not ungodly, depending the speech the person is using. But for the critics, and it depends the words the person is using. If it's just on, like, let me just give for example, the person is just saying out the facts on what is happening in the country, it's not ungodly. But if he's using some kind of bad, abusive word, to me, it's not right, it's ungodly.
Yeah, sure it is. The scriptures, the Holy Book, the Bible said we should respect or show respect to those in authorities. So it's very ungodly to criticize them no matter what you get.
I don't think that it's good to criticize our leaders, because if we also are in their position, even we also can even do worse or do more than they have done. So it's not ungodly at all to criticize our leaders.
Here's my take. Now, 2021 seems to have come with a truckload of problems and issues for Nigeria, each unraveling itself day by day. If it's not Boko Haram claiming to shoot down fighter jets, it's bandits killing and maiming or abducting people, or even masked gunmen breaking prisoners free and burning down police stations. So who's to say what's next? I mean, if nothing is done. Is it that Nigeria is heading downhill? From one security issue to another, are we now on autopilot? Where are we? Why are we letting these unholy and destructive acts continue unabated? Where is our government in all of this? I keep asking, where is the federal might? It seems every promise this administration made to us is being broken. Nigeria has never had it so bad, yet our leaders seem to be at ease. How long will this continue? Mr. President, save Nigeria. You ran 4 times for this office of the president, and finally you won, only for us to be in this situation. You wanted to give us change. You wanted to change the country so bad. But the question is this the change that you promised? We no longer recognize this Nigeria, so bring back our peace, bring back our unity, bring back our sanity, make Nigeria safe again. I am Mariana Kon, thanking you for being part of the conversation. See you tomorrow.
decision point. The way your baby is presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
When I heard him, we were actually, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on the, no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen carrying capacity becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is biconcave, and when it is now sickled, its corpse is sickled. You know, like a sickle. That means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. There is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with So that's I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And some people, there are some instances whereby you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see it, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, okay, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult cells. So that's the major treatment. The other complementary measures are just palliative people have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before you know? At the point you're telling somebody this was going on, it's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind of. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, that helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity, I just had to develop it. But then, You can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life if you choose to be strong. If you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Musaywa Mesale. And today, after the party, we're back to reality. Jenny, baby, how you doing?
I'm fine.
Ha, Jennifer was whining and twisting. Oh my goodness. Issy says it's good to see all these ladies outside of the studio. We're busy showing our career outside. How are you, Jennifer?
I'm fine.
Oh my goodness.
I thank God for this holiday. It was very needed.
It was. Oh.
And I rested very well today. We thank God. So we're going to start the new week.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow.
Hi, Lami. How you doing? Lami's joined us via Zoom.
Very well, Uwa.
Very
well.
You look really tired, though. But Lami, I can't believe with all your O1 bear sharp mouth, you can't dance inside party.
I can't dance I don't know how to dance. I don't drink, I don't dance, and I party a lot. So people always wonder. But it's so satisfying for me to see people dance. So it's okay for me when I see people dance. That's it. So people always wonder, like, you don't know how to dance. I don't. Honestly, since when I was young, I never, for once in my life, I never knew how to.
And you didn't even bother to learn?
I never. I just thought I couldn't twist my body, and that was it.
I actually took, in fact, I think I need to resume that class. I took Afrobeat classes where you learn how to twist your waist.
Your waist.
Yeah, so...
well, Uwa, you can dance.
Uwa, I was very shocked. I was so surprised.
I was very shocked when I saw Uwa twerking and
My plan to take on salsa. I've always loved salsa.
So, what's her name? Yeni Kuti used to teach us. We used to come to Freedom Park, so we do dance classes. I mean,
yes,
so
I get it.
It loosens your waistline, you know.
I would need that, you know. I really need it. I would need the lesson.
Maybe we should reach out to her and see if we can organize a special class for all of us ladies. But it's actually a good exercise, you know. It just helps to free up. Yeah. As a woman, I believe you should be able to walk around, you know, your waist area, you know.
I understand.
Okay, we're not talking twerking today. We're talking serious matter. We're talking security today, and here's what we found as today's quote. At the end of the day, the goals are simple: safety and security. It's as short, as simple as that. I mean, that's all we're clamoring for. That's all we're asking for. We want to be safe and we want to be secure in our country. Now, the increasing spate of insecurity in the country has left so many questions unanswered, and with the recent prison break in the country, how far back will this set us in our fight against insecurity? Ambassador Roy is here to discuss this, but first, let's take a break for what's in the news.
It's always harder to justify a service than a good. If you walk into a store, a supermarket, you see something on the shelf is 2,100 naira. You're going to carry the thing to the counter and pay your 2,100 naira. But I went to school. I studied law. My parents put me through school. I'm telling you, this is your amount. This is your fee. This is your professional fee. There's transport. There's logistics. There's so many things to consider. I've explained everything to you, but it's so difficult to justify a service.
Do you think it's something that has to do with this part of the world, or you think generally?
I think it's this part of the world. And it could also be, I've also learned that it could also be putting your foot down. I'm okay to say, okay, if you don't agree, that's fine. Because you have to know what you bring to the table. You know what the effort you're going to put in and the stress that it's going to take you. So if you've charged appropriately and a client says no, it's okay if the client has to go somewhere else.
You're still watching Ways, so we'll just go straight into what we found in the news. I think I'm going to start with Jennifer, then I'll come to Lami. Jennifer, what did you find for us in the news?
Okay, so what's in the news today? First Bank disburses 58 billion naira to 81,000 female-owned businesses. So the CEO is saying he wants to support businesses owned by women just to keep them going, and they are going to see them through from the first stage of the business to when they can stand up on their own. And I think that's an amazing thing, like supporting small businesses, big businesses, just depending on what you have out there. And I think that a lot of people should key into this, especially when you don't have the capital to start the business that you want to do.
Okay, but did they mention, out of curiosity, 81,058 billion naira, did they mention like how much each business owner, female business owner will be going home with?
No, I didn't see,
because,
that.
Well, I'm just looking at the figures, 58
I was
billion.
going to ask the question.
What's the question?
Mentally, I was trying to calculate it, 1,000 businesses, how much would you in 58 billion naira? Well, I'm not a mathematician. My maths is very bad, so,
okay, so
I would want to comment on that. But nevertheless, that's a very good one, and they should be commended for doing that.
Yeah, they honestly, it's commendable, because the truth is, a lot of what's it called, funds available. I mean, I've said this countless times that my friends that are with Bank of Industry, a lot of funds are available actually for female-owned businesses, but not many women are able to harness the potential there, and they are not able to tap into
access the
loans because most of the times, because of also the criteria that is given for them to be able to access those loans. So when I did the rough math, let's say they're giving them equal amount of money, 81,000 women going home with 58 billion is about 716,000 naira. So that's less than 800K, you know. Well, so it's small businesses, really.
It's small businesses, yeah. And if it's just for you to just start off,
but that's very commendable anyway.
I think
you'll be amazed with what women can do with 800,000 naira in their business.
Yeah, especially with the current economy right now. I'm just hoping, what kind of fund is it? Is it something that is a patient capital? Because
and I'm also wondering the kind of how to access it. I hope it's not going to be tedious. The
this
conditions to access it,
it's
I
the
hope
same.
it is going to be softened.
Yeah, that's the same thing I'm saying, that, you know, the conditions most times to access this loan.
And I'm sure a lot of people have heard about it. They've always wanted something like that. It's just the protocols, the processes, and all of that. By the time you see how long it's going to take you to actually get that money, you won't even just stress yourself. You're like, no, I'm good, I'm good. Yes.
Absolutely. All right, so Lami, what did you find for us in the news?
My story is a bit sad, and I particularly picked this topic because it concerns security, because we're doing security today, and particularly because Imo State has been in the news recently for all the bad reasons. And in as much as I'm not a security expert, I really do not know what's going on there. I would want the governor to a bit to sit up. It's been one too many today. It's the soldiers' invasion and all that. And this one, why it particularly a bit ruffling for me is because it was aimed at 7 Suya sellers, and they are all, I think they were targeted in 2 days. I think 3 were killed in a particular night, and by the next day, 4 were also killed, and they were particularly Suya sellers. And of course, they were of the northern extraction. So this is a bit worrisome, so that it does not ignite tribal, war. Because if there's going to be a a reprisal attack, it might escalate. So I think the federal government should also wade in and look at what is happening in Imo. It is one too many. Every time they're always in the news. So it's escalating. Before it turns into a regional problem, Boko Haram did not start in a day. It was happening in piecemeal, and this is also starting. So I think the federal government should look into the security architecture of Imo State, and the governor should also tighten up his belt.
Wow, that's really scary. In fact, I think we're going to, because the conversation we might be having tomorrow, Nnamdi Kanu mentioning that this prison break, saying that, well, nobody deserves, if some people can get away with what they're doing in terms of banditry and all of that, then they go and they rehabilitate them and they give them, almost making them like celebrities, then, okay, nobody deserves to be in jail and all of that. So my question was, I mean, should we, because somebody is doing wrong, we now also do our own wrong, just to justify, it doesn't make any sense.
The truth is, when anarchy is sustained in a community, a country, what happens? There's no deterrence. So it will also spur other people to do it.
That's the truth.
So you can never take that from me. There's no deterrence. It's not consequential. Nothing is consequential. It's just like you commit crime and you get away with it. Where's the deterrence? An average person is criminal in nature.
Yeah.
There has to be deterrent measures.
Funny thing, we all have criminality inside of us. It's just that
all embedded in our DNA.
It's just morals.
So is this form of deterrence that keeps us all in check. So when some people are getting patted on the back, and some other people, because they are from this part of the country or something, are also sent to the prison, what happens? It's going to spur up, it's going to escalate issues. Everything's going to go up in chaos and anarchy.
Absolutely.
So in as much as I do not back what that man has said, but there's an element of truth in it, and it shouldn't be, you can't wish it away.
All right, so Lami, my story is actually quite interesting. The Russian president, Vladimir Putin, on Monday gave final approval to legislation allowing him to hold office for 2 additional 6-year terms. Lami, this is scary. Opening the possibility for him to stay in power until 2023. When I saw this story, I say, is this is this even possible? But Lami, you are the lawyer. Tell me, is this even legal?
Well, number one, Uwa, I might not be able to comment on that because I am not privy to their constitution. It's a constitutional matter. So if their constitution allows for it,
because
and their people allow for it, so be it. But what really baffles me is because Russia is a Jew. And I want to believe that they are, most of the population is educated. So why they've allowed this to nurture for too long?
Let me read further. It says Putin proposed the change last year as part of the constitutional reform that Russians overwhelmingly backed in a vote in July. Lawmakers approved the bill last year. So the legislation will reset the presidential term limit, allowing Putin to run in elections again after his current second consecutive tenure expires in 2024. This is really scary. Is he the best person to be president? Can't they find somebody else? Why must they put one person, for that long?
Even if they find someone else, if the citizens vote for him, he will still be there. He will still be there.
Are you telling me, sorry to button, sorry. Are you telling me that considering all the security challenges, the economic challenges and everything we are currently facing in Nigeria, God now in his mercy gives us a Messiah who comes in and turns the place around and has to go after 8 years? Do you think if there is a provision in the Constitution that can extend the tenure for another 20 years, do you think we will not do it in Nigeria? Because of the fear of continuation. How are we sure that somebody else, I'm sorry, but the truth has to be said. President Muhammadu Buhari has taken us back by 30 years. Just because we voted him in 2015, look at where we are. So do you think we want to make such a mistake again? So if by a miracle we get somebody who comes to right all the wrongs in 2023, and at the expiration of his term he has to go, and there's nobody viable that can continue, don't you think we should extend the term by 20 years?
Okay. I will leave that for our Oak Ladies Night Out for us to debate. We'll see you after the break to discuss security. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Thanks for staying with us now. Our correction center was attacked by suspected hoodlums and hundreds of inmates. I think precisely over 1,800 were freed. This attack happened in the early hours of today, and some eyewitness who spoke to the media said that the operation started at about 1 a.m. and lasted till 3 a.m. He said the operation started at about, as I mentioned, to about 3 a.m. And these men were heavily armed with heavy sophisticated arms, and they came driving in their security vehicle. At first we thought they were army and police with the way they started, and before we knew it, they started shooting everywhere and went straight to the prison. So the hoodlums stormed a prison facility also, in Benin, sometimes last year, Benin along Sapele Road, and sent wardens scampering and setting captives free, and of course the governor of Edo State last year gave an ultimatum for the prisoners to come back, return, and all of that, but I don't think anything has happened up until now. So what is the impact of these prison breaks on our security architecture in our country today? Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can always join this conversation. Tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. I'll bring in our guests in like 2-3 minutes, but I just wanted to hear, what was your initial thought when you heard about the prison break? Jennifer, then I'll come to Lami.
When I first heard about it, I was actually very scared. I just kind of like pictured myself living in Owerri and how the citizens who live there would be feeling. You feel quite insecure. And then there are questions. It happened in Benin the last time, now it's happening in Owerri. The question is, how come the prisons are not very secure? Yes, Obaseki gave an ultimatum, you have to come back. We never heard anything about that. Did they come back? Did
I heard some return
themselves in? And then the question is, how did they get in? Well, according to the eyewitness, they said they were heavily armed, and they looked like army.
Yes.
So I can understand how they got in. But there are lots of questions. Were they helped from by someone that is already inside? Was there an inside information to let them know, okay, this is the best time for you to come and do your thing? I don't know. Too many questions. Too many questions.
Absolutely. We can't wait to talk to our security expert. All right, so Lami, what do you think? What's your own initial thought on this when you saw the story?
Okay. For me, what came to my mind was, what are the root causes of prison breaks in Nigeria? What is actually the root cause? If we look at it, the justice system, the criminal justice system comprises of 3 parts. That is the police, the judicial system, and the prison service. We as a nation and the government as an administration, have we given this the prison service the attention that it deserves? Because in this criminal justice system, they are often ignored because they are the last part of the criminal justice system. You need to check the welfare of the inmate, the facilities of the prison service, their human rights, the conditions, the physical architecture of the prison itself, the security apparatus, how obsolete or how modern are they? And even the officials themselves, are you sure they're not also compromising the system? So these are all the issues we have to look into. And I hope our guests will be able to, do justice on this matter.
All right, so let me just bring in our guest. Ambassador Dr. Oname Ohidevie is the Group CEO of August Eye Limited and the Chairman, Chris Ham Ventures Limited. He served in the Nigerian Army combat engineers for close to 15 years with Core Army Special Forces deployment / combat training and experience before he voluntarily retired. All right, so, and he's joined us via Zoom this evening. Thank you so much, Dr. Ohamie. I've been practicing the name. I'm supposed to be Edo, but I'm terrible with my townspeople's name. Thank you so much, Doctor. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, and you have tried. I saw that you escaped the last name.
Ohidevie. I am learning. All right, so Doctor,
thank you very much.
Doctor, you heard our conversation, our banter on this conversation, and I liked what the first question Lami posed when she was talking, when she said that, what is even actually the root cause of even prison breaks in the first place? why would people, I mean, why is it even happening? It's almost like very, very frequent now. Just last year, we had, you know, close to elections, we had the Edo State prison break. Now we're seeing this. I mean, is it looking like before 2023 there'll be more prison breaks? You know, and there was an attempted, there was an attempt on the Ikoyi prison as well last year, as well. Protest, you know, so why are we having the what's causing the frequency of these prison breaks?
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. You see, it's, let me first apologize that we started this discussion laughing, you know, but it's not a laughing situation. Nigeria has found itself in a quagmire of insecurity, a quagmire of unfortunate triangles of vulnerability, a quagmire of unsatisfied communication from government to the people, not delivering democracy. Now, one of the intricacies of governance is to be able to be proactive, you know, because you had a lot of time to look at the situation, to campaign, to take over from the existing government. And that's the beauty of democracy. You are coming up with a template that is going to improve the lifestyle of people, that is going to increase opportunities to secure our vulnerable points. So having said that, let's look at prison break. Now, we need to look at three sets of people right now. The perpetrators, we need to look at the victims, and we need to look at the government. Now, if we look at the perpetrators, we have a lot of open source information now saying it is iPod, it is ESN. iPod is coming out with a statement saying it is not iPod that did it. Now, whether it is iPod or not, iPod and ESN supposed to be people-centered. They came to say we want to rescue the people. Then the community system itself, the local government, the councillors, the village chiefs, the DPOs, the spread of security within the area. You know, when you look at that also, you begin to think that were there no possibilities to curb this opportunity to maraud our correctional center, because they said they danced around the roundabout for about 30 minutes. Are we saying that the whole of the gamut of security, both local, both government, both agitators, nobody could rescue the situation? Then if you look at the victim, the people that are being released right now, they are coming out as murderers. They are coming out as rapists, armed robbers. These are the kind of people that are being released from the prisons, you know, and they are coming into a society where the security system is being attacked. Police stations are being bombed. The military roadblocks are being attacked. That means the fear of a reportage. Where will you go and report a crime? Where will you go and report a suspected person you saw? When the police is also immediately against the society following from the repeated attacks on its personnel. So we now look at the government. Are we saying that our government unfortunately keeps being reactive over the years, for the last 30 years? Are we saying that we have not seen prison breaks as you people have mentioned right now, and we have not looked at corrective measures? Are we saying after the EndSARS, with all that security practitioners and professionals have been postulating, are we saying the government has not put its acts together to see that it needs to populate the policing system with capable hands, fully trained, equipped, and motivated? Because we were reviewing a future of insecurity, and we are postulating that the military is going to try to hold ground against terrorists, against other vices, and then we come into the communities And this is what we are seeing now. So why is the government not proactive in securing our spaces? I think I'll leave that as an opening.
Okay. Okay, doctor, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's breaking, but I can.
Okay, what do you think is the best approach to prevent a situation like this going forward? I mean, citizens are getting very scared and we don't know where they will hit next. But what do you think is the best approach for the government to take to prevent any other prison break?
Thank you very much. You see, one challenge we have with Nigeria is that Nigeria always like to remove the dressing of a problem and cloak it with another dressing. You remember the SARS brouhaha. The next thing they came up, they said they are going to bring in another SWAT instead of SARS. You know, the prisons are being dilapidated. The structure of this prison is dilapidated. The prison system, which is supposed to be part of the criminal justice system, as a corrective measure or as a punitive measure, is dilapidated. What did the government do? They just came and say it is now correctional center. Hello, what are the structures put in place to address all the vices that caused the dilapidation? There was no effective action towards that. And we say that we want to keep this for the people. Now, my take is this. A prison is a place where you keep criminals, suspects against the judicial system coming out with a penalty, or those that have been penalized. Now, if you have a prison as a place where you keep criminals and suspects, is that not a priority? It's supposed to be a priority. One of the priority is the intelligence around the prison centers. The other priority is the perimeter defense system. You know, they were saying that people came with rocket-propelled grenades and all that. You can make that place a stronghold with appropriate technology, application, appropriate perimeter system. There's something we call physical security professionalism. You can create a deterrence measure. You can create layers of protection. Before you finish breaking the fence, you will see that you are meeting another layer of protection. You will meet another layer of protection. And in the course of those delays, backup is created immediately. Then when you provide a correctional center within a community, within a civilized space, don't you know that you will expect to create a barrack or a nearby holding of personnel that are supposed to react and bring backup to protect the people? Just even that situation that we have, a combat helicopter can fly up above and drop some salt grenades. Even a drone could have been able to take off and deter that situation. So I don't know why our government don't have this kind of system in place. The DSS, the NSA, I don't know why they don't have intelligence that could create a kind of communication situation where we know that such a plan is in the offing, and we begin to increase the protection system within the prison. But when I thought about it, I just realized that if we could not protect children in school, if we could not make our schools a haven of security for our children who are not criminals, our children in boarding schools who are not suspects, how could we keep the prisons? So the government has been embarrassed daily by these breaches, and the government needs to put its act together, and persons in authority should be called to answer for certain lackadaisical attitude to the demands of their office.
Okay, let me come to you.
My question is, you have highlighted the immediate cause. So I am going back to the root cause. Do you think that the police force, and the judicial system, that is the judiciary, do you think they are also complicit in this issue? And I'll tell you why I'm looking at it from that angle. You find out that the prison is infested with a lot of people awaiting trials. Detainees who probably they're just suspects, mere suspects who are detained for over 10 years. And they form 70% of people in prison. The prison is already overcrowded, is overstretched. Their facilities are overstretched. Why is the police and the judicial system, the judiciary, complicating issues for the correctional service? So what is their role in all of it? Can you highlight it?
Now, I really appreciate that angle you are coming from. If we want to capture the relevance of that angle, I will like to portray my admiration when I travel to countries like Canada, America, and I see people that they are happy to go to jail. Certain persons that are tired of living, they want to commit any crime just to go to jail. Why? They know that they are going to be processed through a system of comfort, security, and there will be a demand on their traumatic situation. Psychologists and people of expertise will be having advantages to approach them and correct their abnormalities. In Nigeria, our prisons are increasing the frustration of the people. Why? Because you go to court. I just read a communique today that the court staff are going on strike again. So you can imagine people awaiting trial now hearing that courts are on strike again, that the judges are not going to sit, and it is an extended period of that condition, that dehumanizing condition, that animalistic state that they have found themselves. No wonder you see so many criminals that come out from detention, they go back into crime. They are vexed in their spirit. They want to give back annoyance and violence to the community, to the people. And because of that, the prison warders themselves, they have become corrupt. So many of them deal on drugs to give to the inmates. So many of them have opportunities to release inmates. There are cases where inmates are able to escape from the prison even without on record. And this is because the government has removed its antenna from the effectiveness of the correctional center. Like you said earlier, the correctional center is part of our criminal justice system. But I saw that you mentioned the police, the judicial system, and the correctional center. But I wanted to add that the society is the last point for the correctional center, because when I come out from a correctional center, I'm supposed to be reintegrated back into the society. So what is the National Orientation Agency doing to be able to put the perspective of the society in place to receive people that are coming out from the correctional center? What is the judicial system doing to see that there's speedy trials and there's effective application of the law, that not so that you don't see the animal farm situation where some animals are treated better than others, you know? So if we have all of that in place, madam, you will see that if I am taken into custody, I will enjoy the process, and I will be happy that I will come back, reintegrate into a society that is educated enough to receive me. And that is our current dilemma.
All right, so let me just take a very, very short break. When we return, we have comments from our audience and we continue the conversation. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we have borrowed.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely bought. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A multiple core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Monday to Friday.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, you can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house. I said, well, it's my body and it's my front room.
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're discussing prison breaks in Nigeria and the impact on our security architecture. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. All right, so good evening, ladies. Waze is now on YouTube about 2 weeks. Oh, we are so sorry, Ade. To enjoy your program, we in the diaspora can only be connected via social media like YouTube. We're sorry for the break in transmission. Why is our government not engaging in a joint task force with other neighboring countries to deal with the insurgency? This was among the current administration political manifesto during the election campaign. What's Shehu Gume, I think maybe saying Sheikh Gumi rather, doing in Abeokuta with Obasanjo? We have to be wise and smart with the old men playing joker cards. I mean, well, I don't know if it's linked to what we're talking about, prison breaks, you know, but the truth is, I think I had mentioned earlier about, you know, Nnamdi Kanu saying something about, you know, nobody deserves to be in prison if people are being reformed and all of that. So it's possible that, is it possible? So let me go to you, Dr. Ohamye. This prison breaks, can it be linked to politics? Can it be linked to the political, what's it called? You know, politics is brewing towards 2023 right now. A lot of, everybody's positioning themselves for 2023. And usually, you know the way Nigerian politics is. They always use thugs, they always use all of these things. So is it possible that all of these things that is happening, like a build-up towards 2023, can we link it to that?
Okay, thank you very much. You see, like I told you earlier, these are our challenges. I can really trace it back to 30 years before now. And if we look at our political terrain, I will like to liken it to the European Premier League. I would like to liken it to our financial industry, our banking industry. Because sometimes I see my account officer is working in First Bank, the next day he tells me it's in UBA, it's in Zenith Bank. I see our politicians too. The first thing you will see is for a politician to change membership and all his supporters follows him to the other party. The next day you hear that he's buying tickets for another party again. And it happens most times among the two biggest parties, the PDP and the APC. So before you know what's happening, the guy that committed crime, criminal activities, fraudulent activities in party A pops up in party B, who is in power, and the power and the immunity protects him. And before you know what's happening, he's popping up again to another party. So if we want to liken this thing to politics, I think we'll be distracted. We'll be distracted because the insecurity that we have currently in Nigeria affects the totality of the citizenry, both the poor and the rich. You know, so many of the senators, legislators, they can't go to their houses anymore. They are holed up in Abuja. So many of them cannot try the Abuja-Kaduna road to their villages. So if we want to look at it from a political angle, I will advise us to resist that temptation, because politics in itself right now has become an embarrassment to those people that call themselves godfathers, to those people that call themselves the agitators in Nadeco and those times that they were fighting against the military. They came out from that fight and they remain violent, as if there is another party to fight against. And right now, as I speak to you, it is their stooges that are springing up surprises. So remove politics from it kindly, and assure yourself that we are not proactive and we have failed to provide the dividends of democracy.
Okay, go ahead, your comment, Jennifer.
Okay, so I have a comment from Benson. Benson says, good evening, Ways. Without food, life is not secure. Without security, food production is threatened. Quality and sustenance of life is directly dependent on security and safety of any nation. Safety and security is the protector that assures all forms of prosperity. Sadly, in Nigeria, the consequence of this weakness is already apparent in the pains and woes experienced by her citizens. This is from Benson.
Okay, so Lami, you have a comment with you, then you can ask your question.
Sorry, I can't think at the moment, but can I just go on to my question?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, is it possible that, when you were talking about politicians and all that, another thought came to my mind, that is it possible that because these attacks are highly coordinated, so is it possible that very high profile inmates are also, compromising the system? Did you get my question?
Okay, I think...
Are you there?
They have to mute him because of the... while he's trying to come back, I'll get to him to answer that question. So there's a question or a comment. Prison breaks, these prison breaks are one too many. Government must be proactive. You cannot always be reactive. That's from Haruna. Jennifer, I think you have some more comments with you.
Yeah, there's a comment on our YouTube page, Mark Osse. He said, why so much checkpoints in South and West and East, and in the Northern, where Boko Haram and terrorist headsmen are ravaging, there are no checkpoints? Why?
Really? I think there are checkpoints there as well. But let me hear you. You were going to answer Lami's question.
Yes, but I didn't get the question very well.
Oh,
I don't know.
Let me come again.
Can I take it again?
Yes.
Okay, I said, is it possible that high-profile inmates are coordinating these attacks?
High-profile inmates?
Yes. Because if you look at the attacks, they are very, very sophisticated.
Okay.
Amount of funds.
Yeah, let me tell you one of the challenge that we have that created this kind of trained and coordinated military tactics. We have abused our security agencies. We have abused them to the point that they carry bags for our wives when they go to the market. We have abused our agencies to the point that their work is to carry our children to school. We have abused them even when we are in a hotel. You will see some mobile policemen outside because one big man is in the hotel. You know, so we got to the point where their motivation, their encouragement, their job structure, there was destabilized countenance. So many agency personnel started to resign from the job. Do you know how many soldiers, can you remember the story as a journalist, where soldiers decamped from active service in the Nigerian army?
Yeah.
Do you know how many policemen dropped their uniform after the NSAS? After that NSAS, I've been saying that we have not helped the situation to heal the wounds for the agency. For the armed forces alone, do you know how many veterans that are suffering, that there is something they call debarment allowance? It's supposed to be paid to you as a military veteran. It will stop you from using your skill against the country that trains you. Now, the army has not given that priority. As I speak to you, young soldiers that left the army, they were not paid the debarment allowance. So you can't hold them responsible for using their skills, which is the only thing they have. So right now, my dear, we have a lot of fully trained and skillful criminal elements in the society. People that were once in one agency or the other. And you know, because after service is not comfortable, so many people and military generals, they come back to do politics. They come back to ask for positions in the government. What about those that can't get position in the government? What about those that can't have legitimate things to do like I am doing right now? Do you think if I am frustrated as a special forces personnel, what do you think I'll be doing in my village right now?
Doctor, the question let me really ask was around inmates, not so much of, you know, security personnel, like inmates, like high network inmates that are inside the prison orchestrating some of these things. But you know what, because we are running out of time, Jennifer has one last question to ask.
Okay, so doctor, I'm going to come from the angle of documentation. Is that proper documentation for the inmates? I mean, they've all escaped as we speak, but do they have like an account stating the number of inmates who were properly sentenced and those who are still awaiting trial? If we go to the prison now and then we're asking for somebody, say, okay, we need Chiamaka something, is there a document stating that this person was detained here, this person was sentenced, and for this particular crime? Can they be accounted for?
I believe that they have those records. Let's look at the Benin prison break. You know that a lot of them has been recovered from the society, okay? So I believe that the correctional centers, they have those records, and if they make them available, a lot of system is in place to recover those people from the society.
Okay.
But to chip in the correction on the other question is that in Nigeria, if you have drug cartels, their barons in detention, if you have political agitators in detention, if you have certain persons that are heading ethnic position and they are agitating against a sitting government in detention, such persons, like in America, we have what they call the Guantanamo Bay. You know, such persons should be put in a place where the security apparatus is at the highest level. So if we have certain persons like that in a prison, a correctional center, that will be walked over easily, then it's an oversight from the correctional center officers. So I agree with her, and I agree that there are some persons that are in detention. Let me also add that there are some criminals that were being taken to court, and the Black Maria was attacked on the road, and they were set free. So you can see that certain criminals that are high profile could also attract an attack on the prison, the correctional center.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Ohidevie, for your time with us this evening. We've really had an amazing time. Thank you so much, Doctor. All right, so Lami.
Thank you.
Lami, did you get your final question, the one from the WhatsApp, or I should just help you take it? Then I hear your final thoughts. Okay, so we need to be really worried about security issues. I'm just sad that the basic duty of government is security, and here we are. That's Udwak from Abia State. Then I think you have one last one.
Yeah, there is a comment from Wurola from Festac. She said, I fear there is more to these prison breaks. We really have to wake up and start looking at the political class doing their jobs.
Absolutely. Then Benson has sent in another comment. He says, the welfare of the agency is central to all issues we face today as a country, not House of Assembly welfare, which is political. Thank you so much, Benson, and thank you to everyone that contributed. So, Lami, let me just hear your final thoughts on this, because tomorrow we're actually going to continue security, but we're talking about it from the angle of what Ade sent, the Sheikh Abubakar Gumi's visit to Obasanjo, and what Nnamdi Kanu, the IPOB leader, is saying about, you know, that nobody deserves to be in jail if all these people are being rehabilitated and reintegrated back into society. So everybody should be free. So can we say because of that, you now use one crime to cure another crime? But let me hear your final thoughts, Lami, on this. Then we can now wrap up.
Okay, my final take is the judiciary has to sit up, because they're also complicit in this matter, where you find, you know, that many people, 70% of, I don't have the data, but quite a number of people who are currently in prisons at this moment, and they are mere suspects. You have them there 10 years, 20 years. What do you think, if you think that their parents or their family members will have access to such, you know, coordinated attack, don't you think they would do it? So I think that the judiciary should also help in this matter. They need to decongest the prison.
Absolutely.
Set people free, especially if they're just misdemeanor, you know, if they're just misdemeanor or
there are some people that don't even need to go into those places.
True.
Yeah.
True.
How about you, Jennifer?
I actually agree with...
Yeah.
I agree with Lami 100%, because every time I think of the prison, I think of the number of people who are actually innocent and have been there for a very long time and they've not been tried. I know, I think, I keep referring back to NSAS because it brought a lot of things to limelight, and where people said, oh, that they now realized that when they found out that one of their brothers or sisters have been missing for a very long time, they were probably in the prison. All
right, so Mark O'Shea is still saying on YouTube, he says, why is Nigeria finding it hard to create a state policing? I mean, this is the question we've been asking, we keep asking, but we're going to continue conversation on security tomorrow. We'll still keep this, because this is actually a hot topic. All right, so Ways was birthed from the need to inform, inspire, and influence lives towards action. And this year, we started our CSR focus on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you're a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. And if you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways and follow us on all our social media handles, as this will be an all-year-round engagement. So tell your friends to keep all eyes on Ways. Thank you again, ladies. Thank you to our guests. All right, so in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. At the end of the day, the goals are simple. Safety and security, that's all we're asking for. So we'll see you live tomorrow. As I said, we're going to be discussing security again as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say.
The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
It's always harder to justify a service than a good. If you walk into a store, a supermarket, you see something on the shelf is 2,100 naira. You're going to carry the thing to the counter and pay 2,100 naira. But I went to school. I studied law. My parents put me through school. I'm telling you, this is your amount. This is your fee. This is your professional fee. Because you have to know what you bring to the table. You know what the effort you're going to put in and the stress that it's going to take you. So if you've charged appropriately and a client says no, it's okay if the client has to go somewhere else.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not. Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely burned. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A multiple core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Monday to Friday.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus Politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say.
The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Good morning and thanks for joining us on The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, the 6th of April, 2021. I am Anetta Felix.
And I am Osaogi Ogbonwa. It is back to work Tuesday. Public holidays are over, and so Lagos is going to be extremely busy this morning, and of course the whole country. So wherever you're watching us from this morning, we'd like to welcome you to 2 hours of great conversations and very interesting topics that we will be dealing with this morning. We, of course, once again, thank you for joining us. How are you, Anetta?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I am fantastic this morning. I went for a massage yesterday, so I feel a little better with myself.
Nice.
First one in a long time. And I think everyone should once in a while, get themselves that kind of treatment. Good morning. We have a lot that we will be sharing with you this morning. We're, of course, doing a follow-up to a conversation we started yesterday. Well, actually, didn't start yesterday, but we spoke yesterday with the president of the National Association of Resident Doctors yesterday. And today we're going to do a follow-up conversation, speaking about the government's response to the NARD strike. And, of course, going through the conversations from the Minister of Labour, Chris Ngige, and, of course, the federal government's response, what is expected and what, could possibly be the answers to the questions that the resident doctors are asking right now.
Yes, very important conversations right there. It's a very big issue right now, healthcare. So we need to get to the bottom of this and get all the angles to the story. If the federal government is saying something, if the doctors are speaking up, trust us to definitely bring you all the perspectives on The Breakfast. Also, we'll be talking about Pastor Tunde Bakare. He gave a State of the Nation address yesterday, and we'll be analyzing that just exactly. What does he mean? Because lots of people have said, it seems like we're not understanding, where you're getting at. So we'll be analyzing that with a political analyst to help make sense of that for us.
Going through as many of the angles that he spoke about in that, State of the Nation address. And of course, getting to, unravel, some of the things that he may have been trying to say in that speech. Also, this morning, we're going to be going to the Southeast. It seems there is, some trouble in the Southeast that needs to be curtailed. The president, of course, according to Bashar Ahmad, gave orders for security agents to take control of certain parts of the Southeast. I've also heard of curfews being placed on certain parts of the Southeast also. Because of the incidents over the weekend, the attack on the Ore prison, and of course a police station which was also attacked. There is, of course, the back and forth with regards Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB denouncing the attack and saying that they have no business with it and, they do not take responsibility for that attack. They've spoken and said that they are a peaceful organization and they will not attack security agents. And so the conversation, then starts to, rise. Who then is responsible for that attack? Who then is responsible for all the security issues that the Southeast currently is witnessing? What is the role of governors? What is the role of the traditional leaders? And of course, how can the Nigerian government step in and douse the tension at a time like this? Those are some of the things that we'll be speaking about this morning. We are going to be joined by a former media advisor, or rather media advisor to a former president of Ohanes Ndigbo, Chief Emeka Atama, will be joining us on the show this morning.
Yes, and before all of that, we'll be giving you a brief on what's trending around Nigeria and also off the press and not forgetting today in history.
Absolutely. Let's start with what's trending. A couple of days ago, we saw videos from Renu Omokri and a couple of other people in the UK, doing their own protest, for, against President Muhammadu Buhari and his, health tourism visit to the United Kingdom. It went on for about 2 days. The crowd seemed to, increase every other day that it came up. And then yesterday, there was videos of pro-Buhari protesters who also showed up. I'm thinking it's not in the same venue and the same location because, maybe there would have been some, altercations or, some arguments. But, there was also that, crowd, also, a handful of people, maybe a dozen, maybe more than a dozen people who also gave, a short speech. Unfortunately, they were all masked up. You covered their faces, so nobody could tell who they were. But the person that I heard speaking was saying, how well the current administration has run and, the good things that the government has done. And so they are there to, stand to support the presidency and support, President Muhammadu Buhari against those people who, were anti-government. Yeah. So, first angle to, to what, to that is the freedom to actually protest in the UK. The very first video that emerged from Renault Mockery, they were in front of the, Nigerian House, I believe, in the UK. There was police presence. About 2 police officers showed up and, of course, saw that they were being peaceful and there was no, problem. They even took pictures with the police officers and they left or, stood aside to allow them continue their protest. And, that, is the first talking point for me. Will that happen here in Nigeria? Will you see an anti-government protest taking place and you would see the police completely allow you do your thing and,
and actually
provide security for you if necessary, and understand that it is your right to protest? A few times, and I wouldn't say it has completely been the opposite here. There are a few times that there have been similar protests, but you would always see the presence of police, and they are not there to provide security here in Nigeria.
You don't even get that feeling that you're secure
No,
with them around you.
And it's gotten to stages where you get to see tear gas. You get to see a few people being, arrested or being, brutalized. And it's never been exactly the same thing. So that's the first angle for me. The second one is the fact that, yes, everyone has their own understanding of how government has been run in Nigeria. There's people who would say, why are you protesting in the UK? Either anti or pro. Why don't you come back to Nigeria so that we can all build the country together? Why are you in the UK? Protesting. Come back here and let's all enjoy the country that we live in, and let's all build Nigeria together. And for those who are supporting, why are you supporting from the UK also? Why don't you come down to Nigeria and enjoy the things that you have said are going smoothly and so well in Nigeria? You can't be in the UK living, lavish and enjoying your life and not getting to experience, the true the feeling of being a Nigerian in Nigeria, and you're pro the government. So there is also those angles, and we'll see. There's also rumors that some people were paid, but that was just a message that was sent to somebody. I'm not sure how to verify that. But there was rumors that certain people were paid to set up a protest, and that was a day before this new group came up yesterday.
And I saw a video alleged to be in Kogi State, where 2 protesters, 2 people saying the present administration has not done well enough. They were arrested and flogged. It was a very terrible sight. Why would you flog anyone? That's the height of, basically dehumanizing someone, infringing on the fundamental rights. Why should anyone be flogged for speaking out? As much as you're entitled to believe that the president has done well enough, someone else is entitled to believe otherwise, and no one should be penalized for their thoughts, with regards to how they interpret the administration, maybe in terms of what they've seen happen in their own lives or with people around them. So that freedom of expression is something that we're yet to, grow into in this country.
Yes.
But totally condemn this action of flogging people. These are fellow Nigerians. From what I've seen, they're not even security operatives. They're, just everyday normal human beings like me and you. And I have no idea what made them feel they had the right or the authority to do that to someone else, but totally.
I intentionally chose to not watch that video. I saw, the caption, I saw where it was going, and so I stopped because there's certain things that I don't want to put in my mental space, in Nigeria. There are things that I would just ignore because, I don't want to be traumatized by it. So it really just also tells you, the level of lawlessness that we have, amongst us here in Nigeria. So we're going to move to something else in a bit. The fact that crimes can be committed, abuse, can, happen, physical abuse, murder. A couple of days ago, I spoke about the guy who was burnt in Bauchi for alleged blasphemy. We have also heard about what happened in the Southeast now with the prison break. These things can happen freely. You can wake up in the morning and take your couple of guys with you and go and brutalize people because they have a counter opinion, political opinion to you, and go home and sleep. it's just an expression of being a Nigerian in Nigeria and being among, the people who don't have access to security guards and to, mobile, driving along with you, mobile police driving along with you. That's really what that expresses to me. Any other thing, around that, well, there are different angles, to, whether people should believe or not agree with the current administration or not. But for me, it's just an expression of that. Whether, people have a right in the UK to ask that President Muhammadu Buhari comes back home, they kind of do. They have, some strong points. For those who believe that, according to them, life has been a lot better since the current administration took over, they also have that right. But it's the difference in the environments, that I would always point out, how it functions in the UK and how it works here in Nigeria. The freedom to express yourself in the UK and the complete lack of that freedom here in Nigeria. It's either people are sponsored to attack you or people just wake up in the morning and decide to attack you by themselves. And so there is that. There is also, of course, the attacks in the southeast. The IPOB put out a statement saying that they have absolutely no responsibility, take absolutely no responsibility for the attack on the Owerri prisons and police station. The governor of Imo State also, Hope Uzodinma, said that the government house also was also meant to be attacked, but security agents repelled the attacks and so on, stuff like that. I am worried mostly because of whether a person takes responsibility or not. It's very important to see how the Nigerian government will react to this. It's also very important to see who really would understand the height of the level of tension currently that exists in Nigeria, in different regions. In the Niger Delta, with people, trying to bring back MEND. In the southeast now with the ESN and the likes, and the lack of clarity with what exactly they're fighting for, and whether they're really armed or not. And of course, in the northeast, in the Middle Belt, all of that happening at the same time is worrisome. Indeed.
And for this particular issue in Imo State, I was very shocked when I saw the news yesterday because sources say that this attack happened for 2 straight hours, around 1:30 a.m. to around 3:30 a.m. yesterday. And they had approached the police station in the police headquarters, actually, in Imo State and the Correctional Center. And while they approached there, they began to shoot into the air. All the policemen on duty ran away. And that's the point I was getting to. I wonder why we keep having situations like this. People who are supposed to have been trained or who are supposedly trained in combat operations, in defense operations, even in attack and things like that. You would assume that when things like this want to happen, the police have the capability to repel them. It's just ironical how it seems like criminals will bring the war to police stations, and the police officers will run away. Yeah. So what security do I have then? Or what trust or confidence would I have then to call any police officer if I'm in trouble? If criminals will go to police stations, they would run away and have, free day. Well, how many people, will die for Nigeria? And that includes regular citizens and security agents. How many people believe in Nigeria enough to put their lives on the line to die? So even the police officers do not believe for the administration of the government that they work for. Absolutely. So it's just very terrifying. We'll get into these conversations this morning. Let's take a short break. When we come back, we're going into Off the Press, where we have a quick review of the major news stories making headlines this Tuesday morning, the 6th of April. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. And another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
And welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. It's time for Off the Press, where we, of course, go through the major stories making headlines across Nigeria today. We'll first of all say good morning to our analyst, Mr. Chris Wandu, publisher at CKN News. Good morning. Thanks for joining us, sir.
Good morning.
Thanks for me.
All right, let's start with the Punch newspapers this morning and see how many of these big stories that we can quickly share. The first one, the big one there, of course, is talking with regards to the issues in the Southeast. It says, federal government sounds tough. IG fingers IPOB as gunmen free 1,844 Imo inmates. Buhari calls attackers terrorists, demands arrest and prosecution of masterminds. Haneze expresses worry over rising attacks, and Bazu declares curfew in Abia State. Jesus Christ has risen. You have no reason to be here again. Gunmen tell inmates. All right. NARD orders COVID-19 doctors to join strike, threatens 5 million naira fine. And the 4 marketing firms suffer 331.54 billion naira revenue drop. Debts exceeded revenues in Lagos, Cross River, FCT, and others. That's from the FRC. Also on the Punch, NBA protests as judiciary workers begin strike over autonomy. Lagos-based pastor kidnapped in Ondo found dead after 2 million naira ransom was paid. And also, we've uncovered 50 billion naira hidden debt by Amosun's government, and that's from Ogun State. One or two others, police rescued 2-year-old twins locked up for 3 days without food. I think that's where we'll leave it on the Punch this morning.
Let's go to the Daily Independent on the newspapers this morning. This one says shippers, terminal operators stifle trade facilitation at ports. IPOB, IGP differ on prisons, police headquarters attacks, release of 1,844 inmates. Buhari calls attacks acts of terrorism, urges manhunt for fleeing prisoners. Uzodimma condemns attacks, call for investigation. We see this one here saying how OBJ jailed Bode George over PDP national chair. That's according to Fayose, the former governor of Ekiti State. 5 out of 39 kidnapped forestry college students regained freedom. 5 out of 39 kidnapped forestry college students regained freedom. Insecurity. Abia government imposes curfew on Umuahia and Aba. NICOM's new rules set to alter insurance coils ownership. Minister Asup hold emergency meeting over strike threats. Buhari supporters storm Abuja House in London. Those are the stories on the Daily Independent this morning.
The Nigerian Tribune is next. We can find here, Ishakiri Nation unveils 37-year-old Shola Emiko as Olu designate. Announces the passage of Olu of Wari Ogiame Ikiwonli. Also this morning, the Owerri jailbreak is in the news. Machine guns, explosives used to free 1,844 inmates. And that's from police and prisons. Constables shot, vehicles burnt, police command raised. Attackers are terrorists, says the presidency. IPOB ESN did it, IGP says. And of course, IPOB ESN say, no, we didn't. Nnamdi Kanu also says, and no one deserves to be in jail. Also this morning, 1,222 shops burnt in Ibadan's largest auto spare parts market. 5 of 39 abducted forestry college students regain freedom. And doctors strike illegal. NMA suffering from leadership failure, says minister. Federal government moves to avert ASUP strike, calls for emergency meeting. Those are the big ones. Of course, once again on Yinka Odumakin, I will organize activities to keep his ideals alive. And that's from his wife and widow, Joe Odumakin.
Yeah, so those are the stories we're taking a look at this morning. We've seen the Nigerian Tribune, Daily Independent, and the Punch newspaper. And across all the newspapers we've seen that this jailbreak in Owerri is basically the major stories here. And even though we had conflicting reports yesterday, one said 2,000 people and another 600, that's 2,600. But it seems your official figures we're getting here is 1,844 inmates. Mr. Chris Wandu, let's bring in the perspective of, how the IPOB here is being fingered as the orchestrator of this attack and, the fact that they're denying this. Mr. Wandu, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you once again. For me, I hope they are not weak in appointing relay. Just let few of police has come to finger iPod and ESN. That to me is too hasty, and that in itself will also hinder proper investigation into what happened. Except the police have certain information which is not at our disposal at this point. So I think all avenues should be come to be able to find out those behind this issue. When you just speak to just iPod and this ESN, then the opportunity of looking at other areas would have been foreclosed. And that to me is not a way to investigate. The police is already investigated. But what is more shocking to me is that I know where this prison is. It's in the heart of Owerri. And the police command is not just a few meters away from this place. And the attackers waited for 2-3 hours. Nothing happened. And also we have the military base to Biz in Owerri. So this is also just a few minutes drive from where this happened. And the military didn't come and to be able to make sure that they were able to arrest the situation on. We had lots of damage and freeing of several prisoners. Most of them will never capture him or will not return. Don't forget the one that happened in those states. Till now, nothing has been done. Most of those that escaped have not been captured or have not returned. And that to me is very important. And that goes to also as what we said in the past, that level of insecurity across Nigeria is no longer limited to one part of the country, from southwest to southeast to northeast to northwest down to south and everywhere. We're having serious challenges in terms of security, and that is keeping me so much worried that no Nigerian can.
Mr. Wandu,
honestly, that he is wherever he can serve, and that's a challenge.
Mr. Wandu, I want you also to react to, there's one of the writers on the Nigerian Tribune this morning says the presidency calling them terrorists. I saw, reactions to that, about how quick, of course, presidency has labeled them terrorists, but, still has bandits as the name of those who have continued to kidnap and kill people across, Nigeria. So is that, does that sound, off for you also?
Yes, it does. Because sometimes in the past, as the federal government labeled Boko Haram and bandits, terrorists, the federal government have not been to say that for whatever reasons. For them to now say those that attack the prisons, they are terrorists. I don't know the information at the disposal of the presidency that they are using. But if you also have a mere contest using anybody that has people or people adequately is a terrorist. In the full rest of it, we've seen and several that most of the Muslims are perpetuating us are terrorists, whatever we look at it. Either as bandits, either as kidnappers, and either as Boko Haram, or what you call them. Anybody that takes forcefully for whatever reason is a terrorist. But mine is that it's not just naming people as terrorists or this what I do to apprehend them and make sure that they pay for their sins. The problem challenge would be that most of those that are perpetrators have not been prosecuted, and where you don't make some kind of punitive measure against people that perpetrate and get involved in evil acts or criminal acts, then you need to fail, and that's what we are seeing.
Okay, so there's another story here about security that really caught my attention. It says 5 of 39 abducted Forestry College Kaduna students regained freedom. That's on the Nigerian Tribune. We know that about 39 of them were still in, the captivity of the abductors. They had been calling for their release. Their parents, one of the parents of the children was off the press or on the breakfast to talk about, the situation. And we heard his pain, how he pleaded to the government to release his daughters. But now just 5 out of 39 have been freed, with the Kaduna State government still insisting that there will be no amnesty, no payment of ransom. Kudos to the government for this, really, but how do we get the rest back to safety?
It is a challenge for both the federal government and the Cabinet government to make sure that every of those students, remaining students, released. They've suffered so much in these past few years. You saw the bill that was released initially, how they were being seen, how they are actually in place, and the rest of them, and the kind of culture that were meted out to them. Whether we like it or not, the lives of these students matters, and the government of both Kaduna and federal should do everything humanly possible, whatever to make sure that they are released and they are allowed to join their families. That those are within Kaduna and other places, Zamfara is also having a serious impact on the whole going back to school or education in that part of the country. So much effort is made to make sure that boys and girls in the north go to school. But with the recent kidnapping, abduction, and some going on, the challenge is here now. Most of them try to be a kind of some level of apathy on the part of students going back to school. But once again, I think the government of Kaduna State and the federal government to do everything humanly possible to make sure that those girls they stay for long in the bush. And it is not taking humanly to see something it just happen to children and other places.
Oh, well, apologies for the sound quality. The network isn't very smooth this morning, but we'll struggle through it. Let's also get your thoughts on the NARD strike and the response by the Nigerian government. Of course, the NARD have tagged Ngige and Hanire as saboteurs. And, of course, there's also the government saying that the NMA, is suffering from mismanagement. And all of that. Chris Ngige was also quoted, was also interviewed, and of course made mention of labor laws that can be enacted with regards to this strike. Do you think the government is handling this, properly?
Of course, not handling properly. For them to allow a press start to point at which the doctors have to strike, to me, is not good enough. And just a day, 24 hours before they start to strike, our president jetted to London for medical tourism or medical checkup or whatever. And the fact is that the way we always are is that government signed agreements we don't fulfill. And it's quite unfortunate for you to call a doctor, saboteur, or whatever, coming from ministers. And funny enough, the both ministers are doctors. Minister of Labor is a doctor. Minister of Health is a doctor. So for them to bring their colleagues, also that is not true. If there is man and there are signatory, you are secretary to an agreement. They have to fill the agreement and make sure that pay them what they are. They are not asking for truth. That is less than what most of them are spending on their aid and other people. Is the minister saying that he's not collecting those salaries and the rest of the agreement? Is he not paying aid? So if that these entitlements are what the doctor does, why not give it to them? When 2LFI is the gas, you come around and see practically all the hospitals around the country, and the number of deaths that would have occurred just because of this kind of embroglio between government and doctors. And at a time like when we are having COVID issue, this is not the time to allow doctors to go ahead. I think something should be done as quickly as possible to make sure that this person needs to be called and the doctors are allowed to go back to work.
So there's another issue about a strike in the newspapers this morning. On the Nigerian, the Punch newspaper, we see this one. It says, MBA protests as judiciary workers begin strike over autonomy. So strike here, strike there in the judicial system, in the healthcare system, with regards politics and the president, just strike everywhere. I don't know what you think about this one with the MBA strike and the tussle for autonomy.
My sister is a sister strike. After this, and I'm sure that was to, but that's really us. The economy is not helping us at all. And the government is also not getting creative in handling issues of this. Yes, because why do people on strike? Because that is the language that government understands. Or you give a strike. Our government doesn't know how to go into a situation, pacify people, and be sure that things don't get to a point where they are back. They will have their back to the wall and know that they have no other option to resort to issue strike, and that is rather unfortunate. For MBA, there are reasons. I hope that Ministry of Justice, NJC, all the necessary law agencies that are involved with this issue that because we're already having this crisis in the judicial system. We see how long it takes for to get justice. If you go to the prisons and see a number of inmates that are waiting for cases to be heard. Some just stay there years, and most of the cases have not been heard because of the fact that we don't the judicial system, we don't have enough judges, don't have the capacity to be able to handle most of their cases and stop them. So this all really add more salt to the injury situation. But I hope that we won't allow this to be. We are talking of course now. We are talking of lawyers. Who are the next set? Are they engineers or accountants or even we journalists? Nobody where the pendulum will swing. This is not the time for us. But I still believe that everything still like leadership. We don't have we are getting the kind of shape we want, and we voted for change. But what we didn't ask then was what type of change are we to get, and that is what was the bet. I did this about 2 years. But to me, it just seems that it's like things fall apart by juniors, and then the stars is not holding it.
All right. Quickly, also, just before we wrap up, we're going to be speaking with a media advisor to a former president of Ohanes Ndigbo this morning. And so, you know, I want your views on the responsibility of traditional leadership of Ohanes Ndigbo and, of course, the governors of the Southeast at a time like this to, of course, douse the tension in the Southeast, to find some level of control over, you know, the young men in the Southeast that might be, you know, responsible for the violence. We haven't gotten 100% clarity on who exactly is responsible for what happened in Owerri 2 days ago. But it's clear that there needs to be some, you know, person who steps into douse attention as it stands.
Yeah, I totally agree with. I'm from the Southeast, and I will say that I'm happy with what is happening in the South. Just in tension area, insecurity is high. Just a few days ago, we saw Charles Sulu being attacked in Anambra State of his security aides were killed. And there have been communal clashes in Ebonyi State where several people died. There was also attacked by so-called planning henchmen in Ebonyi where several people have died. There's imposition of curfew in Abia State, Umia, and Aba. That just essentially imposed the government at Abia State. There was an attack, as rightly said, in Owerri. There are over 1,800 prisoners that are let loose. That itself is a very, very, is a big danger for in the South. And it is time for the leaders, especially the governors. Yeah, we are talking about but there's little they can do. The board now rest shoulder of governors, the five Southeast states to be able to come together and quickly mobilize them and make sure that this does not lead to something much bigger. This is why I started in the northeast and northwest, and before you know it, it has just gone beyond everybody's expectation. We have serious security challenges. In Southwest, they are handling the introduction of Monteco, which is helping security agencies to make and I also think that and South and other parts of the country should be able to take a cue from what is happening in the Southwest to be able to make sure that security agencies have the necessary aid to assist them, not only by providing the basic infrastructure, but also giving the necessary measures to meet this important. But the South it's never been bad. It's 1999 and arrest as we move forward to entitlement, which will be another decimal point for everybody.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Owandu, for your time on The Breakfast.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right.
All right.
So we'll take a break here and come back with Today in History. Do stay with us.
It's always harder to justify a service than a good. If you walk into a store, a supermarket, you see something on the shelf is 2,100 naira. You're going to carry the thing to the counter and pay 2,100 naira. But I went to school. I studied law. My parents put me through school. I'm telling you, this is your amount. This is your fee. This is your professional fee. There's transport. There's logistics. There's so many things to consider. I've explained everything to you, but it's so difficult to justify a service.
Do you think it's something that has to do with this part of the world, or you think generally?
I think it's this part of the world. And it could also be, I've also learned that it could also be putting your foot down. I'm okay to say, okay, if you don't agree, that's fine. Because you have to know what you bring to the table. You know what the effort you're going to put in and the stress that it's going to take you. So if you've charged it appropriately and a client says no, it's okay if the client has to go somewhere else.
Point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "What? Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken.
Of you?
Yes, but without showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, you can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house. I said, well, it's my body and it's my front room.
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6. So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. It's time for Today in History, and I'm going to be going back to the year 1994. It was on this day the start of what is in African history one of the darkest moments in Rwanda. That country and that name has forever been, of course, in history books for not the best reason, because of the events that started today. It was on this day in 1994, the evening, of course, rather, that the aircraft carrying the Rwandan president back then, I have to struggle with his name, Juvenal Habyarimana, and of course the Burundian president, Cyprien Ntaryamira, both were Hutu. The plane was shot down with surface-to-air missiles as it prepared to land in Kigali, Rwanda. The assassination set in motion the Rwandan genocide, one of the bloodiest events of the late 20th century. The responsibility for the attack is disputed, and till date there's still not been any actual clarity on who carried out the attack. In world politics and with different crises that we've seen here in Africa and in other parts of the world, there's moments where certain things are set in motion in order for a bigger event. And they're set in motion, and a particular group or sect is blamed in order for a bigger event. And so there is a sense of that same thing that may have happened in this case. The surface-to-air missile struck one of the wings of the plane, and then a second missile hit its tail. The plane eventually, of course, erupted in flames and crashed, killing both of those presidents. This, of course, led to the chaos and crisis that erupted in Rwanda. The next day, on the 7th of April in 1994, the Rwandan genocide began. This led to the killing, the murder, the death of 500 to 600,000 people. And this is the crazy part. In 100 days, in 100 days, as much as 600,000 people. Wikipedia actually says about 206,000 people to 800,000 people. There's no exact figures. Lost their lives in those 100 days. About 250 to 500,000 women were raped also in those 100 days. Mostly Hutsi people that, of course, were killed. Tutsi people that were killed. The Hutu, it was a Hutu against a Tutsi war that erupted after this event. And, like I said earlier, it is this day started one of the darkest moments in African history. Since then, of course, there's been a civil war, there's been chaos, there's been crisis. There's also been reconciliatory efforts, by the Rwandan government to try and, of course, bring back peace and build those lives and bring some level of unity back into the country. The president, of course, Paul Kagame has also done, people would argue exceptionally well in setting the country back on its feet and putting it, in place again, or setting in motion again. But for efforts to wipe away the memories of, what happened on this day or from this day in 1994, it very likely is impossible. And so it was on this day that the president and the president of Burundi both flying in a plane, and that plane was shot down in Rwanda.
Wow, this Rwandan story isn't, just as we like to shield from the stories of the Nigerian civil war. It's the same in Rwanda, because it's not a very beautiful time in the history of the country. Over about 100 days, I've seen reports from international media that peg the death of Tutsis in the country to as much as 800,000. Yes. Everything began when the president of Rwanda was the plane was shot, from the ground. It was just a very, very dark time. And we see that even many years after, the country continues to have, probes, investigations into that, to give compensation for victims, trying suspects. It seems like an unending situation as far back. Even just last year, a Rwandan genocide suspect and the probe opened again in France, trying everybody who could have been responsible for this. But on the other hand, it seems, different here. Yeah.
So I would also just quickly mention before we move to the next thing, that this really is history that other countries should learn from. The danger of ethnicity and tribalism, yes, and tension, that gets to a particular level and then it just blows out of proportion. The part of a human being that hates another human being because they are of a different tribe or a different religious sect is something that I personally would never understand. The fact that militias can go around the country for 100 days and kill up to 800,000 people, it's something that would never make sense to me.
All right, so let's go to the next topic today in history. In 2016, this day in history, April 6th, France passed a legislation that makes it illegal to pay for sex. Now, France Parliament passed this law and it says that offenders would be fined up to 3,750 euros or about $4,300 and would be required to attend classes about the conditions of sex workers. It was a controversial law that made France the 5th European country to criminalize the clients of, sex workers, joining Sweden, Norway, and the UK, as well as Iceland. The law also established measures to help sex workers find new work. The law was passed in the final vote on the bill in the lower house of parliament by 64 to 12 with 11 abstentions. And it has taken more than 2 years to pass this controversial legislation because of the differences between the two houses of parliament over the issue. And 2 years later, in 2019, we saw French sex workers protesting in the streets of France, protesting almost naked, some wearing just lingerie, carrying placards and demanding that their clients be free to pay for sex, because according to the law, it pushes the criminality of paying for sex, from the client to, the person offering the services. And, gender rights activists are saying this is great because it means that, men, so to speak, don't have an authority over our bodies to pay for our bodies. We can sell our bodies, but people don't necessarily have to pay. It really sounds tricky, but that basically is what it is. And sex workers in France are still pushing to be able to, collect money from their clients for their sex services.
Well, I'm not sure how much deliberation this went through, but people would also argue that when you criminalize something, it endangers those people who are in that business.
That's what they're saying.
Sex workers,
because they say that they're now being forced to have to have sex in unprotected conditions in isolated places because the law doesn't cover them. The law basically criminalizes their work, forcing them to expose themselves to more risk. But
it is still the oldest occupation or profession in the world, and I don't think any type of legislation will be able to wipe away
even
sex
the
work
first profession
ever.
If the demand is to procreate,
it wouldn't. I don't think there's any type of legislation that would take away that thing from our society or from the world. It would never happen. But there's also countries that have sex work legal. Finland, Costa Rica, New Zealand, Austria, Canada, Denmark, Bangladesh. So anybody who is running away from France can try one of these places. It's fully legal in a lot of those places. I think in Finland it's legal, but it can't be done in public places, I think.
And even in Nigeria, we've seen situations where police have arrested people, arrested women, saying that it's a crime, sex work is a crime. But in 2019, a Nigerian court ruled that sex work is not a crime, even though, remember the Abuja situation where police would still arrest people, sex worker or not. We saw cases of the police, allegations that the police raped innocent women, claiming that they were prostitutes. So in this part of the world, those things will continue to remain controversial. But it was on this date in history, 2016, April 6th, that France passed a legislation making it illegal to pay for sex.
All right. Two very, very interesting stories that we shared this morning, two different angles. One of them, of course, with the genocide in '94, and another one about sex work. Good morning. Stay with us. We're coming back with our conversation on the National Association of Resident Doctors and, of course, the government's response to it. That comes up right after the short break.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of guns.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
You're welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Our next conversation is about the big issue right now, the ongoing strike between the Association of Resident Doctors in Nigeria as well as the federal government. Now, we know that, NARD began their strike a couple of days ago. I think that was April 1st on Thursday. And, they're insisting that lots of their demands have not been met. Resident doctors are being paid a meager, hazard allowance of 5,000 naira. They're saying that compensation for doctors who died of coronavirus have not been paid. They're saying that they work under very, terrible conditions. Some doctors have to use their phone flashlights to carry out operations and surgeries. So they listed all their demands, and we've seen a response from the federal government. The Minister of Labour and Employment, Senator Chris Ngege, says that the federal government has met 100% all the demands of NARD, and that NARD's request, is being made in error and that it's being made ignorantly. He made lots of allegations. He said NARD president simply wanted to go down history as one of the presidents of NARD that led a protest. I don't know what that means, but he insists that, he's paid, and they've implemented all the, doctors' demands 100%. He's saying that both parties signed an MOU after a negotiation for 8 hours, and that, NARD had no right to then, renege after they had that agreement. He also went on to say that it was untrue that doctors in Nigeria are not insured, and that the federal government spent 13.3 billion naira in 2020 on group life insurance.